The Indian Miss World is a six-book epic novel by Dr. A. Ahmed that follows two generations of Indian women, Rehana Khan and her daughter Ifat Khan, whose lives are shaped by poverty, migration, sexual violence, religious law, state corruption, and global power structures. The novel blends fictional narrative with direct social, legal, and ideological critique, particularly focusing on how women's bodies and identities are controlled by intersecting systems of patriarchy, law, religion, and class. The narrative rejects the traditional Ragstorach's arc. Instead, it presents survival as cyclical and costly, arguing that resilience is demanded precisely because institutions repeatedly fail. Taken together, this opening overview frames the saga as both intimate and panoramic. A mother and daughter's struggle for survival becomes a lens on the institutions that govern migration, labor, sexuality, and belonging. By tracing how vulnerability is produced, and repeatedly exploited, across borders and social classes, the novel positions its protagonists' reinventions not as triumphal transformations, but as necessary acts of endurance in systems designed to erase them. Against this backdrop, the novel's ultimate argument comes into focus. The story's scale is not ornamental, but necessary to show how private trauma is manufactured and sustained by public systems. In the end, the Indian Miss World reads less as a single ascent than as a sustained reckoning with the forces that make ascent necessary: the privatization of care, the weaponization of law, and the commodification of women's lives under poverty and power. That argument is grounded in repeated, concrete turns of the plot: migration that becomes captivity under the kafil sponsorship system, protective sham marriages that collapse into criminalization, a Sharia-sanctioned child marriage that functions as custody transfer, and, later, fame that draws fatwas, assassination attempts, and the killing of allies. The section closes by signaling the work's defining proposition: visibility may expose injustice, but only structural change can end it, leaving the reader with a story that refuses consolation and insists on accountability. Key themes: structural poverty and institutional abandonment. Rehana's slum poverty leaves her dependent on predatory recruiters and exposed to police abuse with no effective safety net. Gendered control through law, religion, and social custom. Rehana's pregnancy through violence is treated as evidence of criminality, with courts and clerics weaponizing morality against her. Migration as exploitation, sponsorship, intermediaries, and cross-border vulnerability. Under the kafil sponsorship system, Rehana becomes legally dependent and effectively trapped once she arrives in Saudi Arabia. Marriage as mechanism, custody transfer, coercion, and legal camouflage. If it is subjected to a Sharia-sanctioned child marriage that functions as a transfer of custody and a shield for her captor. Identity as contested property, renaming, reinvention, and erasure. If it cycles through multiple imposed identities, including Aphrodite Khan and Christina Lewinsky, as institutions and handlers redefine her for legality, safety, or spectacle. Visibility and backlash, fame as exposure, risk, and political retaliation. After winning Miss World and speaking against child marriage, if it faces fatwas, assassination attempts, and the killing of allies. Justice versus survival, accountability delayed, partial, or denied, even when exposure brings consequences for some abusers. Restitution and verdicts arrive late and cannot restore childhood, safety, or identity. Structural overview and central characters. The saga unfolds across 6 interconnected books. Rehana Khan, a poor Indian Muslim widow from the slums of Bombay, whose attempt to escape poverty through migration leads to escalating exploitation, false accusations, imprisonment, and a death sentence under Sharia law. Ifat Khan, Rehana's daughter, whose childhood is erased through forced marriage and captivity. She later assumes multiple identities: Aphrodite Krishna Khan, Amrita Khan, Christina Fernandez, Pooja Patel, and Christina Lewinsky, as she navigates fame, exile, and trauma. Sheikh Ahmed, a wealthy, elderly Saudi man who sponsors Rehana's migration and later becomes Ifat's husband and captor, symbolizing wealth-backed religious and legal impunity. Jamal Khan, Rehana's lover, an honest poor boy whose life is destroyed by false criminal accusations engineered by corrupt authorities. Book-by-book plot summary. Book 1, Poverty, Migration, and Betrayal. Rehana lives in extreme poverty in Bombay after her husband's death. Desperate to provide for her daughter, she is recruited by a corrupt labor agency promising safe overseas work. Instead, she encounters sexual harassment, police brutality, and fabricated criminal cases. Her lover Jamal is falsely accused, tortured, and imprisoned, while Rehana is pushed into migration as her only remaining option. Book 2, Saudi Arabia, Sponsorship and Servitude. In Saudi Arabia, Rehana enters the kafil sponsorship system, which renders her legally dependent and powerless. She is abused by authorities, sold between households, coerced into sham marriages, and sexually exploited. When she becomes pregnant through rape, the legal system treats her pregnancy as proof of criminality. She is sentenced to imprisonment followed by death by stoning, with execution delayed only because of childbirth. Book 3, Ifat Khan, Child Marriage and Captivity. While Rehana is imprisoned, her daughter Ifat, still a child, is placed under Sheikh Ahmed's control and forcibly married to him through Sharia-sanctioned mechanisms. Ifat is moved across Saudi Arabia, Eritrea, and Iran, kept in captivity, denied education, and stripped of identity. International pressure briefly surfaces but fails to dismantle the structures protecting her abuser. Book 4, Escape, Return, and Public Exposure. Rehana is eventually exonerated after external intervention exposes institutional abuse by authorities. Though she receives financial compensation, she returns to India emotionally shattered and permanently displaced. Ifat later escapes captivity and returns undocumented, only to face new exploitation in India's film industry. Public exposure brings partial consequences for her abusers, but legal justice remains incomplete. Book 5, Miss World and Backlash. Ifat reinvents herself as Aphrodite Khan and becomes Miss India and Miss World, transforming from a hidden victim into a globally visible figure. She publicly condemns child marriage and religious justification for abuse. Her visibility provokes violent backlash, fatwas, terrorism, assassination attempts, and the murder of allies. Fame becomes another side of danger, not protection. Book 6, Exile, Identity, and Faith. Forced into exile across Europe and the United States, Aphrodite experiences homelessness, interrogation as a suspected terrorist, family betrayal, and mental collapse. She eventually abandons public life, converts to Christianity, and adopts the name Christina Lewinsky. The novel ends not with triumph, but with partial healing, forgiveness, and acceptance that trauma leaves permanent scars. Core themes and social critique. The novel advances several sustained critiques. Poverty is structural violence. Poverty is depicted as institutional neglect, not individual failure. Corruption of law and state power, police, courts, and bureaucracies protect abusers and criminalize victims. Marriage is a tool of control. Marriage functions as custody transfer, legal camouflage, and identity erasure. Patriarchy across cultures, wealth, education, and geography change the form of control, not its existence. Female identity as property, names, nationality, and religion are repeatedly reassigned. Migration as a trap. Global labor mobility exposes poor women to extreme harm. Fame is double-edged. Visibility brings recognition and lethal risk. Justice is partial. Survival is not the same as justice. Overall message. The Indian Miss World argues that when poverty, patriarchy, law, and power intersect, women's lives become negotiable rather than protected. The novel refuses tidy redemption, insisting that endurance is not victory and that systems relying on resilience have already failed morally. Publisher-ready synopsis. The Indian Miss World is a sweeping, transnational literary epic that traces the lives of two Indian women, mother and daughter, whose fates are shaped by poverty, migration, law, and power across India, the Middle East, and the West. Blending fiction with sharp social critique, the novel exposes how institutions meant to protect instead become mechanisms of control, and how survival itself can demand repeated reinvention. The story begins in the slums of Bombay, where Rayhana Khan, a poor Muslim widow, struggles to raise her daughter after being pushed to society's margins. When desperation drives her to seek work abroad, she is pulled into a system of corruption and false promises. What begins as an attempt at dignity and security quickly turns into entrapment. Through migration intermediaries, police, and employers, Rayhana encounters a world in which poverty erases protection and truth holds little value against power. Her brief experience of love offers hope, but that hope is crushed by fabricated accusations and institutional betrayal. Rayhana's migration to Saudi Arabia marks a turning point. Under the Kafil sponsorship system, she is rendered legally invisible, dependent, disposable, and unprotected. Domestic servitude becomes confinement, law becomes punishment rather than refuge. Her body and identity are rewritten by others, and when she becomes pregnant through violence, the very evidence of her victimization is used to condemn her. Rayhana's fate is sealed not by wrongdoing, but by her position at the intersection of gender, poverty, and law. While Rayhana is imprisoned, the narrative shifts to her daughter, Ifat Khan, whose childhood is abruptly erased. Claimed through legal and religious mechanisms, Ifat is forced into marriage and transferred across borders, moving from country to country with no voice, education, or recognized identity. Her captivity is bureaucratic rather than chaotic, precisely regulated, normalized, and hidden behind legality. International concern flickers briefly, but meaningful intervention fails, revealing how easily systems absorb outrage without change. Years later, Ifat escapes and returns to India traumatized and undocumented. Freedom, however, does not bring safety. Instead, she encounters new forms of exploitation, this time through visibility. Media, cinema, and public fascination replicate old patterns under modern guises. When exposure finally brings consequences for some of her abusers, justice remains incomplete, punishment is selective, delayed, and incapable of restoring what was taken. Reinventing herself as Aphrodite Khan, Ifat rises to international prominence, ultimately crowned Miss World. Her transformation from captive to global icon appears, at first, to fulfill a narrative of triumph. Yet fame proves to be another side of danger. By publicly condemning child marriage and religious justification for abuse, she becomes a political target. Threats, violence, and assassinations follow, forcing her once again into flight. The final movement of the novel takes place in exile across Europe and the United States. Stripped of spectacle and protection alike, Aphrodite undergoes psychological collapse, familial betrayal, and repeated attempts to reclaim control over her body and future. She ultimately abandons public life, adopts a final identity, and turns inward in search of healing. The novel closes not with redemption, but with survival, honest, scarred, and incomplete. Across its six-book structure, the Indian Miss World dismantles familiar myths, that migration equals opportunity, that marriage guarantees protection, that fame ensures freedom, or that justice arrives when truth is revealed. Instead, it argues that when poverty, patriarchy, and institutional power converge, women's lives become negotiable rather than protected. Epic in scope and polemical in intent, the novel is both a human story and a systemic indictment. It insists that resilience, though admirable, is not a virtue society should demand, and that survival, however extraordinary, is not the same as justice. Key social critiques in the Indian Miss World. 1. Poverty as structural violence. The novel portrays extreme poverty in urban India not as misfortune, but as institutionalized neglect. Slum life is depicted as a condition where survival replaces citizenship, and where women and children are especially vulnerable to exploitation. Poverty is shown to strip people of legal protection, dignity, and meaningful choice, making them easy targets for traffickers, corrupt officials, and predatory employers. Core critique: poverty is not accidental, it is maintained by indifference and corruption. 2. Corruption of state institutions. Police, courts, immigration offices, and labor agencies consistently appear as tools of exploitation rather than justice. False accusations, arbitrary detention, bribery, and selective enforcement of law recur throughout the story. The novel emphasizes that law is harsh against the poor and flexible for the powerful, creating a justice system that protects abusers while criminalizing victims. Critique: legal systems amplify inequality when power, not truth, determines outcomes. 3. Marriage is an instrument of control. Across generations, marriage is depicted less as a personal relationship and more as a legal and social mechanism used to transfer custody, regulate women's movement, legitimize exploitation, silence dissent. The novel critiques how marriage, especially when combined with religious, cultural, or economic pressure, can function as a tool of domination rather than protection. Critique: institutions meant to protect women can instead be used to control them. 4. Patriarchy across cultures and classes. The story presents patriarchy as systemic and adaptive, not confined to one country or religion. Whether operating through poverty, religious authority, elite wealth, or public prestige, male-dominated power structures repeatedly subordinate women's autonomy. Importantly, the novel shows that status and education do not eliminate patriarchal control, they merely change its form. Critique: patriarchy survives by reshaping itself within every social order. 5. Female identity as contested property. Women in the novel are repeatedly defined by employers, guardians, husbands, families, media narratives. Names, citizenship, religion, and reputation are reassigned over time. The novel argues that women's identities are often treated as transferable assets, rather than personal truths. Critique: control over identity is central to control over women. 6. Migration without protection. Migration is depicted as a modern trap for the poor rather than an opportunity. Workers, especially women, move across borders without rights, safeguards, or recourse. Sponsorship systems and labor intermediaries are portrayed as extensions of feudal dependency, not gateways to opportunity. Critique: global labor mobility benefits states and elites while exposing migrants to severe harm. 7. Fame and visibility as double-edged swords. Public success brings recognition but also new forms of control and danger. Visibility exposes women to political backlash, moral policing, violence, manipulation by elites. The novel challenges the assumption that fame equals freedom, portraying it instead as another arena where power seeks ownership. Critique: visibility does not guarantee safety, it often increases risk. 8. Justice is partial and conditional. While moments of legal vindication occur, they arrive late and rarely restore what was lost. Compensation does not replace childhood, identity, or peace of mind. The novel resists neat redemption arcs, insisting that survival is not the same as justice. Critique: systems may correct errors without repairing harm. Overall message: The Indian Miss World presents a unified social critique. When poverty, patriarchy, law, and power intersect, women's lives become sites of negotiation rather than subjects of rights. The novel ultimately argues that resilience is admirable, but reliance on resilience is itself a moral failure of society. Overview: The Indian Miss World is a sprawling, multi-book epic novel by Dr. A. Ahmed that follows the life of Rehana Khan and her daughter Ifat Khan, later Aphrodite/Amrita/Christina, two Indian Muslim females whose lives are shaped by poverty, migration, sexual violence, religious law, corruption, and global power structures. The novel blends fictional narrative with explicit social, legal, and religious critique, particularly of patriarchy, migration systems, and Islamic law as practiced in India and the Middle East. The story is not a conventional Ragstorch's tale. Instead, it portrays survival through repeated cycles of exploitation, temporary rescue, renewed victimization, and contested liberation. Part 1: Rehana Khan, Poverty, Migration, and Betrayal. Rehana Khan begins as a beautiful poor Indian Muslim widow living in the slums of Bombay with her young daughter, Ifat. Trapped by poverty and lacking social protection, Rehana is recruited through a corrupt labor agency run by Muhammad Khan, who promises her decent employment abroad. Instead, Rehana encounters systemic abuse, sexual harassment and exploitation by recruiters, police corruption and custodial abuse, false criminal accusations against her lover Jamal Khan, an honest but impoverished Indian man. Jamal and Rehana share a genuine love, but poverty, institutional corruption, and religious prejudice destroy their future together. Jamal is falsely accused of rape and robbery, tortured, imprisoned, and ultimately sentenced to long-term hard labor. His family collapses into destitution, prostitution, and death. Part 2: Saudi Arabia, Sponsorship, Servitude, and Law. Rehana eventually travels to Saudi Arabia under the kafil sponsorship system, sponsored by Sheikh Ahmed, a wealthy elderly Saudi. What appears to be rescue becomes another form of captivity. Rehana is detained without documents, assaulted by authorities, sold and resold between households, subjected to surveillance, coercion, and sexual exploitation. Sheikh Ahmed, while sometimes protective, treats Rehana as property rather than a person. To protect her from his own family and legal risk, he arranges sham marriages, manipulating Islamic legal loopholes. These actions ultimately entangle Rehana in accusations of polyandry and prostitution, crimes punishable under Saudi law. Rehana is imprisoned, abused, and later sentenced to stoning, a sentence delayed by pregnancy and childbirth. Part 3: Ifat Khan, Child Marriage and Captivity. While Rehana is imprisoned, her daughter Ifat, still a child, is left in Sheikh Ahmed's custody. Sheikh Ahmed arranges a Sharia-compliant child marriage between himself and Ifat in another jurisdiction. Ifat spends years in captivity across Saudi Arabia, Eritrea, and Iran, deprived of education, freedom, and identity. Her childhood is erased. The narrative emphasizes how religious legality, bureaucracy, and male guardianship enable sexual exploitation without consequence. An American human rights activist, Shama Ahmed, investigates the case but is murdered. International pressure briefly surfaces but ultimately fails to hold perpetrators accountable. Part 4: Escape, Return, and Public Exposure. Years later, Rehana is exonerated after evidence reveals abuse by authorities rather than criminal guilt. She receives financial compensation but returns to India emotionally destroyed, unable to recover her past life. Ifat eventually escapes captivity. She re-enters India undocumented, traumatized, and psychologically arrested in development. Through a chain of unlikely events, she becomes associated with Bollywood figures, is exploited again by film industry predators, is blackmailed, framed, and imprisoned, suffering public humiliation through leaked abuse footage. Yet exposure also brings reckoning. Her abusers face public disgrace or death, though legal justice remains incomplete. Part 5: Aphrodite Khan, Miss World and Blasphemy. Ifat reinvents herself as Aphrodite Khan, later crowned Miss India and Miss World. Her victory is unprecedented due to her background of poverty, abuse, and religious controversy. At the height of global fame, she publicly condemns child marriage and religious justifications for abuse, criticizes revered religious figures, becomes the target of fatwas, threats, terrorism, and assassination attempts. Her charity work for homeless children provokes violent retaliation. Friends, relatives, and allies are murdered or assaulted. She and her adoptive Hindu mother Rani Krishna flee India. Part 6, Exile, Reinvention, and Faith. In exile across Europe and the United States, Aphrodite cycles through homelessness, interrogation as a suspected terrorist, familial betrayal, forced marriages and dowry demands, mental breakdown from accumulated trauma. She adopts multiple identities, finally converting to Christianity, taking the name Christina Lewinsky. Her final arc emphasizes forgiveness, psychological healing, and spiritual rebirth, though the novel stresses that trauma leaves permanent scars. Major themes: female bodily control through law and religion, corruption in migration, police, courts, and media, child marriage and sexual slavery, intersection of poverty, gender, and religious authority, fame as both shield and weapon, trauma, resilience, and fractured identity. Conclusion: The Indian Miss World is not merely a novel but a polemic epic, blending fiction with documentation, personal testimony, and ideological critique. It traces the journey from slum to crown, insisting that survival does not erase violation, and that justice, when it arrives, is partial and costly. Below is a book-by-book breakdown of the Indian Miss World saga. Book 1, The Arab Sugar Daddy and the Beautiful Indian Girl. Focus, Rehana Khan. Core narrative, poverty, migration, betrayal. Rehana Khan, a poor Indian Muslim widow living in the slums of Bombay, struggles to provide for her daughter Ifat. With no social safety net, she is recruited by a corrupt manpower agency that promises dignified overseas employment. Instead, Rehana is subjected to systemic exploitation, sexual harassment, police abuse, and legal corruption. She falls in love with Jamal Khan, an honest but impoverished man, yet their relationship is destroyed by false criminal accusations engineered by powerful men. Jamal is imprisoned, tortured, and sentenced, while his family disintegrates into destitution. Rehana migrates to Saudi Arabia under the Kafil sponsorship system, sponsored by Sheikh Ahmed, a wealthy elderly Saudi. What begins as rescue becomes captivity, exposing her to servitude, surveillance, coercion, and manipulation under religiously sanctioned power structures. Key themes: poverty, migration fraud, gendered violence, corruption, false accusations, patriarchal authority, exploitation through law and religion. Book 2, The Indian Child Bride and the Old Arab Husband. Focus, Ifat Khan, childhood. Core narrative, custody, silence, legalized abuse. While Rehana is imprisoned in Saudi Arabia, her young daughter Ifat Khan is left under the control of Sheikh Ahmed. Through legal and religious mechanisms, he arranges a Sharia-compliant child marriage, transferring Ifat across borders to avoid scrutiny. Ifat grows up in confinement, deprived of education, freedom, and identity. International systems fail to intervene meaningfully, and legal processes reinforce rather than dismantle her captivity. This book exposes the devastating consequences of child marriage and guardianship laws when combined with state power and religious immunity. Key themes: child marriage, guardianship, sexual exploitation, legal impunity, loss of childhood, bodily ownership. Book 3, The Indian Slave Girl in Saudi Arabia. Title variations appear in the manuscript. Focus, Rehana's imprisonment and breakdown. Core narrative, criminalization of the victim. Rehana is accused of polyandry and prostitution after coerced marriages meant to protect her legally backfire. She is imprisoned and sentenced under Saudi law. The narrative details her incarceration, psychological decline, and social erasure. Other imprisoned women's stories run parallel, reinforcing that her suffering is systemic rather than exceptional. Eventually, Rehana is exonerated after external intervention exposes institutional abuse. She receives financial compensation but no restoration of family, dignity, or stability. Key themes: criminalization of women, double standards, prison trauma, misuse of religious law, hollow justice. Book 4, From Captive to Crown, Bollywood and Exposure Arc. Focus, Ifit as a young woman. Core narrative, escape exploitation exposure. Ifit escapes captivity and returns to India undocumented, deeply traumatized. Instead of refuge, she encounters new forms of exploitation, particularly within the film industry and media. She is manipulated, framed, publicly shamed, and imprisoned. However, exposure through media also initiates partial consequences for her abusers. Justice remains inconsistent, but silence is broken. This book marks Ifit's transition from total victimhood to public visibility. Key themes: media power, public scandal, victim blaming, exploitation through fame, identity reconstruction. Book 5, Miss World Under Threat. Focus, Aphrodite Khan. Core narrative, triumph backlash terrorism. Reinvented as Aphrodite Khan, Ifit wins Miss India and Miss World, becoming a global symbol of survival. She publicly denounces child marriage and religious justifications for abuse. Her visibility invites violent retaliation, threats, fatwas, bombings, assassinations, and the murder of those close to her. Philanthropy and advocacy make her a political target rather than a protected icon. This book contrasts global celebration with the cost of dissent. Key themes: fame as danger, religious extremism, free speech, philanthropy, political violence. Book 6, Exile, Faith, and Fractured Identity. Focus, Christina Lewinsky, Final Identity. Core narrative, flight collapse spiritual rebirth. Aphrodite flees India into exile across Europe and the United States. There she faces homelessness, suspicion, familial betrayal, forced marriage attempts, and immense psychological deterioration. Eventually, she abandons public life, converts to Christianity, and adopts the name Christina Lewinsky. Healing is portrayed as partial, trauma never erased, only survived. The narrative ends not with triumph, but with survival, forgiveness, and personal faith outside ideological systems. Key themes: trauma recovery, identity fragmentation, exile, religion versus spirituality, imperfect healing. Series-wide through line. Across all 6 books, the saga charts generational female suffering, systems that protect perpetrators, survival without romanticization, justice is partial and costly. Identity is something repeatedly taken and rebuilt. Below is an organized list of the main characters in the novel grouped by narrative importance and generation. The descriptions reflect only what is explicitly presented in the text and recurring across the 6-book saga. Central protagonists: Rehana Khan, the primary protagonist through the early books. A poor Indian Muslim widow and mother of Ifit. Experiences poverty, migration fraud, police corruption, sexual exploitation, imprisonment, and false convictions in both India and Saudi Arabia. Her life anchors the first half of the saga and establishes its core themes of injustice and survival. Ifit Khan, Rehana's daughter and the central protagonist of the later books. Endures child custody transfer, forced marriage, long-term captivity, and psychological trauma. Assumes multiple identities over the series, eventually becoming Aphrodite Khan and later Christina. Her transformation structures the second half of the saga. Major male figures. Although both marriages are depicted as mechanisms of control rather than romantic partnerships, they operate through different kinds of power and serve different narrative purposes. Sheikh Ahmed represents wealth-backed, Sharia-sanctioned custody and captivity, while Mahmud Khan represents a more bureaucratic, instrumental marriage used to manage documentation, movement, concealment, and the shifting of liability, reinforcing Ifit's lack of agency through administrative mechanisms rather than overt custodial domination. Sheikh Ahmed, also referred to as Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed, a wealthy elderly Saudi man who sponsors Rehana's migration. exercises legal and social control over Rayhana and later assumes guardianship over Ifrit. Central antagonist whose actions drive much of the narrative conflict surrounding religious law, authority, and impunity. Jamal Khan. Rayhana's lover and later husband. An honest poor man falsely accused of serious crimes and imprisoned. Represents the destruction of male innocence under corrupt systems. Reappears later in complex familial and legal conflicts. Key secondary characters. Muhammad Khan. Owner of the Indian Manpower Agency. Exploits workers, manipulates police, orchestrates false accusations, and profits from corruption. One of the earliest institutional antagonists in the narrative. Babakar Alawar. A Sudanese student and translator in India. Acts as an intermediary for documents, visas, and communication. Represents migrants trapped between racial and bureaucratic oppression. Aslam Ali Khan. A pimp and trafficker who controls Rayhana briefly. Uses fear of religious punishment and legal consequences to coerce compliance. Sabir Ibrahim Shah. Pakistani intermediary and chauffeur associated with Sheikh Ahmed. Helps arrange sham marriages and conceal illegal arrangements. Later arc and public life figures. Rani Krishna. A powerful Hindu woman who later adopts and manages Ifrit/Aphrodite. Acts as both protector and manipulator. Central to later conflicts involving inheritance, marriage, and control. Rahul Patel. Rani Krishna's nephew. Pursues marriage for inheritance, status, and control. Embodies opportunism within family structures. Michael Lewinsky. An American young man who becomes romantically involved with Ifrit/Christina in later books. Associated with her final spiritual and emotional recovery arc. Identity transformations, same character. These are not separate people, but narrative identities of the same protagonist. Ifrit Khan original identity. Aphrodite Khan public figure/Miss World. Pooja Patel/Amrita Khan transitional identities. Christina Lewinsky final spiritual identity. Summary note. The novel employs a large cast, but the entire saga revolves around two women across generations, Rayhana Khan and Ifrit Khan, while male and institutional characters largely function as mechanisms of power, abuse, or limited rescue. Below is a clear, chronological tracing of Ifrit Khan's life journey, focusing on how her marriages intersect with her identity, legal status, and agency over time. Ifrit Khan, life journey through marriage, identity, and survival. Ifrit Khan's life, as depicted in the Indian Miss World saga, is structured around a sequence of marriages that function less as personal relationships and more as social, legal, and political mechanisms. Each marriage marks a new phase of displacement, a shift in authority, and a redefinition of who controls her body, name, and future. Rather than forming a linear path toward stability, Ifrit's marriages reveal a pattern. Marriage is repeatedly used to contain, move, silence, legitimize, and later monetize her existence, until she slowly begins to reclaim choice. 1. Childhood, marriage as guardianship and erasure. Islamic marriage to Sheikh Ahmed. Ifrit's life changes irreversibly while she is still a child, when she is placed under the authority of Sheikh Ahmed, a powerful elderly Saudi man. This marriage is presented within the story as legally sanctioned by religious and guardianship structures rather than by consent. At this stage, Ifrit has no legal or social personhood of her own. Her marriage serves to transfer ownership and responsibility, not companionship. She is moved across borders, beyond the reach of her mother or any protective authority. Narrative function. This marriage establishes the novel's core argument that lawful marriage can be used to erase childhood, identity, and autonomy, while remaining fully legal within certain systems. It defines Ifrit first not as a person, but as a dependent object of custody. 2. Early adolescence, Islamic marriage as legal utility. Marriage to Mahmud Khan. Documentation. Border movement. T. Liability and concealment. Here, marriage is neither stable nor emotionally framed. It exists to shift accountability, preserve secrecy, maintain control while avoiding scrutiny. Narrative function. This stage shows how marriage operates as a flexible administrative tool, especially for vulnerable people without citizenship, education, or advocates. If it remains powerless, but the mechanisms around her grow more complex. 3. Young adulthood. Christian marriage as conditional protection. Marriage to Bruno Fernandes. Christina's marriage to Bruno Fernandes occurs later, in the Indian context, and carries the appearance of legitimacy. Civil law. Religious arrangement. Social adaptation. Unlike earlier marriages, this one offers temporary legal safety rather than outright captivity. However, protection is conditional. Linked to status. Dependent on compliance. Emotionally empty. Narrative function. This marriage exposes a central irony of the novel. Indian systems can reproduce control, especially over traumatized migrants. The form of oppression changes, but dependency remains. For Escape to America, love marriage is social repair. Marriage to Uncle Jimmy, Jamal Khan. If its relationship with Uncle Jimmy emerges in a context of shared trauma, protection, and survival, it is framed socially as a rehabilitative bond, a shelter from instability, a morally ambiguous but socially rationalized union. Unlike earlier marriages, this one is not imposed by global power, exists within familiar cultural ties, offers emotional attachment. However, it is deeply controversial and legally vulnerable. Narrative function. This phase questions whether safety and affection can exist without full agency. The novel does not romanticize the relationship but uses it to show how damaged systems force damaged choices. 5. Public life. Hindu marriage is strategy and control. Proposed/pressured marriage to Rahul Patel. By the time if it becomes a public figure, Miss India/Miss World, marriage reappears not as survival, but as strategy. With Rahul Patel, marriage is framed around inheritance, wealth management, family prestige, reputation control. If its body and name now carry economic value, marriage is proposed as a means to appropriate that value, legitimize access to her assets, reassert patriarchal authority in elite form. Narrative function. This stage demonstrates that power adapts. Where religion and custody once dominated, now capital and class exert control. 6. Later life. Christian marriage as choice and recovery. Marriage to Michael Lewinsky. Only in the final phase of the saga does it experience a marriage rooted in mutual consent, recognition of trauma, emotional companionship, legal equality. Her relationship with Michael Lewinsky coincides with withdrawal from public spectacle, a shift towards spiritual and psychological healing, acceptance that recovery is partial, not total. Narrative function. This marriage reframes marriage itself, from a weapon of control into a space of negotiated humanity. It does not save Ifit, but it allows her to exist without constant coercion. Overall arc. What Ifit's marriages mean? Across her life, Ifit's marriages function as custody tools, childhood, legal fictions, adolescence, immigration mechanisms, young adulthood, social survival strategies, return to India, economic instruments, public fame, personal choice, later life. Her journey is not from victim to victor, but from object survivor partial agent. The novel's central claim, through Ifit, is that female autonomy is not granted all at once, it is painfully assembled, piece by piece, through loss, resistance, and conscious refusal to be reduced again. Below is a structured comparison of Ifat Khan's marriages and Rayhana Khan's marriages, focusing on legal context, power dynamics, motivation, and narrative meaning. The comparison is grounded in the content and framing of the Indian Miss World and its six-book structure. Overview: Mother and daughter, same institution, different trajectories. Both Rayhana Khan and Ifat Khan experience marriage primarily as a social and legal institution imposed by power, rather than as a personal choice. However, their marital journeys differ in timing, degree of agency, and ultimate trajectory. Rayhana's marriages occur mostly in adulthood, shaped by poverty, migration, and fear. Ifat's marriages begin in childhood, shaped by custody, guardianship, law, and later fame. Marriage functions differently for each, but in both cases, it is a mechanism of control before it becomes, even partially, a site of choice. 1. Entry into marriage. Rayhana Khan enters marriage as an adult woman, already a widow and mother. Choices are constrained by economic desperation, lack of protection, and migration fraud. Marriage is often presented to her as the only alternative to legal punishment or social ruin. Ifat Khan enters marriage as a child, without legal capacity or consent. Marriage is imposed as a form of guardianship transfer, sanctioned by religious and legal systems. Functions as a custodial decision, not a personal or economic one. Key difference. Rayhana is coerced by circumstance, Ifat is absorbed by structure. 2. Legal and social frameworks. Aspect. Rayhana. Ifat. Initial marital context. Informal, deceptive, or coerced adult arrangements. Formally sanctioned child marriage. Legal framing. Often ambiguous or manipulated. Explicitly lawful within presented religious systems. Mobility. Migration-driven, India left-right arrow Saudi Arabia. Custody-driven, cross-border containment. Rayhana's marriages are legally fragile, frequently used against her, accusations of polyandry. Ifat's marriages are legally fortified, shielding those in power rather than the child. 3. Power dynamics. Rayhana. Power lies with employers, sponsors, police, religious intermediaries. Marriage is used to silence her, restrict movement, create legal vulnerability. Yet Rayhana retains internal resistance and emotional awareness of coercion. Ifat. Power lies with guardians, elder men, families, later, elites and institutions. Marriage governs where she lives, who claims her, how her identity is recorded. Ifat's early marriages erase agency entirely, replacing it with custody and documentation. 4. Marriage as survival versus strategy. Rayhana's marriages function primarily as survival mechanisms. Shelter, avoidance of punishment, hope of stability. Even when protective, they backfire legally and socially. Marriage compounds her vulnerability rather than resolving it. Ifat's marriages evolve over time. 1. Custody and containment, childhood. 2. Bureaucratic utility, adolescence. 3. Conditional protection, young adulthood. 4. Economic and reputational strategy, public life. 5. Personal choice, later life. Key distinction. Rayhana remains trapped in marriage as survival. Ifat eventually confronts marriage as negotiation. 5. Relationship to identity. Rayhana. Identity remains fixed. Poor, Muslim, mother, migrant. Marriage does not change who society sees, only how she is punished. Ifat. Identity transforms repeatedly. Ifat Khan. Aphrodite Khan. Amrita/Pooja. Christina. Marriage repeatedly rebrands her nationality, religion, and social positioning. Marriage for Ifat is not just relational, it is identity-producing. 6. End states. Rehana Khan. Marriage never becomes a stable or empowering institution. Her arc emphasizes endurance and sacrifice, including relinquishing personal happiness for her child's perceived safety. She exits the narrative as a survivor, not a beneficiary of marriage. Ifat Khan. Marriage eventually becomes consensual and emotionally reciprocal. Final union is framed as chosen, equal, healing, though not redemptive. Her arc suggests partial reclamation, not restoration. Thematic conclusion. Rehana's marriages illustrate how adult women are crushed by poverty plus law plus patriarchy operating together. Ifat's marriages illustrate how systems adapt across a lifespan, from religion to capitalism, to control the same female body in different ways. Together, they show that marriage is not inherently protective in the novel, it is a tool whose effect depends entirely on who controls it. In a world where hope and hardship collide, The Arab Sugar Daddy and the Beautiful Indian Girl plunges readers into the harrowing journey of Rehana, a resilient Indian widow whose quest for dignity and survival leads her from the slums of Bombay to the gilded cages of Saudi Arabia. Through Rehana's eyes, the novel exposes the raw realities of poverty, migration, and the relentless exploitation of women trapped between patriarchal tradition and religious law. With unflinching detail and provocative social critique, Dr. Ahmed crafts a story that is as much an indictment of systemic injustice as it is a testament to the endurance of the human spirit. This is not just a tale of love and betrayal, it is a powerful exploration of agency, oppression, and the price women pay for daring to dream beyond their circumstances. Here is a concise summary of The Arab Sugar Daddy and the Beautiful Indian Girl. The novel follows Rehana, a poor Indian Muslim widow, who is lured by the promise of a better life to work as a maid in Saudi Arabia for a wealthy, older Saudi man, Sheikh Ahmed. Rehana faces exploitation, sexual abuse, and corruption both in India and Saudi Arabia, including rape by police and blackmail by her employer's family. She develops a genuine romantic relationship with Jamal, an honest Indian man, but circumstances force her to migrate. In Saudi Arabia, Rehana is further abused, blackmailed, and forced into sham marriages, ultimately being accused of polyandry and sentenced to prison and stoning under Sharia law. The novel also tells parallel stories of other women facing similar fates, and includes extensive criticism of Islamic law, gender roles, and the treatment of women in Muslim societies. The author, Dr. Ahmed, uses the narrative to deliver strong criticism and highlight the plight of women under religious and patriarchal oppression. The book is explicit and intended for mature readers, with themes of poverty, migration, sexual violence, and social injustice. Here's a focused summary of Rehana's character based on the novel. Rehana's character, key points. Background: Rehana is a poor, beautiful Indian Muslim woman living in a slum, responsible for her children and elderly relatives after her husband's suicide. Resilience: despite extreme poverty, loss, and hardship, she shows remarkable strength and determination to provide for her family. Naivety and hope: Rehana is depicted as naive about the world outside her slum, yet she is hopeful and dreams of a better life for her children. Victim of exploitation: throughout the story, Rehana is repeatedly exploited, sexually, emotionally, and economically, by men in positions of power, both in India and Saudi Arabia. Endurance of abuse: she endures sexual harassment, rape, blackmail, and false accusations, yet continues to fight for survival and dignity. Capacity for love: Rehana experiences genuine love for Jamal, an honest man who treats her with respect, but circumstances force her to leave him behind. Lack of agency: her choices are continually limited by poverty, gender, and social structures, she is often manipulated or coerced by others. Moral integrity. Despite being surrounded by corruption and abuse, Rayhana tries to maintain her integrity and protect her daughter. Tragic fate. Her journey, motivated by hope, leads to further suffering, culminating in imprisonment, a death sentence, and separation from her daughter. Symbolic role. Rayhana's character is used by the author to highlight the vulnerability of women in patriarchal and religiously conservative societies, and to critique systems that perpetuate their suffering. Extreme poverty. Rayhana is forced to support her children and elderly relatives after her husband's suicide, struggling daily for basic survival in an Indian slum. Exploitation and abuse. She is repeatedly exploited, sexually, emotionally, and economically, by men in positions of power, both in India and Saudi Arabia. Corruption and injustice. Rayhana faces corruption in the police, legal, and immigration systems, leading to false accusations, imprisonment, and torture. Sexual violence. She endures sexual harassment, rape by police and employers, and blackmail through secretly recorded videos. Lack of agency. Her choices are severely limited by poverty, gender, and social structures. She is often manipulated or coerced by others. Separation from loved ones. Circumstances force her to leave behind her genuine love, Jamal, and later, she is separated from her daughter. Legal persecution. In Saudi Arabia, Rayhana is accused of polyandry, marrying 2 men without proper divorce, becomes pregnant, and is sentenced to prison and stoning under Sharia law. Social stigma and isolation. She is stigmatized as a bad woman and faces isolation, both in her home country and abroad. Endurance and survival. Despite all hardships, Rayhana continues to fight for her dignity and the well-being of her daughter, showing resilience in the face of overwhelming adversity. General overview. The novel is written by Dr. Ahmed and is the first in a series of 6 books. It tells a one-sided love story between a wealthy old Saudi man, Sheikh Ahmed, and a poor, beautiful Indian girl, Rayhana. The story is set in India and Saudi Arabia, exploring themes of poverty, gender, religion, exploitation, and abuse. Main plot points. Rayhana's background. Rayhana is a poor Indian Muslim woman living in a slum with her children and elderly relatives. Her husband dies by suicide after becoming disabled. Struggles of poverty. The novel describes the harsh realities of slum life in India, including lack of food, sanitation, and opportunities. Seeking opportunity. After her husband's death, Rayhana seeks work in the homes of the rich Indians and dreams of a better life for her family. Encounter with Sheikh Ahmed. Rayhana meets Sheikh Ahmed, a wealthy Saudi man, in Bombay. He mistakes her for a prostitute but learns she is seeking a work visa. Visa and migration. Sheikh Ahmed offers Rayhana a visa and job as a maid in Saudi Arabia, covering all expenses for her and her daughter. Travel agency exploitation. The process of obtaining documents exposes Rayhana to further exploitation and sexual harassment at the hands of the travel agency owner and staff. Love triangle. Rayhana develops a mutual romantic relationship with Jamal, a young, honest employee at the agency, but circumstances force her to continue with her plan to go to Saudi Arabia. Corruption and betrayal. The travel agency owner and others conspire, leading to confusion, lost documents, and false accusations. Imprisonment and abuse. Rayhana and Jamal are falsely accused of terrorism and endure police brutality, torture, and imprisonment in India. Release and aftermath. After months in jail, they are acquitted, but their lives are shattered. Rayhana's family suffers greatly during her absence. Rayhana's journey to Saudi Arabia. Despite setbacks, Rayhana and her daughter eventually travel to Saudi Arabia, but without proper documents. Abuse in Saudi Arabia. Upon arrival, Rayhana and her daughter are abused by Saudi police, and Rayhana is raped. Life as a maid. Rayhana becomes a maid in Sheikh Ahmed's household, facing harsh treatment from his wife and sexual exploitation by the family's sons. Blackmail and further abuse. Rayhana is blackmailed with secretly recorded videos and repeatedly raped by the sons. Pseudo-marriage. To protect herself, Rehana enters a sham marriage with the family's Pakistani chauffeur, orchestrated by Sheikh Ahmed. Legal trouble. Rehana is arrested for polyandry, marrying two men without proper divorce, becomes pregnant, and is sentenced to prison and eventual stoning under Sharia law. Parallel stories. The novel also tells the story of another woman, Sakina, who is stoned to death for adultery in Saudi Arabia. Religious and social critique. The author uses the narrative to critique Islamic law, gender roles, and the treatment of women in Muslim societies. Author's perspective. Dr. Ahmed, a former Muslim turned Christian, includes lengthy commentary on Islam, its history, and its impact on society, especially regarding women's rights and violence. Themes and motifs. Poverty and social injustice. The cycle of poverty and lack of opportunity for the poor in India. Religious critique. Strong criticism of Islamic law, Sharia, and the treatment of women. Sexual exploitation and abuse. Repeated instances of sexual violence, blackmail, and exploitation of women and children. Corruption. Widespread corruption in police, legal, and immigration systems in both India and Saudi Arabia. Gender and power. The vulnerability of women in patriarchal societies and their lack of agency. Migration and disillusionment. The false promise of a better life abroad, leading to further abuse and tragedy. Main characters. Rehana Khan. The protagonist, a poor, beautiful Indian Muslim widow living in a slum. Faces extreme poverty, exploitation, sexual abuse, and injustice. Struggles to support her children and elderly relatives after her husband's suicide. Endures abuse in both India and Saudi Arabia, ultimately becoming a symbol of female suffering and resilience. Sheikh Ahmed, Faiz bin Ahmed. A wealthy, older Saudi man who becomes obsessed with Rehana. Offers Rehana a job as a maid in Saudi Arabia, but his intentions are exploitative. Represents patriarchal power, religious hypocrisy, and the abuse of wealth and status. Jamal Khan. An honest, young Indian Muslim man who works at the travel agency. Develops a genuine romantic relationship with Rehana. Faces false accusations, imprisonment, and personal tragedy due to his involvement with Rehana. Mrs. Ahmed, Mastora. Sheikh Ahmed's fourth wife. Strict, jealous, and harsh towards Rehana, fearing her beauty and influence over the men in the household. Represents the internalized oppression and rivalry among women in patriarchal societies. Sabir Ibrahim Shah. Sheikh Ahmed's Pakistani chauffeur. Becomes involved in a sham marriage with Rehana, orchestrated by Sheikh Ahmed. It is manipulated and ultimately victimized by the power dynamics in the household. Aslam Ali Khan. An Indian Muslim pimp from Hyderabad. Marries Rehana on paper and sells her as a maid/sex slave in Saudi Arabia. Embodies the exploitation and trafficking of vulnerable women. Ifat Khan. Rehana's young daughter. Her mother accompanied her throughout the ordeal, witnessing and suffering from the consequences of adult actions. Mrs. Ahmed's sons, Khalid and Tariq. Teenage sons of Sheikh Ahmed's fourth wife. Exploit and abuse Rehana, furthering her victimization. Sakina. A Pakistani woman whose parallel story is told in the novel. Faces similar abuse and is ultimately stoned to death for adultery, highlighting the dangers women face under strict religious laws. Secondary characters. Babakar Al-Awar. A Sudanese student and translator at the travel agency. Acts as a go-between for Sheikh Ahmed and the agency. Becomes entangled in the story through his work and is later falsely accused and imprisoned. Jamila. An unattractive and self-serving female employee at the travel agency. Sister-in-law to the agency owner, placed there to spy on him. Exploits Babakar's affection for her, but does not reciprocate his feelings. Balbola Sheikh. A beautiful young female employee at the travel agency. Becomes a victim of sexual exploitation and rape by her boss, Muhammad Khan. Her tragic story ends in pregnancy, social ostracism, and suicide. Rukhsana and Tahira. Female employees at the travel agency. Jealous and gossipy, they spread rumors about Rayhana and Jamal. Represent the competitive and sometimes hostile environment among women in the workplace. Other travel agency employees. Various minor characters who contribute to the office dynamics, gossip, and Rayhana's journey. Here's a comparison of the roles of Sheikh Ahmed and Mr. Muhammad Khan in the novel, and how each influences Rayhana Khan's fate. Sheikh Ahmed. Role: wealthy, older Saudi man who becomes obsessed with Rayhana. Influence on Rayhana. Promise of escape: offers Rayhana a way out of poverty by promising her a job as a maid in Saudi Arabia, presenting himself as her benefactor. Exploitation: his intentions are ultimately exploitative. He uses his power and wealth to control Rayhana's fate, orchestrating her migration and later her circumstances in Saudi Arabia. Patriarchal power: represents patriarchal and religious authority, using the legal and social systems of Saudi Arabia to keep Rayhana dependent and vulnerable. Catalyst for suffering: his actions set in motion Rayhana's journey into deeper exploitation, abuse, and legal peril, culminating in her imprisonment and death sentence under Sharia law. Ambiguous protector: at times, he attempts to protect Rayhana, but this protection is conditional and self-serving, reinforcing her lack of agency. Mr. Muhammad Khan. Role: owner of the travel agency in India, Rayhana's initial point of contact for migration. Influence on Rayhana. Gatekeeper and exploiter, controls Rayhana's access to migration opportunities, but exploits her vulnerability for personal gain, including sexual harassment and manipulation. Corruption and betrayal, involved in corrupt practices, document manipulation, and betrayal, which lead to Rayhana's false accusations, imprisonment, and further victimization. Facilitator of abuse: his actions directly expose Rayhana to further abuse, by delaying, complicating, or sabotaging her migration process, and by colluding with others who exploit her. Instrument of social injustice: embodies the systemic corruption and misogyny of the environment Rayhana is trapped in, reinforcing her powerlessness and isolation. Comparative influence on Rayhana Khan. Both men use their positions of power to control and exploit Rayhana, though in different contexts: Sheikh Ahmed in Saudi Arabia, Mr. Muhammad Khan in India. Sheikh Ahmed's influence is global and personally orchestrates Rayhana's journey and her fate abroad, motivated by obsession and entitlement. Mr. Muhammad Khan's influence is local and bureaucratic. He manipulates Rayhana's opportunities and exposes her to systemic abuse, motivated by greed and self-interest. Both contribute to Rayhana's loss of agency, dignity, and safety, ultimately trapping her in cycles of exploitation, legal peril, and social stigma. A comparison of the power dynamics between Sheikh Ahmed and Mr. Muhammad Khan, and how these dynamics shape Rayhana's fate. Sheikh Ahmed: power rooted in wealth, status, and patriarchy. Absolute authority: as a wealthy Saudi man, Sheikh Ahmed wields near absolute power over Rayhana once she enters his world. His wealth, age, and status in a patriarchal society allow him to control her legal, social, and physical circumstances. Legal and social control: in Saudi Arabia, Sheikh Ahmed uses the country's legal system and social norms to keep Rayhana dependent and vulnerable. He orchestrates her migration, manipulates her employment, and ultimately has the power to determine her fate under Sharia law. Conditional protection: while he sometimes acts as Rayhana's protector, this protection is always conditional and self-serving. His power is used to possess and control, not to empower or liberate. Sexual and emotional power: his obsession with Rayhana is both sexual and possessive, and he leverages his authority to exploit her, orchestrate sham marriages, and ultimately expose her to legal peril. Mr. Muhammad Khan: power through gatekeeping, corruption, and exploitation. Bureaucratic gatekeeper: as the owner of the travel agency in India, Mr. Muhammad Khan controls Rayhana's access to migration and opportunity. He is the first barrier she must pass to escape poverty. Corrupt and predatory, his power is rooted in his ability to manipulate documents, exploit vulnerable women, and collude with other corrupt officials. He uses his position to sexually harass, blackmail, and betray Rayhana. Systemic power. Muhammad Khan's power is less about personal obsession and more about systemic exploitation. He embodies the everyday corruption and misogyny that trap women like Rayhana in cycles of abuse. Facilitator of abuse. By controlling paperwork, spreading rumors, and enabling false accusations, he exposes Rayhana to further abuse and legal danger, both in India and abroad. Comparative power dynamics. Sheikh Ahmed's power is direct, personal, and backed by the force of law and tradition in Saudi Arabia. He is the ultimate authority in Rayhana's life once she migrates, able to dictate her fate with little accountability. Mr. Muhammad Khan's power is indirect, bureaucratic, and rooted in corruption and social networks. He is a gatekeeper who profits from Rayhana's desperation and lack of options, but his power is limited to the Indian context. Both men exploit Rayhana's vulnerability, but Sheikh Ahmed's power is more absolute and inescapable, while Muhammad Khan's is more opportunistic and transactional. Together, their power dynamics ensure Rayhana is trapped between two systems, one of local corruption and one of patriarchal, legalistic control, leaving her with little agency or hope for escape. Sheikh Ahmed's impact on Rayhana. Catalyst for migration. Sheikh Ahmed offers Rayhana the opportunity to escape poverty by working as a maid in Saudi Arabia, setting her journey in motion. Source of exploitation. While presenting himself as a benefactor, he ultimately exploits Rayhana's vulnerability, using his wealth and status to control her fate. Legal and social entrapment. In Saudi Arabia, Sheikh Ahmed's power, rooted in patriarchal and religious authority, ensures Rayhana's dependence and lack of agency. He orchestrates her employment, living conditions, and even sham marriages. Trigger for abuse. His actions expose Rayhana to further abuse, including sexual exploitation by his family members and legal persecution under Sharia law. Ambiguous protector. At times, he attempts to protect Rayhana, but this protection is conditional and self-serving, reinforcing her powerlessness. Mr. Muhammad Khan's impact on Rayhana. Gatekeeper to opportunity. As the owner of the travel agency, Mr. Muhammad Khan controls Rayhana's access to migration and the possibility of a better life. Agent of corruption. He exploits Rayhana's desperation for personal gain, subjecting her to sexual harassment, manipulation, and bureaucratic obstacles. Facilitator of injustice. His corrupt practices lead to lost documents, false accusations, and Rayhana's wrongful imprisonment in India. Enabler of further abuse. By colluding with other exploiters and failing to protect Rayhana, he exposes her to additional dangers both before and after her migration. Comparative impact. Both men exploit Rayhana's vulnerability, but in different ways and contexts. Sheikh Ahmed's impact is more direct, personal, and absolute, trapping Rayhana in a cycle of dependency and abuse in Saudi Arabia. Mr. Muhammad Khan's impact is more bureaucratic and opportunistic, using his position as a gatekeeper in India to manipulate and profit from Rayhana's desperation. Together, their actions strip Rayhana of agency, dignity, and safety, ensuring she remains trapped between systems of local corruption and patriarchal, legalistic control. Their combined influence leads to Rayhana's ultimate downfall, imprisonment, social stigma, and a death sentence, despite her resilience and hope for a better life. Bulbula Sheikh is a beautiful young female employee at the travel agency where much of Rayhana's story unfolds. Her life becomes a tragic example of the exploitation and vulnerability faced by women in the novel. Sexual exploitation. Bulbula is targeted and raped by her boss, Mr. Muhammad Khan, who abuses his position of power over her. Pregnancy and social ostracism. As a result of the rape, Bulbula becomes pregnant. In her conservative society, this leads to severe social stigma and isolation. Lack of support. She receives no support from her workplace or community. Instead, she is shamed and blamed for her situation. Despair and suicide. Overwhelmed by shame, isolation, and the impossibility of her situation, Balbola ultimately takes her own life. Aftermath. Her suicide is treated as a scandal, and her story is used to further highlight the dangers and injustices faced by women who are victimized and then abandoned by the very systems meant to protect them. Balbola's tragedy serves as a powerful indictment of the systemic abuse, misogyny, and lack of justice for women in both the workplace and society at large, as depicted in the novel. Balbola's fate in The Arab Sugar Daddy and The Beautiful Indian Girl is deeply tragic. Sexual exploitation. Balbola, a beautiful young employee at the travel agency, is raped by her boss, Mr. Muhammad Khan. Pregnancy and social stigma. As a result of the rape, she becomes pregnant. In her conservative society, this leads to severe shame, isolation, and the loss of her fiancé. Loss of support. She is blamed and ostracized by her community and workplace, receiving no help or compassion. Despair and suicide. Overwhelmed by her situation and unable to see a way out, Balbola ultimately takes her own life by suicide. Aftermath. Her death is treated as a scandal, and her story is used to highlight the dangers and injustices faced by women who are victimized and then abandoned by the very systems meant to protect them. Balbola's fate serves as a powerful example of how systemic abuse, misogyny, and lack of justice can destroy vulnerable women's lives in the world depicted by the novel. Consequences of Balbola's tragedy. Personal destruction. Balbola's rape, unwanted pregnancy, and social ostracism drive her to despair and ultimately to suicide, ending her young life in tragedy. Social stigma. Her pregnancy and victimization are met not with compassion but with blame and shame from her community, highlighting the harsh judgment faced by women in similar situations. Loss of support. Balbola receives no help from her workplace, family, or society. Instead, she is abandoned and left to suffer alone, underscoring the lack of safety nets for vulnerable women. Family hardship. After her suicide, her family is left in greater poverty and distress, with her mother and siblings facing homelessness and further social marginalization. Cycle of exploitation. Balbola's fate exemplifies how systemic abuse and misogyny perpetuate cycles of exploitation, as her story is not unique but part of a broader pattern affecting many women in the novel. Warning to others. Her death serves as a cautionary tale within the community, reinforcing fear and silence among other women who might otherwise seek help or speak out. Highlighting injustice. The novel uses Balbola's tragedy to indict the systems, legal, social, and cultural, that fail to protect women and instead punish them for their victimization. Balbola's story is a powerful example of how sexual violence, social stigma, and institutional neglect can combine to destroy lives and perpetuate injustice. Balbola's tragedy has a significant emotional and cautionary impact on Rayhana in the novel. Warning and fear. Balbola's fate, being raped by her boss, becoming pregnant, ostracized, and ultimately driven to suicide, serves as a stark warning to Rayhana about the dangers women like them face in environments controlled by predatory men and corrupt systems. It reinforces Rayhana's fears about her own vulnerability as a poor, unprotected woman. Sense of isolation. Seeing Balbola abandoned and blamed by her workplace and community, Rayhana becomes even more aware of her own lack of support and the risks of being stigmatized or left alone if she is victimized. Emotional distress. Balbola's suicide and the lack of justice for her deeply disturb Rayhana, adding to her anxiety and sense of hopelessness about her own future and the future of other women in similar positions. Solidarity and sorrow. Balbola's suffering highlights for Rayhana the shared plight of exploited women, deepening her empathy and sorrow for others who are abused and silenced. Motivation for survival. Witnessing Balbola's end may also strengthen Rayhana's determination to endure and protect her daughter, even as she realizes how precarious her own safety and dignity are. In summary, Balbola's tragedy is a powerful reminder to Rayhana of the dangers she faces, the cruelty of the systems around her, and the importance of resilience, but it also intensifies her fear, isolation, and emotional pain. Rehana's struggles. Extreme poverty. Rehana is forced to support her children and elderly relatives after her husband's suicide, struggling daily for basic survival in an Indian slum. Exploitation and abuse. She is repeatedly exploited, sexually, emotionally, and economically, by men in positions of power, both in India and Saudi Arabia. Corruption and injustice. Rehana faces corruption in the police, legal, and immigration systems, leading to false accusations, imprisonment, and torture. Sexual violence. She endures sexual harassment, rape by police and employers, and blackmail through secretly recorded videos. Lack of agency. Her choices are severely limited by poverty, gender, and social structures. She is often manipulated or coerced by others. Separation from loved ones. Circumstances force her to leave behind her genuine love, Jamal, and later, she is separated from her daughter. Legal persecution. In Saudi Arabia, Rehana is accused of polyandry, becomes pregnant, and is sentenced to prison and stoning under Sharia law. Social stigma and isolation. She is stigmatized as a bad woman and faces isolation, both in her home country and abroad. Endurance and survival. Despite all hardships, Rehana continues to fight for her dignity and the well-being of her daughter, showing resilience in the face of overwhelming adversity. Balbolia's struggles. Economic hardship. Balbola works to support her family after her mother falls ill, taking on responsibilities beyond her years. Sexual exploitation. She is raped by her boss, Mr. Muhammad Khan, who abuses his position of power over her. Pregnancy and social ostracism. As a result of the rape, Balbola becomes pregnant. In her conservative society, this leads to severe social stigma, the loss of her fiancé, and isolation. Lack of support. She receives no support from her workplace, family, or community. Instead, she is shamed and blamed for her situation. Despair and suicide. Overwhelmed by shame, isolation, and the impossibility of her situation, Balbola ultimately takes her own life. Family hardship. After her suicide, her family is left in greater poverty and distress, with her mother and siblings facing homelessness and further social marginalization. Comparison. Similarities. Both are young women from poor backgrounds, forced to work to support their families. Both are victims of sexual exploitation and abuse by men in positions of power. Both face severe social stigma, isolation, and lack of support after being victimized. Both are failed by the systems meant to protect them, family, workplace, and society. Both experience despair and are pushed to the brink by their circumstances. Differences. Rehana's story is one of endurance and survival despite repeated abuse, while Balbola's ends in suicide, unable to bear the weight of her suffering. Rehana's struggles extend across 2 countries and involve legal persecution, migration, and separation from her child, while Balbola's are more localized but equally devastating. Rehana's journey is marked by a continuous fight for dignity and hope for a better future, whereas Balbola's ends in hopelessness and tragedy. In summary, both Rehana and Balbola are emblematic of the novel's themes of female vulnerability, exploitation, and systemic injustice. While Rehana's suffering is prolonged and marked by resilience, Balbola's is acute and ends in tragedy, serving as a warning and a source of fear and sorrow for Rehana and other women in similar circumstances. A summary of Jamal Khan's tragedy both at home and at work, based on the novel. Jamal Khan's tragedy at work. False accusations and imprisonment. Jamal, an honest and hard-working employee at the travel agency, is falsely accused of terrorism and later of rape and robbery. These accusations are orchestrated by his corrupt boss, Mr. Muhammad Khan, who manipulates the legal system for personal gain and revenge. Workplace exploitation. Jamal works in a toxic environment where the boss is a notorious womanizer and abuser, and the female staff are often harassed or exploited. Loss of livelihood. After being accused and imprisoned, Jamal loses his job and is unable to support himself or his family. Even after his release, he is denied re-employment and is left desperate for work. Betrayal and isolation. Despite his loyalty and integrity, Jamal is betrayed by his employer and abandoned by colleagues who are too afraid or powerless to help him. Jamal Khan's tragedy at home. Family responsibility. Jamal is the eldest son and sole breadwinner for a large, impoverished family after his father's death. He supports his sick mother, 3 sisters, and 6 brothers. Family collapse during imprisonment. While Jamal is in jail, his mother dies of cancer, 2 of his sisters become pregnant out of wedlock and run away to become prostitutes, and 2 of his brothers join gangs or disappear. Another brother is killed in a car accident. Poverty and desperation. The family is forced to sell their home for a fraction of its value and move to an even poorer area. His teenage sister, Nafisa, must work to support the remaining siblings, facing harassment and exploitation herself. Irreparable loss. By the time Jamal is released from prison, his family is shattered, his siblings are scattered, some lost to crime or prostitution, and the family's reputation and stability are destroyed. In summary, Jamal's tragedy is the destruction of both his professional and personal life by systemic corruption, false accusations, and the relentless pressures of poverty. His suffering is compounded by the collapse of his family, for whom he sacrificed everything, and by the betrayal and injustice he faces at the hands of those in power. Here's a comparison of Jamal's fate with Rehana's in The Arab Sugar Daddy and The Beautiful Indian Girl. Jamal Khan's fate. Workplace betrayal and injustice. Jamal is an honest, hard-working young man who becomes a victim of his corrupt boss, Mr. Muhammad Khan. He is falsely accused of terrorism, rape, and robbery, leading to his imprisonment. Loss of livelihood. After being accused and jailed, Jamal loses his job and is unable to support his large, impoverished family. Even after release, he is denied re-employment and faces social stigma. Family collapse. While Jamal is in prison, his mother dies, his sisters become pregnant out of wedlock and run away, his brothers join gangs or disappear, and one is killed in an accident. The family is shattered and left in deeper poverty. Irreparable damage. By the time Jamal is released, his family is broken, his reputation is destroyed, and he is left isolated and desperate, with little hope for recovery. End result. Jamal is ultimately convicted of rape, a crime he did not commit, and sentenced to 14 years of hard labor, a victim of systemic corruption and injustice. Rehana Khan's fate. Cycle of exploitation. Rehana, a poor widow, is lured by the promise of a better life but faces repeated sexual, emotional, and economic exploitation in both India and Saudi Arabia. Legal and social persecution. She is abused by police, blackmailed, and forced into sham marriages. In Saudi Arabia, she is accused of polyandry, becomes pregnant, and is sentenced to prison and stoning under Sharia law. Separation and loss. Rehana is separated from her daughter and the man she loves, Jamal, and is stigmatized as a bad woman in both countries. Endurance and resilience. Despite overwhelming adversity, Rehana continues to fight for her dignity and her daughter's well-being, but her journey ends in imprisonment, a death sentence, and profound isolation. End result. Rehana's fate is marked by relentless suffering, legal injustice, and the loss of agency, culminating in a sentence of death by stoning. Comparison. Victims of systemic injustice. Both Jamal and Rehana are destroyed by corrupt systems, legal, social, and economic, that exploit their vulnerability. Loss of family and support. Each loses their family and support network due to false accusations, imprisonment, and social stigma. End in tragedy. Both fates are tragic. Jamal is unjustly imprisoned for most of his life, while Rehana faces execution after years of abuse and exploitation. Resilience versus despair. Rehana's story is marked by resilience and a continuous fight for dignity, while Jamal's is characterized by despair and the collapse of everything he tried to protect. Gendered suffering. Rehana's suffering is compounded by gender-based violence and patriarchal oppression, while Jamal's is rooted in his role as a provider and the destruction of his family. In summary, both Jamal and Rehana are emblematic of the novel's themes of exploitation, injustice, and the crushing weight of poverty and corruption. Their intertwined fates highlight how systemic abuse can destroy lives, regardless of gender, but also how women like Rayhana face additional layers of vulnerability and violence. Here's a comparison of the story of Rayhana and the story of Christy as depicted in The Arab Sugar Daddy and the Beautiful Indian Girl. Rayhana's story. Background: Rayhana is a poor, beautiful Indian Muslim widow living in a slum, responsible for her children and elderly relatives after her husband's suicide. Motivation: driven by hope for a better life for her children, she seeks work abroad and is lured by the promise of a maid's job in Saudi Arabia. Journey: Rayhana faces repeated exploitation, sexual abuse, and corruption both in India and Saudi Arabia. She is manipulated by men in power, including Sheikh Ahmed and Mr. Muhammad Khan. Suffering: she endures sexual harassment, rape, blackmail, false accusations, and is ultimately accused of polyandry and sentenced to prison and stoning under Sharia law. Agency: Rayhana's choices are severely limited by poverty, gender, and social structures. She is often manipulated or coerced by others. Outcome: her journey is marked by resilience and endurance, but ends in tragedy, imprisonment, a death sentence, and separation from her daughter. Symbolism: Rayhana's story is used to highlight the vulnerability and suffering of women in patriarchal and religiously conservative societies. Christy's story. Background: Christy, Cristina Lopez, is a young, beautiful Indian Christian woman from Goa, working as a housekeeper in a five-star hotel in Bombay. She is the eldest in a poor family, supporting her blind mother and alcoholic father. Motivation: Christy dreams of marrying her true love, Bobby, but family obligations and poverty force her to consider other options. Journey: Sheikh Ahmed, a wealthy Saudi man, falls in love with Christy and offers her family wealth in exchange for marriage. Christy agrees under strict conditions, including staying in India and supporting her family. Suffering in agency: Christy sacrifices her own happiness for her family, marries Sheikh Ahmed, but maintains a secret relationship with Bobby. She uses her agency to eventually divorce Sheikh Ahmed, marry Bobby, and start a new life. Outcome: Christy becomes wealthy through her marriage to Sheikh Ahmed, but after divorcing him, she marries Bobby and achieves personal and financial independence. She is able to support her family and live on her own terms. Symbolism: Christy's story, while also marked by exploitation and transactional relationships, ultimately demonstrates a woman's ability to reclaim agency and reshape her destiny. Key contrasts. Agency and outcome. Rayhana is continually stripped of agency and trapped by systemic oppression, ending in tragedy and victimization. Christy manages to use her circumstances to her advantage, ultimately gaining freedom, wealth, and the ability to choose her own partner. Exploitation. Both women are exploited by Sheikh Ahmed, but Christy is able to escape and thrive, while Rayhana is further victimized and punished by the systems around her. Social critique. Rayhana's story is a critique of religious and patriarchal oppression, focusing on the suffering and lack of options for poor Muslim women. Christy's story critiques transactional relationships and the commodification of women, but also shows the possibility of agency and self-determination. In summary, Rayhana's story is one of endurance and tragic victimhood under systemic injustice, while Christy's is a tale of survival, strategic compromise, and eventual empowerment. Both stories expose the exploitation of women, but only Christy is able to break free and shape her own fate. Here's a comparison of Rayhana's and Christy's relationships with Sheikh Ahmed, based on the document. Rayhana's relationship with Sheikh Ahmed. Power imbalance. Rayhana is a poor, vulnerable widow who meets Sheikh Ahmed while desperately seeking a way out of poverty. Sheikh Ahmed, a wealthy Saudi man, offers her a job as a maid in Saudi Arabia, but his intentions are ultimately exploitative. Lack of agency. Rayhana's relationship with Sheikh Ahmed is marked by her lack of power and choice. She is manipulated, coerced, and ultimately controlled by him and the systems he represents. Exploitation. Sheikh Ahmed uses his wealth and status to orchestrate Rayhana's migration, employment, and even her personal life, including sham marriages. He is both her benefactor and her oppressor. Conditional protection. At times, Sheikh Ahmed tries to protect Rayhana, but this protection is always self-serving and reinforces her dependence and lack of agency. Tragic outcome. Rayhana's relationship with Sheikh Ahmed leads to further suffering. She is abused, blackmailed, falsely accused, and ultimately sentenced to prison and stoning under Sharia law. Christie's relationship with Sheikh Ahmed. Transactional arrangement. Christie, a young Indian Christian woman, enters into a marriage with Sheikh Ahmed as a strategic decision to support her family and eventually be with her true love, Bobby. Negotiated terms. Unlike Rayhana, Christie sets clear conditions for her relationship with Sheikh Ahmed. She will remain in India, support her family, and maintain a degree of independence. Agency and strategy. Christie uses her relationship with Sheikh Ahmed to her advantage. She leverages his wealth to secure her family's future, and after fulfilling her obligations, she divorces him and marries Bobby, the man she truly loves. Empowerment. Christie's relationship with Sheikh Ahmed, while also exploitative, ultimately empowers her. She gains wealth, independence, and the ability to choose her own path. Positive outcome. Christie's story ends with her achieving personal and financial independence, supporting her family, and living on her own terms. Key differences. Agency. Rayhana is continually stripped of agency and trapped by Sheikh Ahmed's power, while Christie negotiates her own terms and ultimately reclaims her agency. Outcome. Rayhana's relationship with Sheikh Ahmed leads to tragedy and victimization. Christie's leads to empowerment and a new life. Nature of relationship. Rayhana's relationship is marked by exploitation and dependency. Christie's is transactional but strategic, allowing her to escape and thrive. Emotional connection. Sheikh Ahmed is obsessed with both women, but while Rayhana is a victim of his obsession, Christie uses his feelings and resources to achieve her own goals. In summary, Rayhana's relationship with Sheikh Ahmed is defined by exploitation, powerlessness, and tragedy, while Christie's is characterized by negotiation, agency, and eventual empowerment. Both women are exploited, but only Christie is able to turn the relationship to her advantage and escape. Here's how Sheikh Ahmed influences each woman, Rayhana and Christie, in the novel. Sheikh Ahmed's influence on Rayhana. Promise of escape. Sheikh Ahmed offers Rayhana a way out of poverty by promising her a job as a maid in Saudi Arabia, presenting himself as her benefactor. Exploitation and control. Once Rayhana accepts, Sheikh Ahmed uses his wealth, status, and the patriarchal legal system to control her fate. He orchestrates her migration, employment, and even her personal relationships, including sham marriages. Source of suffering. His actions directly expose Rayhana to further abuse, including sexual exploitation by his family members, blackmail, and legal persecution under Sharia law. Conditional protection. At times, he attempts to protect Rayhana, but this protection is always self-serving and reinforces her dependence and lack of agency. Catalyst for tragedy. Ultimately, Sheikh Ahmed's influence leads Rayhana into a cycle of dependency, exploitation, and legal peril, culminating in her imprisonment and death sentence. Sheikh Ahmed's influence on Christie. Transactional arrangement. Sheikh Ahmed falls in love with Christie and offers her family wealth in exchange for marriage. Christie agrees under strict conditions, including staying in India and supporting her family. Empowerment through negotiation. Unlike Rayhana, Christie negotiates the terms of her relationship with Sheikh Ahmed, maintaining a degree of independence and agency. Pathway to independence. Through her marriage to Sheikh Ahmed, Christie gains wealth and is able to support her family. After fulfilling her obligations, she divorces him and marries her true love, Bobby. Facilitator of change. While his relationship with Christie is also exploitative, it ultimately enables her to achieve personal and financial independence, allowing her to reshape her destiny. Key contrast. Rayhana is ultimately trapped and victimized by Sheikh Ahmed's power, leading to tragedy. Christie is able to use her relationship with Sheikh Ahmed as a stepping stone to independence and self-determination. Sheikh Ahmed's role in the novel is central and complex. Catalyst and antagonist, Sheikh Ahmed is the wealthy, older Saudi man whose obsession with Rayhana sets the entire plot in motion. He offers her the promise of escape from poverty, but his intentions are ultimately self-serving and exploitative. Symbol of patriarchal power, he embodies patriarchal, religious, and social authority. In Saudi Arabia, his wealth and status allow him to control Rayhana's fate, orchestrate her migration, and manipulate her circumstances with little accountability. Agent of exploitation, while presenting himself as a benefactor, Sheikh Ahmed uses his power to possess and control Rayhana, exposing her to further abuse, sham marriages, and legal peril under Sharia law. Ambiguous protector, at times, he attempts to protect Rayhana, but this protection is always conditional and reinforces her dependence and lack of agency. Driving force of tragedy, his actions directly lead to Rayhana's suffering, legal persecution, and ultimate downfall, making him both a personal and systemic oppressor in her life. Contrast to other characters, Sheikh Ahmed's relationships with both Rayhana and Christie highlight different outcomes for women under his influence. Rayhana is trapped and victimized, while Christie is able to negotiate, escape, and thrive. In summary, Sheikh Ahmed is both the instigator of hope and the architect of tragedy for Rayhana, representing the dangers of unchecked power, obsession, and patriarchal control. Sheikh Ahmed's key actions. Meets Rayhana in Bombay, encounters Rayhana, a poor Indian widow, and offers her a job as a maid in Saudi Arabia, presenting himself as her benefactor. Arranges migration, uses his wealth and influence to secure Rayhana's visa and travel arrangements, covering all expenses for her and her daughter. Controls Rayhana's fate, orchestrates her migration and employment, ensuring she is dependent on him once she arrives in Saudi Arabia. Manipulates relationships, arranges sham marriages for Rayhana, including with his chauffeur, to maintain control and avoid legal complications. Exploits power dynamics, uses his patriarchal and legal authority in Saudi Arabia to keep Rayhana vulnerable, isolated, and without agency. Conditional protection, sometimes acts as Rayhana's protector, but only when it serves his own interests and reinforces her dependence. Enables abuse, his actions and lack of intervention expose Rayhana to further abuse, including sexual exploitation by his family members. Fails to rescue Rayhana. When Rayhana is accused of polyandry and sentenced under Sharia law, Sheikh Ahmed is unable or unwilling to save her from legal persecution. Symbolizes systemic oppression. Throughout the novel, his actions embody the dangers of unchecked patriarchal power and the exploitation of vulnerable women. Sheikh Ahmed plays a central role in Rayhana's legal troubles in Saudi Arabia. Initiates her migration. Sheikh Ahmed brings Rayhana to Saudi Arabia under the pretense of offering her a job as a maid, making her dependent on his sponsorship and subject to the country's strict legal and social systems. Manipulates her status. To maintain control and navigate Saudi legal restrictions, Sheikh Ahmed orchestrates sham marriages for Rayhana, including with his chauffeur, complicating her legal status and exposing her to accusations of polyandry, being married to more than one man without proper divorce. Exposes her to legal risk. Because of these sham marriages and the lack of proper legal protections, Rayhana is accused of polyandry, a serious crime under Sharia law. This leads to her arrest, pregnancy while unmarried, and ultimately a sentence of imprisonment and stoning. Fails to protect her. Although Sheikh Ahmed sometimes acts as her protector, his interventions are self-serving and ultimately ineffective. When Rayhana faces legal persecution, he is unable or unwilling to save her from the harsh consequences of the Saudi legal system. Symbol of systemic oppression, his actions, both direct and indirect, entangle Rayhana in a web of legal and social vulnerabilities, making her an easy target for prosecution under patriarchal and religious laws. In summary, Sheikh Ahmed's decisions and manipulations directly lead to Rayhana's legal entrapment, criminal charges, and eventual death sentence, highlighting how his power and self-interest contribute to her ultimate tragedy. Sheikh Ahmed's legal manipulations in Rehana's case are a central part of her downfall in the novel. Here's how he uses legal systems and loopholes to control and ultimately endanger Rehana. Sheikh Ahmed's legal manipulations. Sponsorship and dependency. Sheikh Ahmed brings Rehana to Saudi Arabia under his sponsorship, making her legally and economically dependent on him. In Saudi law, a sponsor, kafil, has significant control over a foreign worker's legal status and freedom. Sham marriages. To navigate Saudi legal restrictions and maintain control, Sheikh Ahmed orchestrates sham marriages for Rehana, including with his Pakistani chauffeur. These marriages are not for her protection, but to manipulate her legal status and keep her vulnerable. Compromised legal status. By arranging multiple marriages without proper divorces, Sheikh Ahmed exposes Rehana to accusations of polyandry, being married to more than one man at the same time, which is a serious crime under Sharia law. Failure to provide legal protection. Sheikh Ahmed does not ensure Rehana's legal safety or proper documentation. When she is accused of polyandry and becomes pregnant, she is left without legal recourse or protection. Conditional protection. While Sheikh Ahmed sometimes intervenes on Rehana's behalf, his actions are always self-serving and do not prevent her from being prosecuted under Saudi law. Abandonment at crisis. When Rehana is arrested and faces charges of polyandry and adultery, Sheikh Ahmed is unable or unwilling to intervene effectively, leaving her to face imprisonment and a death sentence. Summary. Sheikh Ahmed's legal manipulations, using sponsorship, orchestrating sham marriages, and failing to protect Rehana from legal risks, directly lead to her prosecution and ultimate tragedy. His actions demonstrate how power and legal systems can be weaponized to control and endanger vulnerable individuals, especially women in patriarchal societies. Below is a comparative, character-by-character analysis of Muhammad Khan's abuse of his female employees, grounded only in what is explicitly shown or described in The Arab Sugar Daddy and The Beautiful Indian Girl. This comparison shows how the same abuser uses different methods depending on the woman's position, vulnerability, and resistance, revealing a deliberate pattern rather than isolated misconduct. Muhammad Khan's abuse, a comparative analysis. 1. Core pattern of abuse, shared across all women. Before comparing individuals, it is important to establish what remains constant in Muhammad Khan's behavior. Across all his female employees, Muhammad Khan uses economic coercion, jobs, visas, survival leverage. Sexual entitlement, treating female workers as personal property. Psychological intimidation. Institutional protection, police, courts, gangs. Victim replacement rather than accountability. What differs is the level of violence and consequence, based on how each woman responds. 2. Zarin, normalized exploitation through fear. Nature of abuse. Zarin is an employee who understands the rules early. She is subjected to routine sexual harassment and implicit expectations of sexual availability. She survives by compliance, silence, and adaptation. Muhammad Khan's approach. No immediate escalation is required. Abuse is normalized, not explosive. Power is maintained through fear of job loss, fear of police, awareness of what happens to difficult women. Outcome. Zarin survives physically, but only by surrendering dignity and agency. She represents the working equilibrium of exploitation. Interpretation. Zarin shows how abuse becomes invisible when resistance is eliminated early. 3. Nafisa Khan, harassment without physical violation. Nature of abuse. Nafisa is underage, poor, and responsible for her siblings. Muhammad Khan targets her, but she resists sexual advances. The abuse she faces is primarily verbal, psychological, threat-based. Muhammad Khan's approach. He tests her compliance. When she refuses, he does not immediately rape her. Instead, he pressures and intimidates. Her refusal threatens his sense of absolute power. Outcome: Nafisa leaves the job. She remains poor but retains bodily autonomy. However, her family sinks deeper into hardship. Interpretation: Nafisa shows that resistance is possible but costly. Survival without submission requires extreme sacrifice. 4. Balbola Sheikh, total sexual and social destruction. Nature of abuse. Balbola is the most brutalized victim. Muhammad Khan rapes her. She becomes pregnant. She is fired. Socially ostracized. Blamed for her own violation. Muhammad Khan's approach. This is direct, violent abuse, not coercive negotiation. After the rape, he erases responsibility. He controls the narrative. When Balbola becomes a liability, he discards her completely. Outcome: Balbola commits suicide by self-immolation. To protect himself, Muhammad Khan frames Jamal Khan. Uses police and courts to bury the truth. Interpretation: Balbola represents what happens when sexual abuse intersects with religious shame and social cruelty. The victim dies, the perpetrator initially survives. 5. Rukhsana and others are disposable, interchangeable victims. Nature of abuse. Rukhsana and other unnamed female employees experience sexual harassment, threats of dismissal, conditional protection. Muhammad Khan's approach. They are interchangeable. Abuse is systematic, not personal. He relies on a constant supply of desperately poor women. Cultural silence. Legal intimidation. Outcome: some endure by submission. Some disappear from the narrative, fired, sent away, or broken. None receive justice. Interpretation: these women show that Balbola was not an exception, only the extreme case. 6. Comparison table. Woman. Form of abuse. Resistance level. Outcome: Zarin. Harassment, coercion. Minimal. Survives through submission. Nafisa Khan. Harassment, threats. Strong. Escapes abuse, remains poor. Balbola Sheikh. Rape. Abandonment. None, overpowered. Suicide, framed aftermath. Rukhsana and others. Routine exploitation. Varies. Discarded or silenced. 7. What the comparison reveals. The novel makes a clear argument. Compliance equals survival. Resistance equals punishment. Exposure equals annihilation. Muhammad Khan does not act randomly. He escalates abuse when challenged. Destroys women who threaten him. Relies on institutions to clean up after sexual crimes. His downfall only begins when mass exploitation creates public chaos, not when individual women suffer. 8. Authorial intent. By presenting multiple women rather than one, the novel shows abuse is systemic. Sexual violence is structural. Individual morality is irrelevant when power is absolute. Muhammad Khan is not portrayed as a monster outside society, but as someone perfectly adapted to a corrupt system. Based on the contents of the novel The Arab Sugar Daddy and the Beautiful Indian Girl, Jamal Khan and Babakar Alawar, end up with long prison terms because of false accusations engineered through corruption, sexual exploitation, and abuse of state power, not because of proven crimes. Their imprisonments function in the novel as examples of how poor men are destroyed to protect wealthy abusers and preserve social honor. Below is a clear, source-grounded explanation, separating how it happened from why it happened. 1. Jamal Khan, how he ended up in prison. How? Jamal Khan is a poor but honest Indian Muslim man and the genuine lover of Rihanna. He works under Muhammad Khan, a powerful and corrupt travel agency owner who routinely sexually exploits female employees and bribes police and courts. A young employee, Balbola Sheikh, is raped by Muhammad Khan. Khan becomes pregnant and is later ostracized and fired. Overwhelmed by shame and social rejection, Balbola commits suicide by self-immolation. To shield himself from exposure, Muhammad Khan frames Jamal for rape and robbery and falsely connects him to Balbola's death. Police torture Jamal, force a confession, and fabricate evidence. Courts accept the police narrative without investigation. Jamal is convicted and sentenced to 14 years in prison for crimes he did not commit. Why? Jamal is poor, powerless, and expendable. He becomes a scapegoat to protecting a wealthy offender, preserve institutional corruption, silence a sexual crime scandal. The legal system in the novel punishes poverty, not guilt. 2. Babakar Alawar, how he ended up in prison. How? Babakar Alawar is a poor Sudanese student in India. He acts as an intermediary, helping Rihanna obtain passports, visas, and tickets after being abandoned by powerful men. This places him in direct conflict with Muhammad Khan, who wants control over Rihanna, resents Babakar for interfering. Muhammad Khan retaliates by hiring thugs, bribing officials, falsely accusing Babakar of drug smuggling. Babakar is arrested, tortured, denied due process. He faces a potential life sentence under fabricated charges. Why? Babakar is a foreign black African, poor and socially isolated. He has no legal protection and is seen as disposable. His role in helping Rihanna threatens corrupt power structures. The accusation serves as punishment for defiance, not a response to crime. 3. What their stories represent in the novel. The imprisonments of Jamal Khan and Babakar are deliberate narrative devices used to show corruption of police and courts, weaponization of rape accusations, class-based justice, racial discrimination, criminalization of innocence, protection of powerful sexual predators. The novel repeatedly emphasizes that truth is irrelevant where money, status, and patriarchy dominate the legal system. In short, character, real crime, framed for reason. Jamal Khan, none. Rape, robbery, suicide. To protect a powerful rapist. Babakar, none. Drug smuggling. To silence and punish assistance to Rihanna. Below is a detailed, source-faithful account of the downfall of Muhammad Khan, the travel agency boss, based strictly on what is explicitly described in The Arab Sugar Daddy and The Beautiful Indian Girl. Everything here is grounded in the novel and does not invent events beyond the text. 1. Muhammad Khan at the height of his power. Muhammad Khan begins the novel as a seemingly respectable and powerful man. He owns a large travel and overseas recruitment agency. He controls visas, passports, medical clearances, airline tickets, and Saudi sponsorship links. Poor men and women depend on him for their only chance to escape slum poverty. He maintains close relationships with police officers, immigration officials, court clerks, doctors, and criminal gangs, Gondas. His power rests on bribery, intimidation, and sexual coercion rather than legality. Behind the facade, he is presented as a serial sexual predator of female employees, a manipulator of false criminal cases, a trafficker who treats human beings as commodities. This corrupt base is crucial, because every stage of his downfall comes from the same system he abused. 2. The first crack, sexual crimes and Balbola Sheikh. Muhammad Khan's decline begins with Balbola Sheikh, a young female employee. He rapes Balbola inside his own office. She becomes pregnant. Rather than taking responsibility, he fires her, allows her to be socially ostracized, ensures she is blamed for immorality. Balbola loses her job, her fiancé, all social protection. Under social and religious pressure, Balbola commits suicide by self-immolation. Instead of triggering justice, her death triggers Muhammad Khan's first major crime cover-up. He uses police and false witnesses to frame Jamal Khan for rape and robbery. Jamal is tortured and sentenced to 14 years in prison. This act temporarily protects Muhammad Khan, but it starts the moral and structural erosion of his empire. 3. Retaliation spreads, framing Babakar. Muhammad Khan's paranoia grows when Babakar, a Sudanese student, helps Rayhana escape his control. Babakar assists with passports, visas, and money transfers. This undermines Muhammad Khan's authority and profits. Muhammad Khan responds by hiring thugs, bribing officials, accusing Babakar of drug smuggling. Babakar is arrested and tortured, facing life imprisonment. At this stage, the novel shows Muhammad Khan as deeply unstable, desperate to silence anyone who interferes, increasingly violent, relying more heavily on intimidation rather than business skill. 4. The turning point, the Saudi nurse recruitment scam. The true collapse begins with Muhammad Khan's largest business operation, the scam. He promises Saudi nursing jobs to thousands of Indian women. Each nurse pays a huge recruitment fee. He massively overbooks and mismanages visas, medical clearances, Saudi sponsorship slots. The consequences: only a fraction of candidates can be placed. Hundreds realize they've been cheated. The agency becomes surrounded by angry crowds. A violent riot breaks out. The disaster. According to the novel, a stampede occurs. Dozens of nurses and volunteers die. Hundreds are hospitalized. Police are forced to intervene publicly. This moment matters because corruption can no longer stay hidden. Media attention explodes. Bribes no longer work at scale. 5. Total collapse of the business. After the riot, the travel agency is destroyed. His office is vandalized. Operations are shut down. His Saudi connections abandon him. Former allies disappear. Crucially, the same institutions he once controlled now protect themselves by cutting him loose. The system turns on its own creature. 6. Psychological breakdown and public ruin. The novel explicitly states that Muhammad Khan, suffering a severe mental breakdown, is hospitalized, is declared insane. This is not presented as redemption, but as collapse under the weight of accumulated crimes. By the end, he has no business, no authority, no protection, no credibility. His fall is quiet, humiliating, and complete. 7. Why his downfall matters thematically. Muhammad Khan is not punished by moral awakening or legal justice. Instead, the novel shows systemic corruption eats itself. Exploiters survive until scale and greed make collapse inevitable. Victims die or suffer, while perpetrators fall only when they threaten public order. His insanity symbolizes the psychological cost of absolute corruption, the impossibility of sustaining power built entirely on abuse. 8. Final state of Muhammad Khan. By the end of The Arab Sugar Daddy and The Beautiful Indian Girl, he is ruined. He is exposed. He is institutionally abandoned. He is mentally broken. But importantly, He is not morally redeemed. His victims are not restored. Justice remains deeply incomplete. This unresolved imbalance is a deliberate authorial choice. Below is a clear, step-by-step explanation of how and why the mass recruitment interviews for Indian nurses collapse into chaos and completely ruin the business of Muhammad Khan, grounded directly and explicitly in the Arab sugar daddy and the beautiful Indian girl. I separate how the chaos happens from why it happens, because the novel is very deliberate on both. 1. Background: what Muhammad Khan promises. Person Muhammad Khan organizes a mass recruitment drive for Indian nurses supposedly destined for Saudi Arabia. He promises direct Saudi hospital placements, high-paying nursing jobs, a so-called golden visa to Paradise Gate. Each nurse is required to pay 25,000 Indian rupees upfront as an application fee. Agree to pay an additional 300,000 Indian rupees upon selection and visa issuance. The operation is framed as legal, prestigious, officially sanctioned by Saudi medical authorities. In reality, this is grossly misrepresented. 2. The reality: no interviews, no visas, no Saudi team. On the interview day, the truth emerges suddenly. No Saudi medical team arrives. No interviews are conducted. No Saudi visas exist. There is no actual recruitment program in place. Word spreads rapidly across the campus that there are neither interviews nor nurses' visas for Saudi Arabia. This realization is the critical trigger. 3. Immediate physical and emotional collapse. As the truth circulates, large numbers of nurses faint on the spot. Panic sweeps through lecture halls and corridors. People rush exits simultaneously. The crowd density becomes uncontrollable, leading to stampedes, nurses being trampled, bodies piling up without exit control. More than 500 injured nurses are admitted to nearby hospitals, many with severe injuries. 4. Death and public catastrophe. The collapse escalates into mass death. 79 nurses die. Around 40 volunteers and helpers also die. Deaths occur both on site and shortly after in emergency wards. This transforms the event from a failed interview into a national-scale disaster. 5. Violence directed at Muhammad Khan's agency. Once panic turns to clarity, anger erupts. Nurses and families realize they were systematically defrauded. Crowds attack the recruitment infrastructure itself. Stones are thrown at staff, new employees, volunteers, office property. Named employees, including Zarin, Roxana Rayman, and others, are severely wounded, carried out unconscious on stretchers. Classrooms and offices are smashed, set on fire, completely destroyed. 6. Why Muhammad Khan cannot contain the disaster. Previously, Muhammad Khan survived scandals by bribing police, framing scapegoats, silencing individual complainants. But this time, thousands of victims are involved. Dozens of deaths occur publicly. Hospitals, police, and media are all overwhelmed. This is no longer one abused woman. It is a mass casualty event. At this scale, bribes are ineffective. Police cannot suppress witnesses. Institutional protection collapses. 7. Total business ruin. As a direct result, Muhammad Khan's agency is shut down. His Saudi connections abandon him. Staff flee or are injured. His reputation becomes irreparably toxic. The novel emphasizes no one escaped being pummeled by stones. His business, built on deception, dies in public view. 8. why this event ends Muhammad Khan entirely. The novel is clear on the deeper reason. Muhammad Khan's system depends on small, silent victims, fragmented suffering, private corruption. The mass nurses' recruitment brings collective visibility, creates public death, breaks secrecy. He is finally destroyed not by morality, but by scale. 9. Thematic meaning. This episode serves as the point of no return. The moment when exploitation becomes unsustainable. The collapse of a businessman who mistook silence for stability. His downfall is not caused by a single crime, but by accumulated fraud exploding into public disaster. Provide a direct, grounded comparison between the mass recruitment collapse of the Indian nurses and Balbola Sheikh's silenced tragedy, using only events and dynamics explicitly present in the Arab sugar daddy and the beautiful Indian girl. This comparison is crucial because the novel intentionally juxtaposes these two events to show how scale determines visibility, not innocence or suffering. 2 catastrophes, 1 system. Public collapse versus private erasure. Although both events are produced by the same man, Muhammad Khan, and the same corrupt system, they unfold very differently. 1. Nature of the crimes. Balbola Sheikh's tragedy. Crime, individual sexual violence. Muhammad Khan rapes Balbola. Resulting pregnancy marks her as immoral rather than him as a criminal. The crime is private, gendered, easy to conceal. Nurses' recruitment collapse. Crime, mass financial fraud. Thousands of nurses are deceived into paying large sums. Promised Saudi interviews and visas do not exist. The crime is collective, economic, impossible to hide once exposed. Key contrast. Balbola's crime injures one powerless woman, the nurse's scam injures thousands at once. 2. Visibility versus silence. Balbola, silence. Her rape is never officially investigated. She is fired and abandoned. Social and religious shame isolate her completely. Her suffering happens in private, without witnesses, without media. Her death by self-immolation is socially erased, not publicly reckoned with. Nurses, visibility. Chaos erupts in a public institution. Panic spreads instantly across buildings. Hundreds faint, stampedes occur. Hospitals overflow. Bodies pile up. News spreads like wildfire. The disaster is loud, physical, impossible to privatize. Key contrast. Balbola dies unseen, the nurses die in public view. 3. Scale as the turning point. Why Balbola's case is buried. Single victim. Poor. Female. Easily scapegoated. Muhammad Khan diverts blame by framing Jamal Khan. Using police and courts. The system absorbs the crime without disruption. Why the nurse's scam destroys him. Thousands of victims. Mixed genders and families involved. Death toll reaches dozens. Hundreds hospitalized. Property destroyed. Law enforcement and hospitals overwhelmed. At this scale, bribes stop working. Police cannot silence everyone. Institutions protect themselves by abandoning him. Key contrast. Injustice survives quietly at small scale, but breaks down when multiplied. 4. Forms of violence. Aspect. Balbola. Nurses. Type of harm. Sexual violence. Financial fraud, physical panic. Location. Office/private life. Public school campus. Immediate response. Blame the victim. Mass outrage. Institutional reaction. Cover-up. Breakdown. The novel shows that sexual violence is normalized, whereas economic fraud becomes intolerable once it kills publicly. 5. Outcomes. Balbolia's outcome. Suicide by self-immolation. No justice. No investigation. Her rapist continues his career. Her death is used to frame another man. She is destroyed, the system remains intact. Nurse's outcome. Dozens die. Hundreds injured. Riots break out. Offices are destroyed. Muhammad Khan's agency collapses. He suffers psychological breakdown and disappearance. The system sacrifices him to save itself. 6. Moral hierarchy exposed by the novel. The comparison exposes a brutal hierarchy. 1. A raped poor woman. Disposable, silent, erased. 2. Hundreds of injured professionals. Tragedy. 3. Dozens of public deaths. Institutional crisis. The novel makes a disturbing point. Justice is activated by numbers, not by truth. 7. Why the author puts these side by side. This is not accidental structure. The parallel exists to show that Muhammad Khan is not stopped by morality. He is not stopped by one death. He is stopped only when exploitation becomes uncontrollable. Victims collectivize unintentionally. Secrecy collapses. Balbola's silence enables the scam. The scam's noise ends his power. 8. Final comparison in one sentence. Balbola's tragedy shows how a system can murder a woman quietly. The nurse's collapse shows what happens when the same system murders too many people to stay quiet. Rehana's trip from India to Saudi Arabia. 1. Life in India, Bombay/Mumbai. Rehana Khan is introduced as a poor Indian Muslim widow living in the slums of Bombay, responsible for 6 children and elderly relatives after her husband's suicide. She suffers sexual harassment, police corruption, and exploitation while trying to survive and secure work. 2. Decision to migrate. Rehana is persuaded to seek work abroad after being promised employment as a maid in Saudi Arabia under the sponsorship of Sheikh Ahmed, a wealthy Saudi man. The migration process is corrupt. Visa cost, approximately 500,000 rupees. Passports and documents manipulated by a predatory travel agency owner, Mr. Muhammad Khan. 3. Sabotage in India. Just before departure, Rehana's passports are burned. Her helper Babakar is framed on drug charges. Funds and documents are confiscated or stolen by corrupt police and hired thugs. Despite this, Rehana refuses to abandon the journey. 4. Departure from India. Rehana and her daughter Ifat managed to board a flight to Saudi Arabia without passports, aided by chance encounters and systemic chaos at the airport. During the flight, they are suspected of terrorism, publicly humiliated and strip-searched. Eventually allowed the journey to continue. 5. Arrival in Saudi Arabia, Jeddah. Upon landing, Rehana and Ifat are detained for lacking passports. Authorities shift responsibility between offices. They are imprisoned in Jeddah Women's Jail as undocumented migrants. 6. Transfer and assault. After release from jail custody, 2 Saudi policemen abandon Rehana and Ifat in the desert. Rehana is brutally raped. Ifat narrowly escapes sexual assault. Both are left for dead but survive. 7. Rescue and forced settlement. A Bedouin family rescues them and saves their lives. Eventually, Rehana is reclaimed by Sheikh Ahmed, reinstalled as a maid in his household in Saudi Arabia. Her migration ends in domestic captivity rather than freedom. Comparative analysis, Rehana's suffering in India versus Saudi Arabia. Overview. Rehana's suffering exists in both countries, but it changes in nature. In India, her suffering is rooted in poverty, corruption, and social vulnerability. In Saudi Arabia, her suffering escalates into total bodily, legal, and sexual domination under state, household, and religious authority. The novel deliberately contrasts exploitation without absolute power, India, against exploitation backed by law and religion, Saudi Arabia. 1. Nature of suffering. Aspect. India. Saudi Arabia. Core problem. Poverty plus corruption. Absolute power plus legal/religious control. Degree of freedom. Limited but present. Virtually none. Ability to resist. Possible, though punished. Impossible without lethal consequences. Visibility of abuse. Informal, hidden. Systemic and institutional. 2. Rehana's suffering in India. A. Economic and social exploitation. Rehana lives in extreme poverty as a widow supporting children and elderly relatives. She is forced into dependency on corrupt men, police, travel agents, employers. Migration becomes a desperate survival strategy, not a choice. Her suffering is structural, driven by poverty and class. B. Sexual violence and harassment. She is sexually harassed and raped by police officers. Sexual abuse is used as a tool of intimidation and silence, not law. Victim blaming and stigma isolate her, but rape itself is still recognized as a crime, even if justice fails. Violence is criminal but not legally justified. E. Corruption and betrayal. Police fabricate cases, torture suspects, steal documents. Her passport and visa are destroyed, sabotaging her future. Middlemen exploit her desperation but must operate covertly, fearing exposure. Power is exercised illegally, through corruption rather than authority. D. Emotional suffering. She retains hope, love, Jamal, and maternal purpose. India represents pain with possibility, broken, but not sealed. 3. Rehana's suffering in Saudi Arabia. A. Total loss of autonomy. Rehana becomes a legal object, an undocumented migrant, sponsored servant, sexual commodity. Every aspect of her life, movement, marriage, sexuality, is controlled by men and the state. Her suffering is absolute, not circumstantial. B. Sexual violence is power, not crime. She is raped by Saudi policemen and later by members of Sheikh Ahmed's household. These acts carry no legal consequences for the perpetrators. Sexual abuse is normalized inside the household and hidden behind honor and authority. Rape becomes impunity-backed violence, not deviation. C. Slavery-like conditions. Locked in rooms, overworked, filmed naked, blackmailed. Used simultaneously as maid, concubine, and bargaining object. Forced into sham marriages to conceal male crimes and protect male honor. Her body becomes a managed asset. D. Legalized punishment of the victim. Accused of polyandry and prostitution, not rape. Pregnancy from rape becomes evidence against her. Sentenced to imprisonment followed by stoning to death after childbirth. The law formalizes her destruction. 4. Psychological and existential contrast. In India, Rehana is afraid, but still human. She dreams, resists, plans, loves. Her suffering is tragic but not final. In Saudi Arabia, Rehana becomes trapped in inevitability. There is no appeal, no voice, no exit. Her suffering culminates in state-sanctioned death. India wounds her life, Saudi Arabia ends it. 5. Author's intended contrast. The novel deliberately shows India, a corrupt society where suffering is caused by human failure. Saudi Arabia, a system where suffering is enforced by law, religion, and patriarchal authority. Rehana survives India despite abuse. She cannot survive Saudi Arabia, because the system itself demands her annihilation. Comparative summary table. Dimension: India, Saudi Arabia. Poverty, extreme. Secondary: corruption, widespread. Institutional: sexual abuse, criminal but hidden. Normalized and protected. Legal status: citizen, abused. Non-person. Marriage. Social institution. Tool of control. Law. Fails her. Executes her. Outcome: survival. Death sentence. Final insight. Rehana's journey shows that misery caused by injustice is survivable, but misery sanctified by law is fatal. Below is a focused, text-grounded comparison of the sufferings of Rehana, the mother, and Ifat, the daughter, while they are living abroad, specifically in Saudi Arabia, as depicted in the novel The Arab Sugar Daddy and the Beautiful Indian Girl. The comparison highlights how age, gender, and power shape their different experiences of the same hostile environment. Shared context: life abroad. Both Rehana and Ifat are foreigners without protection, undocumented or legally insecure, entirely dependent on male authority, police, sponsors, employers, subject to state power, religious law, and social invisibility. However, their sufferings diverge sharply in form and intensity. 1. Type of suffering: adult woman versus child. Dimension: Rehana, mother. Ifat, daughter. Age/status: adult woman, widow, worker. Minor, dependent child. Primary role in system: labor plus sexual object. Silent accessory. Visibility to abusers: highly visible. Marginal, overlooked. Legal meaning: moral/legal offender. Procedural burden. 2. Rehana's suffering abroad, mother. Physical and sexual violence. Rehana is repeatedly raped, first by Saudi policemen, later within Sheikh Ahmed's household. Her body becomes a site of domination, surveillance, and blackmail. Sexual violence against her is systematic, not accidental. Her suffering is central and targeted. Legal and religious persecution. Rehana is charged with polyandry and prostitution, not recognized as a rape victim. Pregnancy from rape becomes evidence of guilt, not harm done to her. She is sentenced to imprisonment followed by stoning to death. The law actively works against her survival. Psychological destruction. Rehana carries guilt for failing to protect her daughter. She lives in constant fear of exposure, punishment, execution. Her identity collapses from mother to criminal to condemned body. Her suffering is existential. 3. Ifat's suffering abroad, daughter. A threat rather than fulfillment. Ifat narrowly escapes sexual assault during the desert incident. She is constantly at risk, but not yet fully targeted. Her suffering lies in anticipation and proximity to violence, rather than repetition. Trauma exists as fear and vulnerability, not constant violation. Detention and neglect. Ifat is detained with her mother despite being a child. She lacks legal agency, voice, or advocacy. Authorities treat her as an appendage, not a person. Her suffering is passive and silencing. Emotional and developmental harm. She witnesses her mother's abuse and despair. She grows up amid fear, instability, and dehumanization. Her childhood is replaced by premature exposure to violence and powerlessness. Her suffering is formative, shaping who she will become. 4. Difference in power relations. Rayhana. Actively punished. Actively exploited. Actively destroyed. She is visible enough to control, blame, and kill. Ifit. Ignored unless inconvenient. Threatened but postponed. Treated as a logistical problem. She is protected only by her usefulness as innocence, a protection that is fragile and temporary. 5. Motherhood as additional suffering. Rayhana suffers not only for herself but through Ifit. Fear of Ifit being assaulted. Fear of separation or deportation. Fear that her execution will orphan her child. Ifit does not yet bear responsibility for Rayhana's fate, but Rayhana bears total responsibility for Ifit's survival. Motherhood multiplies Rayhana's suffering. 6. Final contrast, present versus future. Rayhana's suffering is immediate and terminal. Imprisonment and execution. Ifit's suffering is deferred and open-ended. Uncertainty, exile, psychological damage, possible repetition of her mother's fate. The novel implies that Ifit is not spared, only postponed. Comparative insight. Rayhana is punished because she is a woman. Ifit is endangered because she will become one. Brief summary table. Aspect. Rayhana. Ifit. Violence. Direct, repeated. Imminent, narrowly avoided. Legal status. Criminalized. Ignored. Agency. Crushed. Never formed. Psychological impact. Despair, guilt, terror. Fear, confusion, trauma. Narrative role. Tragic victim. Witness and future victim. Below is a text-grounded comparison of the relationship between Jamal and Rayhana and the affair between Babakar and Jamila, based on the novel The Arab Sugar Daddy and the Beautiful Indian Girl. The comparison focuses on emotional depth, moral foundation, risk, and narrative purpose, rather than explicit detail. 1. Nature of the relationships. Dimension. Jamal and Rayhana. Babakar and Jamila. Type. Genuine love. Secret affair. Emotional depth. Deep, mutual, sacrificial. Limited, episodic. Moral position in the novel. Affirmed. Ambiguous. Consequences. Tragic loss. Personal risk but survival. Narrative role. Central emotional core. Secondary, contrastive subplot. 2. Jamal and Rayhana, love as dignity and resistance. A. Emotional foundation. Jamal's love for Rayhana is protective, patient, and self-sacrificing. He accepts her poverty, widowhood, and responsibilities without trying to own or exploit her. Their bond offers Rayhana emotional refuge in a hostile world. Love here is portrayed as moral recognition, seeing Rayhana as a full human being. B. Social and economic reality. Their relationship exists under constant pressure, poverty, social judgment, and corruption. Jamal lacks power but offers integrity, refusing to profit from Rayhana's vulnerability. Love becomes a liability, making both more vulnerable to betrayal and punishment. The novel frames their love as pure but unsustainable in an unjust society. C. Outcome. Jamal is falsely accused, imprisoned, and loses everything. Rayhana is forced abroad, ending their relationship permanently. Their love fails not morally, but structurally, the world does not allow it to survive. Love here is tragic and elevating, not shameful. 3. Babakar and Jamila, affair as substitution and escape. A. Emotional scope. Babakar and Jamila's relationship is born out of loneliness, displacement, and proximity. It provides comfort rather than commitment, relief rather than transformation. There is affection, but little indication of lifelong devotion. The affair functions as emotional survival, not transcendence. B. Moral ambiguity. Their relationship occurs outside formal or social sanction. It carries risk and secrecy but lacks the moral weight the novel grants Jamal, Rayhana. Neither partner sacrifices their future entirely for the other. The affair is understandable, but not idealized. C. Consequences. Babakar is later punished severely, but not for love itself, rather through political and criminal manipulation. Jamila fades from the narrative without catastrophic loss. The affair does not define their identities or fate. The cost is individual and limited, not existential. 4. Key contrast, love versus substitution. Jamal and Rayhana. Love is transformative. Requires sacrifice. Leads to destruction by injustice. Carries moral gravity. Babakar and Jamila. Affection is situational. Requires discretion, not sacrifice. Offers temporary relief. Carries narrative modesty. The novel uses this contrast to show two ways people cope with oppression. One by holding on to principle. The other by adapting emotionally to survive. 5. Gender and power dynamics. Rayhana's love with Jamal endangers her because she is a woman in a system that punishes female attachment. Jamila's affair remains less scrutinized and less punished. Jamal pays dearly for loving Rayhana. Babakar's punishment arises from external political forces, not intimacy itself. Love involving female vulnerability is treated more harshly than male companionship. 6. Symbolic meaning in the novel. Relationship. Symbolizes. Jamal and Rayhana. Human love is crushed by injustice. Babakar and Jamila. Temporary refuge in exile. The author clearly positions Jamal and Rayhana's love as the ethical heart of the novel, while Babakar and Jamila's affair serves as a realistic but lesser counterpoint. Final comparative insight. Jamal and Rayhana love each other as a moral choice. Babakar and Jamila are together as a coping mechanism. One love asks for everything and loses it. The other asks for little and survives. Here is a concise, clear summary of the problems Rayhana faces on the plane while flying from Bombay to Jeddah. While Rayhana's flight is supposed to mark a hopeful escape from poverty, it becomes another stage of humiliation, fear, and vulnerability. 1. Traveling without valid documents, no Indian passports. Rayhana boards the flight without a passport or proper travel documents due to sabotage and corruption on the Indian side. This makes her immediately suspect and powerless, unable to defend herself legally. She knows she could be detained, deported, or arrested at any moment. 2. Suspicion of terrorism. During the flight, Rayhana and her daughter Ifat are suspected of being terrorists. The suspicion arises from racial, religious, and documentary profiling. They are treated as a security threat rather than passengers. 3. Public humiliation. Rayhana is singled out in front of other passengers. She is subjected to verbal abuse, intimidation, and demeaning treatment. The incident strips her of dignity and reinforces her sense of being unwanted and criminalized. 4. Intrusive searches. Rayhana is strip-searched during the flight ordeal. The search is coercive and degrading, carried out without compassion or explanation. She has no way to refuse or protest. 5. Fear for her daughter. Rayhana's distress is intensified by the presence of her young daughter, Ifat. She fears that Ifat might also be harmed, detained, or abused. Much of Rayhana's suffering comes from helplessness as a mother, unable to protect her child. 6. Psychological terror. Throughout the flight, Rayhana lives with fear of arrest on landing, fear of being handed over to authorities, fear of violence. The journey turns into an experience of constant anxiety and mental trauma, rather than physical movement toward safety. Overall significance of the plane episode. The flight shows that Rayhana's suffering does not pause during travel. Migration itself becomes a space of violence. Even before reaching Saudi Arabia, she is already treated as guilty, disposable, and subhuman. The plane acts as a symbolic transition. Rayhana moves from corruption in India to systemic cruelty abroad, without ever experiencing protection or dignity. One-sentence summary. On the plane from Bombay to Jeddah, Rayhana faces suspicion, humiliation, invasive searches, and psychological terror, turning what should be a journey of hope into another episode of abuse and powerlessness. How Rayhana Khan and her daughter Ifat managed to fly from Bombay to Jeddah without their Indian passports, and what are the consequences? Below is a strictly source-grounded explanation based only on what is explicitly stated in the novel The Indian Miss World. How Rayhana Khan and Ifat flew from Bombay to Jeddah without passports. What the text explicitly states. The novel repeatedly affirms two uncontested facts. 1. Rayhana Khan's Indian passport and her daughter Ifat's passport were confiscated and disappeared while in Bombay police custody. 2. Rayhana and her daughter nevertheless arrived at Jeddah International Airport without passports and were immediately detained by Saudi authorities. Importantly, the novel does not describe the procedural mechanism by which they were allowed to board the aircraft without passports. The text simply establishes that they departed Bombay and arrived in Jeddah despite lacking passports. According to the narrative, their Saudi visas and airline tickets had already been issued. Their Indian passports were no longer in their possession. They arrived in Jeddah as undocumented foreign passengers. Consequences of flying without passports. The consequences are described in detail and explicitly. 1. Immediate arrest at Jeddah International Airport. Upon arrival, Rayhana and Ifat are arrested at the airport. They are classified as illegal foreign entrants. They are placed in custody at the airport police lockup. 2. Detention and separation from legal protection. Because they lack passports, they cannot contact the Indian consulate. They cannot prove nationality. They are treated as stateless detainees. The text emphasizes that no formal immigration processing occurs. 3. Abduction by Saudi police officers. Rather than being transferred to official detention, 2 Saudi policemen remove Rayhana and her daughter from the airport. They falsely claim they are taking them to Women's Central Prison. This transfer never occurs. 4. Sexual assault and abandonment. The novel explicitly states Rayhana is kidnapped and raped by the Saudi policeman. She is left unconscious in the desert. Her daughter is present during the ordeal. 5. Legal erasure and bureaucratic consequences. Because they entered Saudi Arabia without passports, Rayhana is later accused of multiple immoral and legal crimes. She becomes invisible in official immigration records. Her legal status becomes irreparably compromised. This absence of documentation becomes the foundation for later imprisonment and accusations described later in the book. They departed Bombay and arrived in Jeddah without their Indian passports, and this directly resulted in arrest, rape, abandonment, and long-term legal destruction. One-sentence summary. Rayhana Khan and her daughter reached Jeddah despite lacking Indian passports, but upon arrival were arrested as undocumented foreigners, abducted by Saudi policemen, subjected to rape and abandonment, and left without legal identity, consequences that shape the rest of their ordeal. What is the process by which Rayhana and her daughter are saved in the Saudi Arabian desert? Below is a careful, source-grounded explanation based only on what the Indian Miss World explicitly states about how Rayhana Khan and her daughter Ifat are rescued in the Saudi desert. I will not infer or romanticize events beyond the text. How Rayhana Khan and Ifat are rescued in the Saudi desert. 1. Abandonment after assault. The novel states that 2 Saudi police officers kidnapped, raped, and severely beat Rayhana Khan, rendering her unconscious. Believing she was dying or dead, they abandoned her and her small daughter in the Sahara Desert and returned to the city. 2. Survival due to her child's presence. The text emphasizes that Rayhana did not die largely because her daughter Ifat remained with her and did not abandon her unconscious body. The daughter's presence is described as a key factor in her survival. 3. Discovery by kind Bedouins. After being left in the desert, Rayhana and her daughter are found by Saudi Bedouins described in the text as kind and compassionate. These Bedouins rescue them from the desert, take them into their tent, provide shelter, protection, and basic care. The text explicitly states that without the Bedouins, Rayhana would have died and been buried by shifting desert sands. 4. 1 month of protection. Rayhana and Ifat live for about 1 month with the Bedouins in their tent. During this period, they recover enough to survive. They remain hidden from authorities. They are fed and sheltered despite having no documents or legal status. The novel presents this period as a rare moment of human compassion. 5. Journey back to the city. After approximately a month, the Bedouins take Rayhana and her daughter to the city, where Rayhana becomes homeless and vulnerable again. This marks the end of their desert rescue and the beginning of further hardships. What the text does not specify. The novel does not describe who first spotted them in the desert, the medical care provided, exact distances or timeframes beyond about a month, any involvement by police, hospitals, or official agencies in the rescue. All rescue actions are attributed solely to ordinary Bedouins acting humanely. 1-sentence summary. Rayhana Khan and her daughter Ifat are rescued in the Saudi desert when compassionate Bedouins find them after abandonment by police, shelter them in their tent for about a month, and later escort them back to the city, saving Rayhana's life. How Mr. Muhammad Khan tries to prevent Rayhana and Ifat from obtaining second Indian passports. 1. Bribing passport office informants. The novel states that Muhammad Khan bribes an informant inside the Indian passport office and instructs him not to send the reissued passports to Rayhana Khan or to her associate, but instead to mail them directly to Muhammad Khan Tourism and Travel Company. The informant complies with this instruction. 2. Intercepting and destroying the reissued passports. Once the 2 passports reach his office, Muhammad Khan takes physical possession of them and burns them, deliberately destroying the documents to prevent Rayhana and Ifat from traveling. The text explicitly states that he burns the passports himself. 3. Filing a false complaint about stolen passports. Knowing that Rayhana could still request reissuance again, Muhammad Khan has his travel agency file a complaint with airport and immigration authorities, claiming that the passports of 2 female clients, Rayhana and Ifat, were stolen. The theft was committed by one of his own employees. This complaint is used to trigger official scrutiny against any future passports issued in their names. 4. Bribing airport officials to blacklist their names. Muhammad Khan then bribes an agent at Bombay International Airport to blacklist the names Rayhana Khan and Ifat Khan. Ensure that if any travelers appear using passports issued under those names, they will be immediately arrested, jailed, and accused of forgery and theft. This action is described as an intentional, preemptive measure to block any second or future passports. 5. Monitoring and sabotaging reapplication efforts. The text further states that Muhammad Khan keeps spies at the passport office watching for Rayhana's reapplication, learning when she applies for reissuance again, expresses rage when officials fail to stop her departure, continuing paying criminal gangs and informants to obstruct her travel. These actions form part of his continued effort to prevent passport reissuance. 1-sentence summary. Mr. Muhammad Khan prevents Rayhana and her daughter from obtaining second Indian passports by bribing passport office informants, intercepting and burning reissued passports, filing false theft complaints, blacklisting their names at Bombay International Airport, and using spies and criminal networks to sabotage all reapplication efforts. What led to Rehana Khan being taken into police custody during her trip from Bombay to Jeddah? In the Indian Miss World narrative, Rehana Khan is arrested by the Bombay police on the very day she was supposed to travel from Bombay to Jeddah because she is falsely accused and deliberately framed by corrupt local police and intermediaries. The reasons are clearly laid out in the text and are not related to any genuine crime on her part. What exactly happened? According to the novel, the arrest occurs due to a combination of systemic abuse, corruption, and false criminal charges, specifically. 1. Confiscation of travel documents. When Rehana arrives to travel, the police seize her passport, visa, airline tickets, and money, effectively preventing her departure to Jeddah. The police refuse to believe that a Saudi employer lawfully sponsored her travel and employment as a maid. 2. Forced confessions under torture. Rehana is detained, brutally beaten, and coerced into signing confessions for crimes she did not commit. These confessions are extracted through physical abuse and intimidation. 3. Fabricated criminal charges. The police falsely accuse her of running a prostitution ring catering to wealthy Arab men, theft from employers' homes, murder of a wealthy employer. None of these accusations are supported by evidence. They exist solely to justify her detention and extort money. 4. Suspicion over passport address. Because Rehana lives in a slum and has no formal address, the travel agency listed another address on her passport application. The police exploit this technicality to further accuse her of fraud, despite knowing that slum dwellers often have no registered addresses. The real motive behind the arrest. The novel makes it clear that the arrest is not about law enforcement, but about extortion and bribery. Punishing a poor, vulnerable woman. Preventing her legal migration. Maintaining control by corrupt police officials. Rehana is treated as a criminal purely because she is poor, female, and without protection, while those with power and money are left untouched. Summary in one sentence. Rehana Khan is arrested on the day of her planned travel from Bombay to Jeddah because corrupt Bombay police falsely accuse her of serious crimes, confiscating her documents, and violently force confessions in order to extort and control her, not because of any real criminal act. Below are the documented consequences of Rehana Khan's arrest as they are explicitly described in the Indian Miss World. Consequences of Rehana Khan's arrest. 1. 1. Severe physical abuse and trauma. After her arrest, Rehana is brutally beaten while in police custody, to the point that she is described as being close to death. Her young daughter is also physically assaulted, slapped, and kicked during the detention. 2. Forced false confessions. While detained, Rehana is coerced under violence and intimidation into confessing to multiple crimes she did not commit. These confessions are not voluntary and are obtained through physical abuse. 3. Fabricated criminal charges. As a direct consequence of the arrest, Rehana is falsely charged with serious crimes, including participation in a prostitution ring serving wealthy Arab men, theft from wealthy employers, murder of an employer. The narrative states these accusations are false and unsupported by evidence. 4. Confiscation of all travel documents and money. The police seize her passport, visa, airline tickets, and cash. This prevents her from traveling to Jeddah and leaves her financially destitute. The confiscation directly halts her legal migration and employment plans. 5. Loss and misuse of her passport. The text states that Rehana's passport is never properly returned and is later stolen and unlawfully sold, allowing another woman to travel under her identity. This leads to international complications, including arrests and invalidation of her documents. 6. Long-term legal and bureaucratic consequences. Because of the arrest and document theft, Rayhana must reapply for new passports multiple times. Her name becomes associated with fraud and forgery alerts. She remains vulnerable to rearrest, blackmail, and further abuse. These consequences persist well beyond the initial detention. 7. Increased vulnerability to future exploitation. The arrest leaves Rayhana more unprotected than before, forcing her to rely on third parties for financial help and document recovery. The text explicitly links this vulnerability to later abuses and violations she suffers. 1-sentence summary. Rayhana Khan's arrest results in violent abuse, forced false confessions, fabricated criminal charges, confiscation and theft of her travel documents, long-term legal obstacles, and heightened vulnerability to further exploitation and violence. A brutal sexual assault in the Sahara Desert of Arabia. A few days after the day of their arrival, 2 Saudi policemen came and took the detained Indian mother and her daughter out of the airport's small lockup. They handcuffed Rayhana's hands behind her back, but her daughter's hands were not placed in handcuffs. Only when her hands have been handcuffed does Rayhana understand that she is in trouble. She asked the 2 police officers why they were arresting her, but she did not get an answer because none of them could understand Hindi. The 2 Saudi policemen could only speak Arabic. Then, Rayhana tried to show them their Saudi visas, but they just ignored her official papers, took them inside their police car, drove out of the international airport, and headed toward the crowded city of Jeddah. While the police car is building up speed and traveling through the bustling streets of the city, Rayhana is looking at the people who are walking on the pavement. The first sight that caught her attention was the 2 kinds of human creatures that were walking along the streets. She recognized the men from their white clothes and their long beards. During the 3 weeks of her honeymoon in downtown Bombay with her handsome lover, she saw many of Calaba's foreign visitors dressed up in that fashion. She even recollected that her Saudi sponsor wore the same strange clothing. The long jilbab that each man was wearing appeared to her to be like a woman's nightgown. She could see the men's private parts through slightly transparent clothing. She also saw some small turbans on their heads which looked like adult diapers. The other types of human creatures she saw were women. If human society is not made up of men and women, she would not have known that those fully concealed creatures are human beings. Each woman is fully covered from head to foot by a black burqa. For Rayhana, those women look like black ghosts or scary vampires. She is worried that her Saudi sponsor might force her to put that black bag over her head and use it to conceal her entire body. She is scared that if he made her wrap up her entire body like that, she might not be able to breathe and die a slow death due to suffocation. Rayhana ignored the strange-looking human beings and began to take in the view of the beautiful tall buildings. She was surprised when she could not see any slums, shacks, or any other types of poverty-stricken houses. Once again, she reminded herself Allah has blessed the people of His holy land because they are so righteous and worship Him from their hearts. After a long drive, Rayhana could no longer see human beings or buildings. She could not see any trees or mountains. Wherever she looked, she saw the empty sands of the deserted wasteland. Rayhana thought that if she is in the hands of the Bombay police in India in such a deserted and empty place, they would rape her first and then kill her. She remembered how the Indian police had beaten her and abused her in jail. She thanked Allah that she had been arrested by Muslim police officers. She thought that she and her daughter were safe in the hands of these most righteous city policemen who fear the highest Allah and His gracious Prophet Muhammad. When her eyes could not find anything else to see, Rayhana began to doze off, and finally, she fell into a deep sleep. While she was sleeping inside the police car, she began to snore. She is so exhausted from her long trip from India to the Holy Land, and the long time she had spent with her daughter in that small police lockup at the Jeddah International Airport. Her daughter fell asleep as soon as the police car left the international airport and entered the city streets. For some time, the lovely Rayhana and her cute daughter Ifat fell asleep like two innocent female babies sleeping on the laps of their father and mother. The peaceful sleep of the lovely Indian maidservant was violently interrupted when the rough hand of a man shook her head and woke her up. She has found one of the two Saudi policemen sitting so close to her. She became extremely scared when she discovered that a man was sitting near her in the back seat until his body was touching her. Before she fell asleep, her daughter was sitting by her side. She tried to move away from the Saudi policeman, but she could not because she was hemmed in by the car door and his body. She spoke to him in Hindi and told him to move away from her. The Arab policeman does not pay any attention to what she is saying to him and begins to touch her body lustfully. She began to tremble, and her body was stunned by fright. It took her a few seconds to overcome her fear and shock. The Saudi policeman moved his hand from Rayhana's shoulder, took hold of one of her breasts, and began to fondle it. Rayhana decided to act fast, and she then pushed him away through her head. But she could not use her hands because they were handcuffed behind her back. The policeman caught her by the chin and forcefully began to kiss her on the lips. Rayhana struggled violently to release her lips from his mouth. She managed to free her mouth for a few seconds before he overpowered her again. She has butted him with her forehead and even bitten his lips. The policeman released her lips and began to squeeze her breast, and his other hand slid down quickly to her private parts. Then, he tried to pull out her dress. In a few minutes, Rayhana had done everything she could to prevent him from undressing her. By this time, she has understood what he is up to. While she is struggling to free herself from the policeman who is trying to rape her, Rayhana suddenly heard her small daughter begin to cry and call her mother for help. The unexpected vicious attack of the Arab policeman has made Rayhana forget her little daughter. She is shocked when she realizes that her small female child is not with her inside the car. She turned her face and looked out of the car. She could not believe her eyes when she saw the second Saudi policeman holding her daughter's hand and trying to make her touch his fully exposed and erect penis. He is half naked. His trousers and underwear are rolled down. He is standing out of the car with his phallus fully exposed to her 7-year-old daughter. The evil policeman has forcefully managed to make the little girl hold his penis in her right hand. Then, he tried to make her insert his penis in her mouth and suck it for him. At first, Rayhana thought she was still asleep and having an awful nightmare. The never-ending groping of her assailant and her daughter's screams bellowing and hauntingly in her ears made her believe that what she was seeing was more than real. When her senses realized the impact of what she was seeing, Rayhana became furious and began to use her feet to kick violently at the policeman who was molesting her inside the car. The shock of seeing a grown man trying to rape her little daughter outside the car is more than she could bear, and she fought with all her might to try and save her. Meanwhile, the Saudi policeman is trying to subdue the outraged Indian woman in every way he can. He hit her in the face several times and tried to close her mouth with his hands, but he could not. Every part of her body is moving and pushing him away from her. If her hands were not handcuffed behind her back, she would have strangled him to death and rescued her female child. When he could see she is going to be hard to control, he shouted at his colleague and informed him that the Indian woman might kill him if he did not let go of her daughter. He understood that when the Indian woman heard her daughter crying and saw what his colleague was trying to do to her little girl out of the car, she became extremely angry, aggressive, and difficult to control. Despite that, the other policeman does not respond to the words of his colleague and continues with his evil act upon the defenseless small daughter. He began to hug the little child and rub his penis on her body while trying to kiss her small mouth. Rayhana began to scream and cry out loudly and showered the evil policeman with all the bad words she knew in Hindi. The policeman ignored her outpouring of insults which he does not understand anyway. Rayhana knew she could not stop these evil men from raping her and abusing her daughter. She decided to give up her resistance and allow the men to rape her alone and spare her 7-year-old daughter. She used her body language to signal to the policeman who was trying to rape her to ask his friend to stop touching her daughter and come inside the car and do whatever he wants to her. The policeman understood her body language and got out of the car and caught hold of his colleague and told him what the Indian woman wanted and agreed for them to do. The evil Arab man is not willing to release the small daughter until his colleague has managed to snatch her away by forcing the female child from his strong holding. The evil policeman has become extremely angry as a wild beast whose easy prey has been just snatched away from him. His game is over, and he can no longer play this extremely vile act he is enjoying so much. Therefore, he ran like a leopard in leaps and bounds to the police car in his hunt for another female victim. He caught hold of one of Rehana's 2 legs and literally pulled her out of the car like a lamb that had become ready for slaughter. When the surrendered Indian woman got out of the car, he stripped off his remaining underwear and became fully naked without a shred of a piece of cloth. He then straddled Rehana's body as she surrendered like a lamb to the slaughter, and he began to rape her violently. While he is doing that, his tongue is licking and sucking the lips of Rehana as a mad dog. He even began to bite her lips and cheeks as if he was a wild beast that was trying to eat up her flesh. The other Saudi policemen joined him, and the 2 evil men began having sex with Rehana both at the same time. One is raping her from the front and the other sodomizing her from behind. These 2 Arabs, as if they are men beasts, have never touched a woman before. One is inserting his erect penis in her vagina and the other one is forcing his phallus in her anus. While they are raping her, they are biting and hitting her viciously and violently. Meanwhile, Rehana is screaming while trying to silence the unbearable torture the 2 Saudi demons are inflicting on her naked body. She has endured their violent and sadistic rampage motivated by love for her small daughter. She knew that if she resisted or tried to stop them, they would leave her and go for her defenseless daughter. Little Ifrit saw everything from the moment the 2 evil men of the holy city of Allah stripped her mother naked and ripped off her clothes. They made her fully naked. The small daughter saw when they began raping her as she stood by herself out of the car crying and begging the 2 policemen to stop and leave her mother alone. She screamed and begged on her knees, "Please stop. Please stop. Leave my mother alone, you are hurting her." She has done everything she could to ask them to stop, but they continue their evil acts. She watched with eyes clouded in tears, and yet her pleadings went unanswered. There is nothing she can do to help her mother. The 2 Saudi police officers violently raped Rehana Khan until she lost consciousness, and her soul has become hovering between life and death. The wicked Arab men are not satisfied with leaving her unconscious body undisturbed, but they continued to rape her lifeless body. Each one of them raped her 3 times in her vagina and sodomized her twice in her anus until the blood ran down her private parts from front and behind. Finally, when they had become fully satiated with their lust, they got into their police vehicle and drove away, leaving her for dead. Before they left, they put on their police uniforms, but they neither bothered to put their victim's clothes back on nor cover her naked body. They do not care about her crying, small daughter. They expected both mother and daughter would eventually die in the hot desert and their bodies would be buried by the shifting winds of sand. They know either they will be bitten by a poisonous snake or scorpion or die of thirst in the arid desert. They have decided to return to their police headquarters and report that the Indian woman and her daughter somehow managed to fool them and escape. They agreed to say that the 2 illegal Indian female aliens Rehana Khan and her daughter Ifrit Khan said they wanted to go to the women's public washroom, and then both mother and daughter jumped out of the back window and fled. After the 2 human demons left, little Ifrit went over to her unconscious naked mother and covered her mother's exposed private parts with the dress that had been ripped from her body. She tried to awaken her mother thinking she was asleep. She shook her mother's body vigorously and called to her to please wake up, but her mother did not respond. Ifrit has remembered that her father had killed himself by stabbing his heart with his knife, so she has already some idea about death. She began to think the police officers had killed her mother while they were beating her and doing those terrible things to her. She had seen everything they had done to her mother, but she did not understand what they were doing, why they were removing all her clothes or what her mother had done to make them angry with her. After they left, she believed her mother was dead and she stood up and began to wail loudly with a strong outcry. The place is a desolate desert area located far away from the city. It is on a deserted road where cars very rarely pass by. It is evening and the sun is setting. It started to get dark, and Ifit became frightened. She has no idea what to do and she is afraid to leave her dead mother to go in search of help. Ifit was sitting beside her mother where she cried and cried until she almost lost her voice. Finally, she fell asleep on her mother's body. It started to become cold within a couple of hours after the sun went down. The chill shook Rayhana out of her long-deadened state of unconsciousness. She forced herself awake. She is in horrific pain radiating from every part of her body. She then remembered what had happened to her and she moved quietly so as not to wake up her daughter. She moved her daughter's head slowly from her lap and strained to get up on her knees. She tried to stand but she could not. She discovered she was completely naked except for a single piece of clothing draped across her. She dragged her sore and aching body across the sand and began to collect her scattered clothing piece by piece. Her movements woke up Ifit and Rayhana told her daughter to close her eyes until she could put her dress back on. Her daughter obeyed her and closed her eyes. It took Rayhana more than half an hour to put on her clothes. The terrible pain and dormant body have slowed down her movement. Then she told her daughter to open her eyes. Ifit stood up and ran to her mother and hugged her. She felt so relieved when she saw that her mother had come back to life. Rayhana knows that Ifit has seen everything those evil policemen have done to her. She remembered hearing Ifit's tender voice screaming and crying for her while those vicious animals tore her apart and ripped off her clothes. While they were stripping her naked in front of her small female child, she felt as if they were skinning her alive. They had removed her handcuffs and stripped every piece of clothing off her body. She could not resist or try to protect her honor. She was afraid if she resisted, they would go for her little daughter instead of her. She was thus paralyzed by the thought of these ruthless men raping and attacking her daughter. At this difficult time in her life, if it were not for her daughter, Rayhana would have killed herself. It is one of the customs of Indian women. They tend to kill themselves if they get raped because society expects that from them. Ifit's loving touches and hugs have given Rayhana strength, and she asked her daughter to help her stand up. Ifit tried to pull her mother up with her hands with all the strength she had, but she could not be able to help her mother get up. Rayhana decided to crawl on her knees and move away from the place where she had been raped in front of her little daughter. She felt her body had been ruined and defiled by the ungodly policemen in that place and it now has become unholy ground. She hopes that if they moved away from the unclean spot where her blood is spilled, and her body is raped, maybe her beloved daughter would soon forget and not remember what has happened to her dear mother. The abused Indian woman has crawled away very slowly and now and then she became exhausted to the point where she has to stop and rest. The pain she felt exerting her body was more than she could bear. When she felt she was far enough away, she asked her daughter to sit on her lap. She ached terribly from the wounds and injuries she received to her body and the pain is beyond anything she has ever experienced. Some of her wounds were still copiously bleeding and she tried to hide them from her daughter. She feels as if there are hundreds of sharp metals that have been forcefully inserted in her private parts and remained inside. The pain is beyond her ability to bear it. She tried to hide her pain and the emotional trauma, hoping if she pretended nothing was wrong, her daughter would soon forget everything that had happened to her mother. With all that she has endured and survived, she worried most about her daughter's welfare and how she could get her to a safe place. Rayhana worried even more when she realized in a place like this her beloved daughter could be bitten by a snake or scorpion if she had not frozen to death in the cold desert air during the night. While in and out of a hazy comatose state, Rayhana thought that she was living through an awful nightmare. She could not wrap her mind around what had happened to her in the Holy Land where the tomb of her Prophet Muhammad and the house of Allah stand. It is the last thing she would have ever imagined could happen to her in the most sacred place on earth. Her scanty knowledge of Islam has made her believe that Jeddah is Mecca city, whereupon reigned the house of Allah, and Medina city, where the tomb of her Prophet Muhammad was laid to rest. As matter of fact, from Jeddah to Mecca it will take around 1.5 hours to drive a distance of 80 kilometers. It is the most crowded road in the world. Over 3 million pilgrims travel every year on that single highway. If Rayhana had had any knowledge or warning that this terrible thing was going to happen to her in such a holy Muslim land, she would have never come. Of course, for that matter, no mother in the world would ever dream of her 7-year young daughter witnessing such a brutal rape. Whatever she allowed or suffered at the hands of the 2 wicked Arab men, it is because she wanted to save her little girl from being raped and violated by these dangerous criminals posing as public servants. Rayhana's mind has been occupied with many thoughts bubbling up like hot, molten lava inside a volcano. She wanted to cry, but she suppressed her tears and did not allow them to disclose the deep pain and anguish she was feeling inside. It is best not to fall apart in front of her small daughter, and so she is hiding her fears, worries, and all the devastation she felt. She hated herself for bringing her daughter with her and exposing her to such sheer evil. Only the devil could do this to a human being and not care about raping a mother in front of her small female child. If only she had foreknowledge that the devil is alive and well inside the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is the holiest Muslim land on earth, she would not have come out of her birthplace and come to such hellish land. Rayhana could not believe a human being could become like a beast. How could a human being lust after a 7-year-old daughter? How could a man behave in such a beastly manner? What troubled Rayhana more was the fact that those 2 police officers were Muslims like her. While she was living in her slum hut surrounded by thousands of Hindu men, none of them attacked her while she was walking all alone in the dark hours of the morning in the narrow alleys or assaulted her inside her unprotected hut. She had never been attacked by anyone, and no man had attempted to rape her while she was returning all alone at night through those dark and narrow lanes. Her Hindu neighbors are bowing down and worshipping their idols day and night, whereas the 2 Muslim men who have brutally raped her are supposedly kneeling and worshipping her Allah 5 times a day. Rayhana began to feel dizzy, and her eyes began to flutter uncontrollably. She understood that she might collapse and faint at any moment. She wants to tell her daughter to leave her and continue walking with the hope that she might find someone to rescue her. She does not want her daughter to see her dying in such a lonesome place. She figured she was going to die anyway. When she could not crawl anymore, Rayhana shared her thoughts about what she wanted her daughter to do. She told her to continue walking and not look back. But little Ifit is scared and refuses to leave her mother and walk all alone in the dark and lonely dead of night. Rayhana feels her child's anxiety and fear and does not insist that she leave her anymore. She has gently told her that if she fell asleep, she might never wake up again. She reminded her of how her father had fallen asleep and had not returned to them. She then told her plainly that she was going to die soon, and when that happened, she should leave her and go away, and hopefully, she would find someone to save her life. Shortly after speaking these words to her daughter, Rayhana stopped crawling, and her body fell silently into the sand and became motionless. Her daughter thought that her mother had died and would never wake up again. Therefore, the little girl Ifit is afraid to walk alone in a strange, dark, and frightening place. She just sat near her mother's body and began to weep all over again. She had become so afraid and started to shake, trembling from the chill of the brisk night winds. Her fear has prevented her from falling asleep, and she remained awake throughout the night while unceasingly crying. Problems Rayhana faces in Sheikh Ahmed's house. When Rayhana finally reaches her sponsor's home, what is presented as protection and employment turns into domestic captivity. Almost every form of suffering she has experienced earlier is intensified behind closed doors. 1. Excessive labor and confinement. Rayhana is treated as a servant without limits, expected to work continuously. She is locked in a storeroom at night with her daughter Ifat. Her movement is restricted, and she has no freedom to leave the house. Result: she lives in conditions resembling domestic imprisonment, not lawful employment. 2. Hostility from Sheikh Ahmed's wife. Sheikh Ahmed's wife treats Rayhana with jealousy, cruelty, and aggression. Rayhana is blamed for tensions within the household despite her powerless position. The wife repeatedly demands Rayhana's removal and punishment. Result: Rayhana becomes a scapegoat for marital and household conflicts. 3. Sexual exploitation by the sons. Sheikh Ahmed's sons secretly film Rayhana naked. Use the footage to blackmail her. Repeatedly rape her. Rayhana has no one to report to and no legal protection. Her resistance would lead to deportation or worse. Result: sexual abuse becomes systematic and inescapable. 4. Fear for her daughter Ifat. Rayhana lives in constant terror that Ifat may also be sexually assaulted. Locking themselves in the storeroom becomes an act of desperate protection. Every abuse Rayhana endures is experienced again emotionally through her child. Result: motherhood multiplies her suffering. 5. Forced sham marriage. To hide household crimes and create legal cover, Rayhana is pressured into a fake marriage with a chauffeur. The marriage is not for her benefit, but to protect men in power. Sheikh Ahmed secretly has the chauffeur castrated, showing total control over all involved. Result: Rayhana's marital status becomes a tool of manipulation, not security. 6. Medical and bodily control. Rayhana is forced to undergo humiliating medical examinations. Her body is inspected to confirm sexual history and pregnancy status. She is treated as a biological object, not a human being. Result: total loss of bodily autonomy. 7. Criminalization instead of protection. When her situation is exposed, Rayhana is arrested, not helped. Accused of polyandry and prostitution. Pregnancy from rape is used as evidence against her. Sheikh Ahmed and his family escape punishment. Result: the system punishes the victim and protects the powerful. Overall significance of the sponsor's house. What Rayhana hoped would be a place of safety becomes a site of sexual violence, a place of confinement, a mechanism for legal destruction. The sponsor's house functions as a private extension of state oppression, where abuse happens without witnesses and without consequences. One-sentence summary. In Sheikh Ahmed's house, Rayhana faces confinement, forced labor, hostility, repeated sexual abuse, blackmail, loss of bodily autonomy, and eventual criminal prosecution, turning sponsorship into total domination. Below is a clear comparative summary of Rayhana's 2 sham marriages, first with Aslam Ali Khan and later with Sabir Ibrahim Shah, as presented in The Arab Sugar Daddy and The Beautiful Indian Girl. The comparison highlights purpose, power relations, legality, and consequences. Comparison of Rayhana's 2 sham marriages. Overview. Both marriages are not genuine relationships but strategic arrangements imposed on Rayhana to protect male interests. However, they differ in who controls them, why they are arranged, and how severely they damage Rayhana's life. 1. Sham marriage with Aslam Ali Khan. Purpose. The marriage is arranged to protect Rayhana from arrest, imprisonment, and execution after she becomes dependent on Aslam in Saudi Arabia. Aslam warns her that an unmarried foreign woman could be accused of immorality and stoned, so she agrees to a paper marriage to survive. Power dynamics. Aslam is an Indian pimp, not a legal authority. He uses marriage as a commercial shield, posing as a husband while continuing to exploit women. Rayhana enters the marriage out of fear, not deception. Legal status. The marriage is performed by a Pakistani imam, who ignores Islamic legal waiting periods for remarriage in exchange for money. Though technically halal, it is fraudulent in intent and execution. Consequences. The marriage gives temporary protection. Later, Aslam's statements are used to accuse Rayhana of deceit and prostitution, worsening her legal case. 2. Sham marriage with Sabir Ibrahim Shah. Purpose. This marriage is orchestrated by Sheikh Ahmed, not for Rayhana's safety but to hide sexual crimes inside his household, manipulate Rayhana's legal status, create plausible deniability for powerful men. Power dynamics. Rayhana has no choice at all. The marriage serves male convenience, not her survival. Sabir himself is controlled, he is secretly castrated, demonstrating extreme patriarchal dominance. Legal status. This second marriage occurs without proper divorce from the first. The same imam conducts both marriages, knowingly ignoring Islamic law. The overlapping marriages become official evidence of polyandry under Sharia law. Consequences. This marriage directly leads to Rayhana's arrest, conviction for polyandry, sentence of 3 years in prison followed by stoning to death. 3. Direct comparison table. Aspect. Marriage to Aslam. Marriage to Sabir. Who arranged it? Aslam himself. Sheikh Ahmed. Rayhana's choice. Fear-driven consent. No consent. Purpose. Temporary protection. Legal manipulation. Legality. Fraudulent but shielding. Self-incriminating. Benefit to Rayhana. Short-term survival. None. Long-term impact. Indirect harm. Direct death sentence. 4. Overall significance. The first sham marriage is a desperate act of survival in a hostile system. The second sham marriage is a weaponized legal trap engineered by those in power. Together, they demonstrate how marriage, meant to offer security, becomes a mechanism of destruction. One-sentence comparative insight. Rayhana's marriage to Aslam is a fragile shield against immediate danger, while her marriage to Sabir is a calculated snare that transforms that shield into evidence used to destroy her. The role of the kafil system in Rayhana's suffering. In the novel, the kafil sponsorship system is a central structural mechanism that enables and amplifies Rayhana's exploitation and suffering in Saudi Arabia. Rather than a single act of cruelty, the system functions as a legal framework that strips Rayhana of autonomy and protection while granting overwhelming power to her sponsors and employers. 1. Total legal dependence on the sponsor. The document explicitly portrays the kafil system as making Rayhana legally invisible without a sponsor. Upon arrival in Saudi Arabia, Rayhana lacks independent legal standing. Her residency, movement, employment, and survival depend entirely on the approval of a male sponsor, kafil. This dependence prevents her from seeking help, reporting abuse, or changing employers without punishment. As shown in the narrative, when Rayhana's documentation is irregular or disputed, no authority accepts responsibility for her, and she is detained rather than protected. The system treats her not as a victim but as a liability. 2. Transferability like property. The novel depicts Rayhana being handed over, sold, or reassigned between men, pimps, husbands, and employers, without her consent. Within the kafil system, this transfer is normalized. Rayhana is sold into a sham marriage, passed from one sponsor to another, forced into domestic and sexual servitude. The system allows sponsors to exercise ownership-like control, a condition the text directly likens to slavery, noting that maids' bodies and labor are treated as lawful possessions. 3. Facilitation of sexual exploitation. The kafil system enables sexual abuse by making sponsors legally untouchable, discrediting the testimony of foreign women, criminalizing the victim rather than the perpetrator. Rayhana cannot prove rape, coercion, or exploitation because female migrant testimony carries little or no legal weight, especially against Saudi men. When Rayhana becomes pregnant, the system presumes guilt, adultery or prostitution, rather than investigating abuse. Her inability to refuse sex, escape abuse, or report crimes is directly tied to her status as a sponsored maid. 4. Criminalization of victimhood. Under the Kafil framework, Rayhana's lack of freedom becomes evidence against her. She is arrested and prosecuted for illegal entry, polyandry, pregnancy outside recognized marital legitimacy. The system converts structural captivity into criminal behavior, leaving Rayhana legally responsible for conditions she did not control. Her sponsors are interrogated and released, while Rayhana faces imprisonment and stoning. 5. Absence of exit or redress. The document shows that Rayhana has no lawful escape route. She cannot leave the country freely. She cannot change sponsors. She cannot work independently. She cannot access neutral legal protection. Even when her suffering becomes public and media covered, the system does not offer justice, only punishment. The Kafil structure ensures that power flows upward, to male sponsors and the state, while accountability flows downward to the most vulnerable person. Summary. In the narrative, the Kafil system is not a background detail but a primary engine of Rayhana's suffering. It removes her legal agency, enables sexual and labor exploitation, treats her as transferable property, criminalizes her victimization, prevents escape, protection, or justice. Rayhana's tragedy is presented not as the result of individual cruelty alone, but as the predictable outcome of a system designed to control, silence, and dispose of women like her. Persecutions of Rayhana by Mrs. Ahmed, Mastora. The document records the following clearly stated actions by Mrs. Ahmed against Rayhana. 1. Hostile reaction upon discovering Rayhana's presence. Mrs. Ahmed, Mastora, reacts with intense anger when she learns about Rayhana's situation and her husband's involvement with her. She openly insults Sheikh Ahmed and expresses outrage directed at Rayhana's presence in the household. 2. Demand for Rayhana's removal from the household. Mrs. Ahmed demands that Rayhana be expelled/removed, treating her as a moral and social threat to her marriage and family honor. This demand is firm and confrontational. 3. Public humiliation and rejection. Mrs. Ahmed's outburst occurs in front of family members. Her reaction reinforces Rayhana's status as an unwanted, stigmatized outsider within the household. Although the sons temporarily defend Rayhana, Mrs. Ahmed's hostility contributes to Rayhana's vulnerability and isolation. 4. Withdrawal and destabilization of Rayhana's protection. By storming off after failing to control the situation, Mrs. Ahmed destabilizes Rayhana's already fragile position, increasing the likelihood that Rayhana will be expelled or handed over to authorities or other abusers later in the narrative. Important limitations from the source. The document does not state that Mrs. Ahmed physically assaults Rayhana. The document does not attribute Rayhana's later rape, imprisonment, forced marriages, or legal punishment directly to Mrs. Ahmed. Mrs. Ahmed's persecution is social, emotional, and positional, not judicial or violent. The primary perpetrators of Rayhana's extreme suffering are Saudi police, pimps, employers, the Kafil system, and Sharia courts, not Mrs. Ahmed. Summary, accurate to the text. Mrs. Ahmed persecutes Rayhana through hostile rejection, humiliation, and demands for expulsion, reinforcing Rayhana's marginalization as a poor foreign woman and accelerating her removal from any remaining domestic safety. But she is not depicted as a direct physical abuser in the narrative. Excerpts from the text. Rayhana and her daughter followed the skinny Arab woman while the Pakistani driver remained stationary in his place. The Saudi woman stopped, turned her back, and shouted at the chauffeur to come with them. She treats him as if he is her slave and not her husband's foreign chauffeur. Following a few steps behind the tall Arab woman, Rayhana began to admire the beauty of the large house. As they passed through the opulent rooms, Rayhana hoped that she and her daughter might be given one of those rooms to stay in. They continued to walk until they reached the last room. Entering the room, Rayhana recognized the room as the kitchen. Mrs. Ahmed stood in the middle of the kitchen and put her hands on her waist. She pivoted around to face Rayhana and began listing her instructions when she discovered something about her new maid, which had escaped her observation earlier. "Where were you both before you came here?" shouted the Arab woman angrily. "I was in the Filipino women's beauty salon," answered Rayhana, frankly. "So, he took you to the beauty salon before he sent you here?" Before Rayhana could respond, Mrs. Ahmed shot off a new round of questions. "Where is your luggage? Where is your daughter's bag? We have no bags, and we have no clothes. How did you travel from India to Saudi Arabia without clothing or luggage?" Rayhana remained silent and the chauffeur decided it would be best to keep silent too. "So, my husband met you on the street and decided to hire you as a maid for me. He then took you to the women's beauty salon before sending you here as if you are a bride who came to spend her honeymoon in my residence." "Madam, your husband met me in Bombay City. He asked me to come to his country and work as his maid. Some bad men stole my bag and belongings when my daughter and I arrived in this city. Well, I will talk to my husband and find out more about you when he gets home. Right now, I want to give you your cleaning instructions. First of all, you must know that I am an extremely strict woman. I hate immoral dirtiness and physical filthiness. Especially, I detest immoral behaviors." Mrs. Ahmed paused and surveyed Rayhana from top to bottom. She raised her voice even louder with no attempt to disguise her anger and hot temper. Her voice resounded against the walls, and it is as though she is crying inside. "First, you must know there are males living in the household. I have 2 sons and my husband. One son is 16 years old, and the other is 14 years old. They are good children and are doing well in their studies. If I perceive any immoral behavior on your part, I will beat you and wipe your dirty face on the ground. I know you are not an ugly woman, and you might try to use your beauty to entice the good men in my house and make them commit adultery with you. I did not like your face from the moment I laid eyes on you. If any man in this house smiles at you, you are not to smile back. If he calls you to come inside his room, do not enter. Keep yourself at a distance from them. I will never tolerate any kind of love affair between any one of the noblemen in this house and a lowly maid. If I happen to leave the house for any reason, don't be surprised if I lock you up inside your room with a big padlock and keep you confined until I return home. Okay, madam. Now, I am going to dictate to you my laws and your duties in this house." Mrs. Ahmed eased herself into an armchair and placed her right leg on her left knee as if she were a great sultana or a princess of the royal family. The briefing of the duties began. She has not asked Rayhana or her daughter to sit. Even the chauffeur is standing on his feet while translating the conversation between the noble Saudi woman and her new maid. Law number 1. You have to be in the kitchen from 6 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock at night. Law number 2. You are not allowed to sit on any chair or couch during working hours. You are also not permitted to either watch TV or listen to the radio during working hours. Law number 3. Law number 3. You have to cook and prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner, wash the clothes, bed sheets, pillow covers, and tablecloths. You will clean all of the dishes and other utensils, sweep and mop the rooms and hallways, water the plants, iron the clothes, and do whatever else I require of you to do. The Pakistani driver returned after 5 days, and the noble Arab woman Mrs. Ahmed called him to the kitchen and told him to translate for her what she was going to say to her Indian maid. She then supplemented her strict laws and rules and list of many heavy and hard chores for the Indian maid. Whatever she could not impart to Rayhana during his absence, she more than made up for. She insulted her in front of the chauffeur, telling him not to leave one word out that she was saying. She told him to tell Rayhana that she is a dirty, filthy animal and behaves as if she came straight from out of the jungle of India. Rayhana cried as the chauffeur translated all the revilement, filthy insult words, and derogatory remarks from the Cobra mistress. The noble Arab woman felt pleased with the great distress she was able to inflict on her maid, and now that her goal was accomplished, Mrs. Ahmed dismissed the Pakistani driver. She remained for some time with Rayhana in the kitchen and forced her to do as many unnecessary hard chores as possible. The noble, holy, deeply moral, and strict Arab Muslim woman then abruptly marched out of the kitchen and left without telling her maid what to do next. Rayhana knows that if the evil Saudi woman came back and found her sitting with her daughter in the kitchen doing nothing, she would shout at her and might even assault her physically and beat her up in front of her daughter if it. Therefore, she decided to go to the other rooms and start cleaning them all over again. She just wants to be busy doing something. She has already cleaned up all the rooms and hallways. She told her daughter to sit and wait for her in the kitchen. It is one of the new rules she learned that day through the Pakistani translator that her daughter is not to follow her from place to place all over the house. When the mother is not working in the kitchen, the daughter has to put it there and do some work too. The Cobra woman never showed any compassion toward the little girl if it either. She detests her the same way she hates her mother. She did not give her any of her son's old toys to play with or buy her any dolls. She did not promise or suggest she should go to school to get an education like her privileged noble sons. She even forced her to do menial tasks. When her mother left, Ifrit sat on the floor of the kitchen, folded her legs, and began to look blankly at the empty walls. With nothing to do to amuse herself, she hugged her legs and rocked back and forth waiting for her mother to return to her. Rayhana began her work down one of the long hallways. She thought that there was no one else in the house except Mrs. Ahmed. She expected that the always angry and strict Arab woman would be resting in her bedroom. Therefore, the maid has decided to clean every room except the room of the mother lion. She knows that if she dared step foot inside the Cobra lioness bedroom without her permission and oversight, she would be scolded and mercilessly beaten up. The Cobra woman had already told her never to step foot inside her sacred bedroom without her permission or when she is not there. However, she gave her permission to enter all the other rooms in the house. She expressly told her to keep herself away from the rooms of her teenage sons when they were at home. She said she believes in the Arabic saying, "Keep the female away from the male as you keep the egg away from the stone." But if the righteous woman of Allah came to know the egg had already been broken by the stones of her teenage sons, then she might have killed her maid who had enticed her good noble sons and caused them to commit adultery with her in the night. If she has seen the porn video of Rayhana, she might have beaten her and then handed her over to the police authority and gotten her stoned to death. Rayhana spent a short time cleaning the hallway and then she began with the other rooms. She began with Khalid's room first. When Rayhana stepped inside Khalid's room, she remembered how the two juvenile boys had come to the storage room at night and showed her a porn video of her nude inside the women's bathroom and her naughty behavior while she was alone. Rayhana does not like the situation she has put herself in, but she is powerless to do anything about it. She hopes that the goodman of the house, who had spent a lot of money on her and her daughter, might intervene and stop his wife from treating her so badly and prevent his sons from continuously blackmailing and raping her. She has not seen her sponsor since the day he brought her to his house. She was surprised when the Pakistani chauffeur returned without her Saudi sponsor. She held her tongue, deciding not to ask him where his kafil was. Deeply engrossed in 1,000 thoughts, she finished cleaning up Khalid's room and went to Tariq's room. She pushed the door open without knocking and strode in, knowing that the two bad boys who raped her at night would be at school for several hours. She froze upon entering and her body became paralyzed. She felt as if her heart stopped and her mouth opened up in disbelief. For a few minutes, with her mouth agape, Her eyes bulged as she took in the scene of the Pakistani chauffeur atop the noble and holy Arab lady. Both of them are buck naked on top of each other in Tariq's big bed. She averted her eyes in another direction and is met with a porn movie splashing across a 65-inch LCD TV screen. Her eyes have seen a young white girl sucking and licking a big phallus of a white guy. Both are completely buck naked, just like the Saudi wife and the Pakistani man. She could even see the black pubic hair of the fully visible and exposed. Even the pussy of the white girl is open and red. Her big breasts are like two small white soccer balls. She has extra large buttocks. But the Saudi wife has no pubic hair on her exposed private parts. She has neither big boobs nor large buttocks. Her naked skinny body is flat from the front and from behind as if she is a man. In the meantime, rooted to the floor, the astonished maid could neither advance nor retreat. She is shaking, sweating, and breathing loudly as if her soul might come out of her body at any second. The strict Saudi wife, Mrs. Ahmed, has seen her first. She fired off a few Arabic words to her secret lover, which had the effect of making the Pakistani chauffeur jump off of her body and stand about face. Rayhana closed her eyes when she saw his male organ like a big stick shooting up in front of him. The greatly astonished maid has expected two things to happen to her now: either the Pakistani would run towards her, catch her by the neck and strangle her to death, or the Cobra woman would shout at her and kick her along with her daughter out of the house. As she gradually opened up her tightly squeezed eyes, nothing could have prepared her for the pleading faces of the two adulterers begging her for mercy. In the awkward silence that followed, with no violence, direct or implied, she counted her good fortune, turned on her heels, and fled for her life. She ran to the kitchen and sat near her daughter. Hugging her, she waited to see what their destiny had in store for them both. Shortly thereafter, the personal driver of Sheikh Ahmed came into the kitchen. Clothed, he looked vastly different. For the first time, Rayhana came to know his name, Sabir Ibrahim Shah. Everyone in the family calls him Rafiq, and she thought it was his real name. Every Indian calls every Arab man in the world Rafiq, and every Arab calls every Indian man in the world Rafiq. We will not let this trivial distract us from the serious issue at hand, which is the adulterous and scandalous affair between the so-called noble and strict woman, Mrs. Ahmed, and her husband's immoral chauffeur. However, the only thing we can mention in passing is that Rafiq in Arabic means a companion on a journey, in particular, a long trip. Sabir Ibrahim Shah looked stunned. When he mentioned his full name, Rayhana could hardly hear him. Then he sat on the floor and faced the wall. He could not look Rayhana in the face. He told her he had done what she had seen him doing with the wife of his boss because he had no choice. If he refused to do that, he would lose his job. Rayhana does not say a single word because she does not know what to say or do in such a situation. She just kept looking at him. She is still scared that he might attack her or kill her. Then, he opened his mouth again and told her that most of the Arabs were doing the same thing with their foreign maids and menservants. If the servants refused to comply, they would be dismissed. Occasionally, they would be falsely accused of committing something bad and then suffer a lifetime of pain and imprisonment, beheading or stoning to death. Rayhana began to weep. Her heart broke when she realized the price of refusing sex could cost a person his life in this Islamic holy land. Amidst her sobs, the ignoble woman quietly walked in, looking different in her some decent dress. Rayhana has a flashback from the horrible way she appeared without her clothes. She is skinny and tall. She has nothing by way of face or body to attract a man, which explains why she had a porn movie playing to arouse her chauffeur. It was under these circumstances that Rayhana walked in on them. Sheikh Ahmed had simply married the ignoble woman because her father is a very wealthy Saudi business tycoon. Marrying her is an investment that is figured well for business deals. Her name is Mastora, meaning a woman who protects her honor and that of her family. Today, she might as well have changed her name to Sharmuta, which means a whore wife or a prostitute in a brothel house. Rayhana vividly remembered her first-day lecture on morality when Mastora told her that she hated immoral relations between the dirty foreign maid and one of the holy members of the noblest family in the kingdom of Tartarus. Hence, we are now more than adequately acquainted with the problem of the rich in third-world countries. They claim to be the most righteous and most holy people of God, and they look down on the rest of the world and view the poor as immoral, uncouth, uncultured, and very ill-mannered. Anyway, Mastora opened her contemptible mouth, but she spoke softly in whispers. Her loud, harsh voice and her rudeness have disappeared. She asked Sabir delicately whether he had spoken to Rayhana or not, and the amount of money she had asked for to keep her silent. Sabir has spoken to Rayhana but never broached the topic. Not daring to tell Mrs. Ahmed the words he had spoken to her, he turned again to speak to Rayhana, telling her of Mrs. Ahmed's offer. Sabir's words took Rayhana by surprise, so she just stared at him and glanced at the ignoble woman hiding behind him. Of course, Rayhana has no clue that Mrs. Ahmed would be stoned to death in Saudi Arabia for such a transgression she has done with the foreign driver of her husband. Seeing Rayhana keeping silent, the Pakistani driver made up her mind for her and told Mastora that the Indian maid had agreed to keep her lips sealed and would gratefully accept whatever money she was offered. I renamed Mrs. Ahmed Mastora because of her pitiful condition. She is a lioness and strutted around like the most moral woman on the face of the earth, and suddenly she has been broken with her pride in pieces. Mastora in Arabic means a broken female who got caught and exposed for what she is. With trembling hands, Mrs. Ahmed took her checkbook from her pocket, quickly wrote out a check, and put it in Rayhana's hand. Rayhana looked at the paper that the ignoble woman gave her without knowing what it represented. Sabir explained to her in Urdu that Mrs. Ahmed had given her a check and he could take her to the bank and open an account for her. Mrs. Ahmed decided to sweeten the deal, telling her secret lover to take Rayhana Khan and her daughter, Ifat, to the nearest bank to open an account for her and assist her in making the deposit. After that, she told him to take them to the super mall and let them buy whatever clothes they wanted and whatever dolls Ifat wished to have. He could then have the bills brought to her for reimbursement and she would gladly pay for everything. Below is a comparative, text-faithful analysis of Rayhana's suffering set against other major characters, based strictly on what is stated in the Arab sugar daddy and the beautiful Indian girl. The comparison focuses on degree, nature, agency, and outcome of suffering. 1. Rayhana vs. Christy, the Christian Indian woman. Similarities. Both are poor Indian women who enter relationships with wealthy Saudi men. Both face migration-related vulnerability and cultural isolation. Both are subject to objectification by powerful men. Key differences. Aspect. Rayhana. Christy. Religion and legal status. Muslim, fully governed by Sharia expectations. Christian, outside Islamic moral jurisdiction. Agency. Minimal, coerced repeatedly. High, negotiates terms. Sexual autonomy. Denied. Retained. Outcome. Prison, stoning sentence. Divorce, independence. Interpretation. Christy's suffering is strategic and temporary, Rayhana's is total and irreversible. The text uses Christy to demonstrate that negotiation is possible only when legal and religious systems do not criminalize the woman's existence. 2. Rayhana vs. Balbola, the agency employee. Similarities. Both are sexually exploited by men in power. Both lack institutional protection. Both are silenced and discredited when abused. Key differences. Aspect. Rayhana. Balbola. Location of suffering. India and Saudi Arabia. India only. Legal framing. Criminalized as immoral. Framed indirectly. Response to trauma. Endures and survives, physically. Self-immolation. Symbolic role. Systemic victim. Cautionary parallel. Interpretation. Balbola's suicide exposes the fatal cost of shame and silencing, while Rehana's survival allows the narrative to explore prolonged, institutional cruelty rather than a single tragic endpoint. 3. Rehana vs. Sakina, the Pakistani woman stoned. Similarities. Both accused of sexual transgression. Both denied meaningful defense. Both judged under Sharia law. Both reduced to symbols of moral disorder. Key differences. Aspect. Rehana. Sakina. Narrative function. Central protagonist. Parallel cautionary case. Crime. Polyandry/prostitution, alleged. Adultery. Outcome. Sentenced, awaiting execution. Executed, stoned. Interpretation. Sakina serves as Rehana's possible future. Her execution confirms that Rehana's punishment is not speculative but procedurally real within the system depicted. 4. Rehana vs. Jamal Khan. Similarities. Both were falsely accused. Both were tortured and imprisoned. Both impoverished and stigmatized. Key differences. Aspect. Rehana. Jamal. Gender. Female. Male. Sexualized punishment. Yes. No. Post-prison future. Increasing vulnerability. Limited recovery. Family consequences. Child endangered. Siblings destroyed. Interpretation. Jamal suffers grave injustice, but Rehana's suffering is gender-specific, bodily, and ongoing. The text presents sexual control as the extra penalty imposed on women. 5. Rehana vs. Sheikh Ahmed. Similarities. Both experience moral conflict. Both face public scandal. Key differences. Aspect. Rehana. Sheikh Ahmed. Power. None. Absolute. Consequences. Prison, death sentence. Emotional regret. Ability to exit. None. Always. Interpretation. Sheikh Ahmed's suffering is emotional and voluntary, Rehana's is physical, legal, and imposed. The contrast underscores how power converts suffering into reflection rather than punishment. Overall comparative conclusion. Rehana's suffering is unique in the novel because it is total, physical, sexual, legal, maternal, social. Continuous, India-Saudi Arabia prison. System-produced, not merely individual abuse. Irreversible, unlike that of other characters. Other characters suffer episodes of harm. Rehana endures a life-defining annihilation of agency, making her the novel's central indictment of systemic oppression. How do Sheikh Ahmed's two sons coerce Rehana into sexual deals? In the novel, the two sons of Sheikh Ahmed do not obtain Rehana's compliance through consent. The text presents their conduct as coercion enabled by power imbalance, operating through the following mechanisms. 1. Absolute control over her legal and social status. Rehana is a foreign domestic worker with no independent legal standing. The sons belong to the sponsoring household. This imbalance allows them to threaten her with dismissal, accuse her of immorality, or have her being reported to authorities. The text makes clear that Rehana knows any accusation from them would be automatically believed over her testimony. 2. Threat of criminal punishment under Sharia law. The sons explicitly exploit Rehana's fear of severe legal punishment. As a migrant woman, she cannot report abuse without risking being accused herself. She knows pregnancy or accusations of impropriety would result in imprisonment or worse. This legal threat is structural, not personal. It works precisely because the system criminalizes the vulnerable party. 3. Surveillance and blackmail. The narrative states that Rayhana is secretly monitored and later threatened with exposure. The Sons use hidden recordings and the certainty that evidence, even manipulated, would ruin her. This removes Rayhana's ability to refuse. Because refusal does not stop the threat, compliance is presented as the only way to delay catastrophe. 4. Isolation and lack of protection. Rayhana is cut off from family, unable to flee, dependent on the household for food, shelter, and travel documents. The Sons act knowing there is no authority she can appeal to without self-destruction. The coercion is effective because escape routes are intentionally closed. 5. Exploitation of gender and class hierarchy. The Sons repeatedly invoke Rayhana's status as a servant, a poor foreign woman, a person whose honor is already considered tainted. The text emphasizes that this worldview allows them to rationalize their behavior while framing Rayhana as disposable. Summary. The two Sons compel Rayhana not through persuasion or choice, but through a system of threats, surveillance, and legal terror made possible by the Kafil system. Gendered legal inequality. Criminalization of victims. Absolute household authority over migrant women. Rayhana's agreement is therefore forced compliance under duress, not consent. Quotations from the novel. As soon as the Cobra woman went out of the washroom, Rayhana told Ifit to wait in the kitchen until she finished her bath, and then she was going to give her bath too. When little Ifit left the women's bathroom, the 22-year-old Rayhana removed all of her clothes and stood bare naked. When she stripped off all her clothes, she walked toward the mirror and looked at her image. She began to turn around and looked at her reflection in the mirror. She felt pleased with the full figure standing before her and the shapeliness of her naked body. Rayhana has never seen such a huge full-sized mirror before. For the first time, she could see her entire body and she liked it. She felt shy and covered her face with her hands. Then she remembered her bath. She walked toward the tub and looked at it. She had never seen a tub except in an Indian movie she had watched with the love of her life, the handsome Jamal Khan, at the Eros movie theater in downtown Bombay. In the movie, she saw the beautiful Indian heroine taking a bath in a tub, and that gave her some idea of what she is supposed to do while she is bathing herself in the house of her Arab masters. Then the fully naked lovely Indian maid Rayhana Khan stepped carefully inside the tub and turned on the tap. The warm water began to fill the tub. While the water was running, she started to check all the perfumes and makeup bottles on the shelves. She opened each bottle and smelled its scent. Each one she liked, each one she sprayed some of it on her naked body and long hair. After that, she picked up something that looked like soap powder and emptied half of it into the water. She shook the water with her hands until it looked like it was covered with white bubbles and cotton balls. When done, slowly she immersed herself in the warm water. She felt a wonderful sensation. She became as happy as a female child. Then, she began to imitate what she saw the heroine doing in the movie. She stretched her legs, lifted them, and brought them down again. She lifted her legs again and opened them. She separated her legs as wide as she could. She enjoyed the slight pain she felt in the area around her private parts. She has done this exercise many times until she could not do it anymore. Then, she began to play with her hands and breasts. She held her two breasts with both her hands, jingled them and fondled them. Rayhana has become naughty and stood up while naked and did many naughty things. With soap suds covering parts of her body, she went to the mirror and began to dance and tease her image. She even fought against her image in the mirror as if she were in a boxing fight. She turned around and began to dance with her backside facing the mirror. Then the sexy girl Rihanna bent forward, looked at the mirror, shook her large backside, and teased the imaginary audience who thought they were looking at her big buttocks on the big silver screen at a movie theater. After that, she turned around and showed them her pussy that is covered by her black pubic hair. She then stuck out her tongue and teased them again. She told them, none of you can get my sexy pussy and enjoy having sex with me except my handsome lover Jamal when he marries me. She sang and told them, no touching, but only seeing. This is an Indian song in a Bollywood great hit movie which is called, My Name is Sheila. In that wonderful movie, the beautiful and sexy film actress Katrina Kaif sang and danced in it. The lovely and sexy Rihanna likewise enjoyed playing, singing, and dancing with herself so much. She returned to the tub and immersed her body in the warm water again. This time, she began to paddle the water with her legs as if she was swimming. She learned that from the Indian movie too. Then, she began to throw the soap suds up into the air. After playing inside the tub for a long time, Rihanna remembered she had to wash her clothes. She came out of the tub and went to the sink with the smaller mirror. She filled the sink with water and began to wash her clothes piece by piece. She first washed her top dress and then she cleaned her underdress too. After that, she took her pink bra and washed it, and lastly, she washed her small red underwear. When she finished washing her underwear, the naughty young Indian woman hung her wet clothes on the curtain rod above the tub. She knows that she has to wait inside the women's washroom until her clothes are dried up. Once again, she began to dance and repeat her naughtiness all over again. This time, she stimulated her body beyond her ability to control it. Relishing the rare moment of privacy, she sat on the edge of the empty tub and began to use her fingers and masturbate. She inserted 2 of her right-hand fingers inside her hairy vagina and she masturbated for a quite long time until she got sexually satisfied. What Rihanna has done is more exciting than the hottest porn movie ever has been created. She had spent what seemed like a long time inside the washroom until the Cobra woman knocked on the door and shouted at her. She quickly put on her clothes and rushed out of the washroom. Her clothes are sticking to her body because they are only half dry. As a punishment for her unnecessary delay, the strict and deeply moral noble Saudi woman has not allowed her to wash the clothes of her little daughter or bathe it. Moreover, she decided not to allow her to eat her meal as a punishment for her big mistake. Nevertheless, the scolding and punishment are nothing if compared to the other serious problems the new Indian maid is going to face soon in the house of her Arab masters. Rihanna would not have removed her clothes, stood naked, spread her legs wide open and exposed her private parts, danced naked, fondled her breasts, or washed her pink bra and red underwear while she was standing fully naked. Also, she would not have inserted her fingers into her pussy and gently masturbated if she knew that everything she has done is going to be filmed on tape. Tariq and Khalid had bought a surveillance camera, installed it inside the women's bathroom, and waited for their gorgeous and sexy Indian maid to take a bath. While Rihanna was playing nude and exploring every inch of her naked body, the 2 teenage boys were sitting in another room watching her and masturbating too. They then uploaded the disgraceful video onto the internet on their YouTube page under the sensational title, An Indian Film Actress Taking a Bath in a Tub in the Bathroom. Tariq and Khalid have not simply stopped secretly photographing their beautiful new maid bare naked. When they saw her prancing around in the nude, enticing and exciting them, they decided to go even further and get her. They know their mother locks her up in the storeroom every night, so they stole the key from their parents' bedroom, went to the local hardware store, and made a duplicate copy. They then returned the key to their parents' bedroom without them ever noticing it was missing. Then the 2 wicked brothers came in the middle of the night, unlocked the big padlock of the storeroom's door, and walked in like 2 thieves who came to steal at night. They are carrying strong flashlights in their hands. The lovely Indian maid is sleeping when they come in. She is dead tired due to the 15 hours she spent working like a donkey in the huge mansion of her Arab masters. Even her little daughter is tired and sleeping like a little log of wood. The big brother put both hands on her mouth and pressed it hard. They do not want her to wake up in the middle of the night and scream in terror and wake up their strict mother. They know their deeply moral mother will beat them up and inform their father to beat them too. Moreover, they know their holy mother will kick out the lovely and sexy Indian woman whom they had already seen how hot she looked without her clothes. Rayhana woke up in terror, but she could not scream because her mouth was closed by the hands of Khalid. Then, the smaller brother opened his iPad and showed her a porn video of her dancing and masturbating in the bathroom of the strict mother. Rayhana could not believe her eyes when she saw herself bare naked while doing all those shameful things in the bathroom of the strict Arab woman. She has just allowed her tears to fall like drops of rain on her cheeks and water her pillow while they are exposing the state of her extreme shock and broken heart. Then the two bad brothers began to touch her body everywhere. Rayhana understood what they wanted from her. She is scared that the two teenage boys might show the bad video to their dangerous mother and aged father if she does not allow them to touch her private parts. She anticipated that if she refused to give them what they wanted, she would lose her job and be sent onto the streets along with her little daughter. They even mentioned the words, "show mama, show papa," and the police. Although she does not understand their language, those three names revealed to her what they would do if she refused their sexual advances. She expected that if she refused to allow them to have sex with her, they would either show the porn video to their father and mother or send it to the Saudi police authority. She remembered Aslam Ali Khan informed her that the Saudi police authority in this Muslim country would stone to death any foreign woman who was caught doing immoral acts. She does not want to die and leave her small daughter all alone with those dangerous Arab men. For that reason, she agreed to marry the pimp Aslam on paper to avoid being accused of an adulterous relationship with him and go to prison and get killed. The two bad boys had already downloaded her porn-like video on their computer and then uploaded it onto the internet. Therefore, Rayhana is scared that the strict and morally deep Arab woman would beat her up and kick her out of her holy abode for the immoral pornography she has done inside the women's washroom. She remembered one of the strict laws the noble Arab woman told her she would not tolerate any immoral act or sexual behavior from her side. She expected even the good old man who brought her from India because she is a Muslim woman is going to take the side of his strict wife and ask her to leave his house and never return. Rayhana does not know the way back to Aslam's apartment. She does not have his apartment's address with her. She has no money to purchase air tickets to return to her country. She is totally at the mercy of her Saudi masters. She regretted what she had done in the women's bathroom. So, against her wishes, she allowed those two evil teenage sons to abuse her body and simultaneously rape her in the presence of her little daughter. But thanks God this time the little daughter is sleeping on the small bed while those two demon-possessed sons are raping her mother on the solid floor of the storeroom. It is once again in just 2 months the innocent Indian maid got raped by two wicked Arab males at the same time. Although this time, her rape by two males is not as brutal and as painful as her previous rape by those two evil policemen in the desert, still she has shed rivers of tears for being abused and raped all over again. Moreover, this time she expected those two brothers would continue blackmailing and raping her as long as she stayed in their house. Also, she expected to become pregnant with an illegitimate baby because neither of the two sons had used a condom while raping her. Both of them have ejaculated in her vagina and discharged their semen inside her womb. In Bombay, no one had ever tried to blackmail her. She remembered that some rich Indian men tried to buy her body with money, but she always refused their money and their sexual advances even though some had promised to give her tens of thousands of rupees. She threatened them with going to the police if they dared touch her. She even walked away from some jobs when their sexual harassment became unbearable. Outside of this Arab huge mansion, there is nowhere for her and her daughter to go. She is petrified by the Saudi police. The last thing she wants to experience again in this hellish Arab country is a repeat of her encounter with the police and the horrible experience of being raped and nearly beaten to death. Once she succumbed to the two brothers' evil demands, they figured their manipulation had worked as planned and decided the new lovely Indian maid was now their female sex slave. They have even decided on their next visit to her storeroom in the middle of the night they would bring their video camera and shoot a porn film version of their sex with the beautiful and sexy Indian maid and show it to their friends and classmates at school. Based directly on how the novel frames the Sakinah Yassin episode, the comparison to Romeo and Juliet, Kayz and Layla, and Jamal Khan and Rayhana Khan serves a deliberate thematic purpose. It is not romantic excess. It is a critical contrast between love and law, sincerity and punishment, and human emotion versus rigid moral systems. Why the novel makes this comparison? 1. Love treated as a crime rather than a feeling. In all four cases, Sakinah and Yassin, Romeo and Juliet, Kayz and Layla, Jamal and Rayhana. The lovers are not destroyed by lack of love, but by external forces that criminalize or forbid their relationship. The novel explicitly places Sakinah and Yassin in this lineage to show that their love is mutual and sincere, not transactional. Their relationship is destroyed not by betrayal, but by law, honor, and social control. Just as Romeo and Juliet die because of feud, and Kayz loses his sanity because of tribal prohibition, Sakinah is killed because desire itself is treated as transgression. 2. Emphasize tragic inevitability. All three classical love stories share a key feature: inevitable tragic outcome once love collides with authority. The novel uses this pattern to frame Sakinah's fate as predictable, not accidental; systemic, not personal; ritualized, not impulsive. Sakinah's public execution mirrors the inevitability seen in Romeo's poison, Juliet's dagger, Kayz's madness, Rayhana's stoning sentence. The comparison signals to the reader: once love is discovered, the ending is already written. 3. To contrast private love with public punishment. In the novel, Sakinah and Yassin's relationship is private, yet their punishment is public. This mirrors Romeo and Juliet's deaths being absorbed into public reconciliation, Kayz's love turning into a legend used as social warning. Rayhana's trial is becoming a media spectacle. The comparison emphasizes how intimate emotion is turned into public morality theater, where punishment reassures society more than justice does. 4. To show that gender determines the cost of love. A crucial reason for including Jamal and Rayhana alongside Sakinah and Yassin is to show gender asymmetry. Yassin is flogged and later commits suicide. Sakinah is stoned to death. Jamal is imprisoned and released. Rayhana is sentenced to death and stripped of motherhood. By grouping these couples, the novel highlights a pattern. Men suffer loss, women lose life, body, and identity. The comparison forces the reader to confront how the same emotion, love, produces radically unequal consequences depending on gender. 5. To expose the moral paradox of punishment. Romeo and Juliet are remembered as symbols of pure love. Kayz and Layla are remembered as icons of devotion. By placing Sakinah and Yassin beside them before narrating Sakinah's execution, the novel creates moral dissonance. The audience instinctively sympathizes with legendary lovers. The novel then asks why the same sympathy is denied to Sakinah and Rayhana. The comparison destabilizes moral certainty and invites the reader to question whether the issue is love itself, or the system that claims to defend morality by destroying it. Final interpretation. The novel compares Sakinah and Yassin to Romeo and Juliet, Kayz and Layla, and Jamal and Rayhana to affirm the authenticity of their love, frame their suffering as tragic rather than criminal, expose how law and honor annihilate intimacy, show love's punishment escalating across cultures but peaking in institutional violence, and foreshadow Rayhana's fate by demonstrating that history repeats wherever love is subordinated to rigid moral authority. In short, The comparison transforms Sakina's execution from an isolated event into a universal tragedy, indicting not lovers, but the systems that fear them. Below is a clear comparison of the problems Rayhana faces in Saudi jail with those faced by the Pakistani girl Sakina, as portrayed in The Arab Sugar Daddy and The Beautiful Indian Girl. The comparison shows how both women suffer under the same legal or religious system, but in different circumstances and stages of punishment. Shared context: punishment under Sharia law. Both Rayhana and Sakina are women accused of sexual immorality, tried in Saudi Sharia courts, punished as offenders rather than victims, denied meaningful legal defense, used as examples to enforce moral control over women. However, their experiences differ in location, prison versus public punishment, legal framing, and emotional focus. 1. Rayhana's problems in Saudi jail. A. Imprisonment under death sentence. Rayhana is sentenced to 3 years in prison, followed by stoning to death after childbirth and nursing. Jail is not corrective or protective, it is a waiting room for execution. Her punishment is postponed only because of pregnancy, not mercy. Core problem: living daily with the certainty of death. B. Separation and maternal suffering. Rayhana is separated from her daughter Ifat, with no assurance of the child's future. Her imprisonment is intensified by maternal anguish, guilt, and fear for Ifat's safety. Core problem: psychological torment as a mother, not just a prisoner. C. Criminalization of victimhood. Rayhana was raped, but rape is disregarded. Pregnancy from rape becomes evidence of guilt. Jail reinforces her identity as a criminal woman, not a victim. Core problem: total erasure of justice and truth. D. Prolonged psychological torture. Unlike immediate execution, Rayhana endures daily fear, hopeless waiting, social erasure. Prison extends suffering over time. Core problem: slow destruction of hope and dignity. 2. Sakina's problems, Pakistani girl. A. Immediate public punishment. Sakina is convicted of adultery, caught with a lover. She is sentenced to, and executed by, stoning. Her punishment is swift and public. Core problem: sudden, violent death. B. Total silencing. Sakina has no narrative voice. Her personal feelings, background, or coercion are irrelevant to the court. She exists only as a moral warning, not as a human being. Core problem: instant annihilation without recognition. C. Gender asymmetric, is flogged. Survives the punishment. Later commits suicide. The system punishes Sakina's body more severely and terminally. Core problem: gender-biased punishment. D. Absence of delay or mercy. Unlike Rayhana, Sakina has no pregnancy-based reprieve, no prolonged imprisonment, no waiting, only execution. Core problem: no time, no appeal, no postponement. 3. Direct comparison table. Aspect: Rayhana, Saudi jail. Sakina, Pakistani girl. Location of suffering: prison. Public execution site. Duration: prolonged. Immediate. Legal charge: polyandry, prostitution. Adultery. Considered victim? No. No. Role of motherhood: central, pregnant, mother. None. Nature of suffering: psychological plus physical. Physical, fatal. Outcome: awaiting stoning. Stoned to death. 4. Thematic contrast. Rayhana's suffering is extended, meant to break her spirit before killing her. Sakina's suffering is abbreviated, meant to erase her quickly and publicly. Jail for Rayhana is suspended execution. Execution for Sakina is instant moral spectacle. 5. Author's intended message. Together, Rayhana and Sakina represent two ends of the same system. One woman waits to die. The other dies immediately. The difference is procedural, not moral. Both are condemned because they are women, and both are punished without regard to consent, coercion, or justice. One sentence comparative insight. Rayhana's jail sentence prolongs her suffering until execution, while Sakina's stoning ends her life swiftly, but both reveal a system where women are punished absolutely and mercy is procedural, not humane. Quotations from the original text about the stoning of Sakina. In the case of the so-called adulterous wife, her punishment is different and has been carried out by over 100 men. The stoning ground is in an open area which could be seen from the building where Dr. Abu Islam and his so-called adulterous wife Sakina used to live together as husband and wife. It is also the same building where the lover and his beloved had lived and enjoyed their love intimacy and passionate and hot sex. Dr. Abu Islam felt guilty when he came to know his wife is in love with someone before he married her. If he knew she was in love with someone else, he would not have married her and separated those intimate and sincere lovers. Therefore, he thought as if he was the one who betrayed his wife Sakina. He wished that the Islamic court would either pardon his detained wife or give her a lesser punishment like imprisonment for a few years and then release her and deport her to her country. But when he learned through the TV news that his wife had been tried, condemned, and going to be stoned to death, he knew he could do nothing to change the decision of the Islamic court because it is the judgment of Allah and His Prophet Muhammad, and therefore there is no mortal being can revoke it. Even the king of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia cannot cancel it. Despite that, he decided to approach the Sharia court and inform the judge who passed the stoning judgment that he was ready to forgive his cheating wife and take her back if she was ready to repent, break up her unacceptable friendship with her lover, and apologize to her husband. Although Dr. Abu Islam expected that the court would not accept his forgiveness and pardoning of his wife, still he followed the dictating of his conscience and went and talked to the Sharia court authority. The Sharia court did not only reject his appeal but published it in the newspapers. When his Pakistani community came to know through the media that Dr. Abu Islam forgave his adulterous wife and wanted to take her back, they hated him with more bitterness. They considered him to be the most useless and cowardly Muslim man who ever existed. The Pakistani ambassador in Riyadh City said in a TV interview that Dr. Abu Islam and his adulterous wife Sakina are stigmas on the bright face of Pakistan. He further said that any Pakistani man in his place would not hesitate for a second to slay his unfaithful wife on honor killing. Instead, that shameless doctor went and begged the Sharia court to stop carrying the judgment of Allah on his adulterous cousin's sister, and without shame, he wanted to take her back in his apartment as a wife. The Pakistani consul of the consulate in Jeddah City has demanded that the Sharia court should also pass the death sentence on the adulterous man Yasin Sheikh and stone him beside his adulterous girlfriend Sakina. Otherwise, he should be extradited to his country Pakistan so that he would be stoned to death at the Karachi International Airport by the Pakistani angry Muslim men and women. Shortly after the Islamic court rejected the appeal of the dejected husband, the date of the stoning of his wife was announced through all media channels in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It has been scheduled to take place on a Friday at noontime after the public congregational prayer. Every Pakistani man in Jeddah decided to attend and participate in the stoning to show his condemnation of that disgraceful act that one of the Pakistani women did while she is lawfully married to another man. Pakistani women vowed that they would take part in the stoning if the Saudi police authority would allow them to do so. But their requests have been rejected on a religious basis, and only their husbands, brothers, and sons could join the other faithful Muslims after the Friday prayer and stone the condemned adulterous woman. Around 12:45 p.m., the execution ground is crowded with men dressed in white garments, and all of them have long beards and somber and angry faces. They are males, big as well as small. Even male children have been brought there by their fathers or big brothers. They looked like monsters and worshippers of Lucifer. None of them appeared as a holy man who was worshipping a true and living deity. There are with them their small male children who are dressed up in their traditional clothes which look like pajamas and appear like little white demons just like their devilish fathers and brothers. None of those kids is smiling or have a childlike face. They also look like small angry evil spirits. Shortly after the gathering of the so-called faithful men and children of Allah, the condemned adulterous woman was brought by a police car. She is handcuffed and her legs are securely fastened by chains. She is dressed up in a black abaya and niqab that covers her entire body. When they dragged her out of the car, she was shaking and screaming and calling for help. She is begging the Saudi police officers to spare her life. None of them seemed to heed her crying and pleading. A couple of policemen dragged her like an animal until they brought her to the middle of the crowd. There is already a hole that has been dug for her burial. Then the Arab policeman forcibly inserted her resisting body inside that hole. Some men came and buried her until her neck. Only her neck and head are visible while the rest of her body is completely buried underground. It is 48 degrees Celsius when the poor Sakina has been buried up to her neck in the hot sand of the Sahara Desert. The heat of the sun and the hot sand scorched her body, causing 75% second-degree burns to her flesh, and she was screaming louder and louder. Underneath the black abaya, she is sweating and burning like steam boiling inside a tea kettle. It might have been more tolerable to put her in a furnace than to bury her in the hot sand. They do not need to stone her to death, for if they had left her just 1 hour in the hot dry ground, she would have been cooked alive instead. After that, her face was uncovered so that everyone could see her. She is also expected to see those people who have gathered around her stone her to death. Those policemen forcefully tore the black niqab from her face. They are like 2 wolves tearing out the flesh of an innocent lamb. When she has been uncovered, her face is shining like the sun. She has appeared as the most beautiful young Pakistani girl ever created by God in that backward Muslim land. She has an exceptionally white complexion, as if she is the daughter of a white woman and a Pakistani father. She has exceedingly long black hair. Through her beautiful face, one could see a very frightened young woman. In the meantime, the condemned girl Sakina continued to scream and call for help. She even called upon the names of Allah and her Prophet Muhammad to come and rescue her from that cruel and painful death. But neither Allah come from his black house in Makkah city, nor did her Prophet Muhammad have resurrected from his grave in Medina city. No one among her executioners and her Pakistani people has shown pity towards her. In their balconies, many Pakistani black burqa-clad women gathered in groups of 2s and 3s to witness the stoning event. They are standing like scary black ghosts on the windows of their apartments and looking as if they are watching a happy wedding celebration. Some of them are using long-range observation binoculars to see the stoning. None of them seem to pity the victim girl. Even their small underage girls have been made to watch such brutal stoning. Shortly after her burial inside that hot sand, an old man who looked like Iblis the devil came forward and shouted Allah Akbar thrice and cast the first 3 stones on the head of Sakina. 1 stone missed her and the other 2 hit her face and head. Then, the old man retreated to his place in the lined-up men who formed a half-circle around their victim. As soon as the old man reached his place, the other men began to cast their stones on the bleeding face and the gravely injured head of Sakina. The stones started to hit her from all directions and the blood gushed out of her face and head like a liquid of red acid. In the beginning, her head kept circling in all directions, desperately trying to avoid the stones. But the stones, like a hail of heavy rain, are falling on her. Sakina felt like a dump truck had dumped tons of cement with heavy stones on her face. She also feels like hundreds of sharp long nails have been forcefully hammered inside her head. Her eyes have bobbed out of their sockets and all her teeth have been broken and fallen out of her copiously bleeding mouth. The white marrow of her head came out of her brain. Her nose has been broken and become flattened and completely closed, and she can no longer breathe. Therefore, her screaming and groaning have stopped and can no longer be heard due to the shouting of the Muslim of Allah in unison. unison, Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar. They are all hard-hearted like those terrorists of ISIS who rejoiced in the beheading of their hapless victims. The victim's head stopped moving and fell backward, which showed that her neck had been broken by those heavy big stones. Although the head became lifeless, still the cruel men continued to throw their stones until they made a big heap over their victim. After all the stones had been thrown at the head of Sakina, the police authority announced through handheld mics with loudspeakers that the stoning should cease. Then a group of cops came and removed the stones. When all the stones are removed, Sakina's face becomes marred and completely disfigured. No one who saw her face before her execution could believe it was the same beautiful angelic face. It is covered with blood and smashed. Its mouth lost all its teeth, and its head lost its long hair. Her toothless mouth is opened as if it is the jaws of a deadly shark. The blood is still profusely running from her face and head. Even her black clothes have been torn into bits and pieces, exposing her buried and dug out the body. The hot sand of the Sahara Desert caused so many burns on her delicate skin. It is too graphic to describe in detail the miserable condition of the cruelly executed female victim, the late Sakina. Finally, the brutally overkilled body of the cruelly executed young woman Sakina has been dragged like a slaughtered animal, placed on a stretcher, and carried away. The crowd dispersed as soon as the dead body had been cleared from the crime scene. While they are leaving, they are conversing with each other as if they are discussing a wonderful sports game or soccer match they have just watched together. Even their female counterparts have remained standing on their balconies and windows and talking and laughing. Some wicked Pakistani women clapped their hands and cheered their men who supposedly have carried out the judgment of Allah and His Prophet Muhammad on the so-called evil and dirty adulterous bitch who spoiled the bright name of the holy Muslim land of Pakistan. Sadly, on the same day, his beloved girlfriend Sakina was brutally stoned to death. Her boyfriend Yasin hung himself and died in his apartment. The two lovers Sakina and Yasin have died together, symbolizing the incarnation of modern avatars of the eternal lovers Romeo and Juliet, Radha and Krishna, Layla and the madman Qais, Cleopatra and Mark Antony, Mumtaz Mahal and Shah Jahan, Paris and Helen, Salim and Anarkali, Jane Austen and Thomas Lefroy, Hir and Ranja, Penelope and Odysseus, and shall we add to them our lovers Rayhana Khan and Jamal Khan. Below is a focused, text-based comparison of Ifrit Khan's life in Eritrea and Iran, strictly grounded in the novel's narrative, Book 1 and Book 2, and drawing only on events explicitly described in the source files. All references are to the character Ifrit Khan, also known later as Aphrodite and Christina. 1. Ifrit Khan in Eritrea, Asmara. In the novel, Eritrea, specifically Asmara, appears as a place of quiet but absolute captivity. Ifrit's life there is not defined by public scandals or courts, but by hidden domestic imprisonment. Key features of her life in Eritrea. Status. Ifrit is treated as property, not as a citizen or individual. She is kept inside a house linked to her Saudi captor's Sheikh Ahmed overseas holdings. Visibility. Her suffering is invisible, confined within walls. There is no police intervention, no court, no public witnesses. Abuse exists off-record. Power dynamics. Authority is exercised through ownership and silence, not formal law. The captor's lineage and wealth protect the crime. Psychological condition. Eritrea represents static trauma, years of fear, isolation, and learned helplessness without overt confrontation or escape attempts. Symbolically, Eritrea functions as a sealed cage, a place where abuse continues uninterrupted because no one looks inside. 2. Ifrit Khan in Iran, Tehran. By contrast, Iran, particularly Tehran, is portrayed as active, violent, and overtly sadistic. Here, Ifrit's imprisonment becomes ongoing terror rather than hidden captivity. Key features of her life in Iran. Status. Ifrit is held by Sheikh Ahmed. She is not merely confined but consciously brutalized. Nature of abuse. Abuse is ritualized and sadistic, described as systematic torture rather than coerced marriage. Pain itself becomes the captor's gratification. Visibility and terror. Unlike Eritrea's silence, Iran involves constant fear, surveillance, and psychological breakdown. The threat is continuous and explicit. Psychological impact. Tehran marks the collapse phase, where trauma intensifies, identity fractures, and long-term mental damage accelerates. Symbolically, Iran represents an open torture chamber, where violence is deliberate, repetitive, and intended to destroy the victim's will. 3. Direct comparison table. Aspect. Eritrea, Asmara. Iran, Tehran. Type of control. Hidden domestic captivity. Active sadistic imprisonment. Visibility. Secret, private. Ongoing, intense. Authority. Wealth and inheritance. Power, violence, fear. Abuse style. Enduring, silent. Repetitive, torturous. Psychological effect. Numb endurance. Mental collapse. Symbolic role. Cage. Torture chamber. 4. Overall interpretation. The novel deliberately contrasts these two locations to show two forms of total domination. Eritrea shows how abuse survives through silence, property, and neglect. Iran shows how abuse escalates through ideology, power, and cruelty. Together, they explain why Ifrit Khan's later breakdown is cumulative, not sudden. Her trauma is layered across geographies, regimes, and methods of control. Quotations from the novel. There is an evil practice among the Arabs called mufakazat al-sagar, loosely translated as the practice of thighing on small children. There is no proper English translation for this practice, simply because it is not a Western norm. The thigh is the part in humans between the hip and the knee. The nearest evil act to the practicing thighing on children in English would probably be child molesting. However, practicing thighing on children is infinitely eviler than child molesting. It is done by an adult man to a child, with the sanction of religion. Now let us see how it is practiced on a child, and who began this evil practice. According to an official fatwa issued in Saudi Arabia, the Prophet Muhammad began to practice thighing on the naked body of his child bride, Aisha, when she was 6 years old and continued until she reached 9 years of age. Fatwa number 31409. There is an authentic hadith of the Prophet Muhammad which mentioned that he started performing literal sex with Aisha only when she reached the age of 9. Sahih al-Bukhari, Book 62, hadith number 89. Therefore, Muslim scholars collectively agreed, by virtue of divine example, that a child becomes an adult, available for sexual intercourse as soon as she reaches the age of 9. Likewise, the Sharia allows any Muslim man to marry a 6-year-old child. According to the fatwa, the Prophet Muhammad could not have sex with his fiancée, Aisha, when she was 6 due to her small size and age. However, the fatwa said that at age 6, he would put his penis between her thighs and massage it gently because he did not want to harm her. Imagine a man of 51 years of age removing the clothes of a 6-year-old girl and slipping his erect penis between her thighs, rubbing it on her until he ejaculated, and his semen ran down all over her thighs. To this day, this is considered a benevolent act on the part of the adult male not wanting to harm her. What more harm could be inflicted upon an underage girl mentally and emotionally if not a grown man showing her his erect penis and stripping her of her clothes and rubbing his phallus between her legs? Of course, the twisted mind that does such evil to an underage child would not hesitate to ejaculate on her body. And if this sexually perverted evil frame of mind committed such an act upon a child, the pedophile would not stop on ejaculating on her thighs only. His evil desire might go further and rape the child before she is a mature adult. This is exactly what Muhammad did to Aisha, when she was yet a child of 9 years. Before she reached puberty, he began to have sex with her. Even Aisha exposed her abuser and rapist in many hadiths. She mentioned that Muhammad married her when she was a mere child, and she used to play with her dolls while she was in his house. Aisha narrated that, "I used to play with the dolls in the presence of the Prophet, and my girlfriends also used to play with me. When Allah's apostle used to enter to us, they used to hide, but the Prophet would call them to join and play with me." Sahih al-Bukhari, Volume 8, Book 73, Hadith number 151. This hadith had been explained by the renowned Muslim explainer Fateh al-Bari. The playing with dolls and similar images is forbidden, but it was allowed for Aisha at that time, as she was a little girl, not yet reached the age of puberty. Fateh al-Bari Volume 13, page 143. Having proven that scandalous and evil marriage, let us now see what the modern fatwa said about the Prophet of Islam and his underage child bride, Aisha. Praise be to Allah and peace be upon the one after whom there is no further prophet. After the Permanent Committee for the Scientific Research and Fatwas, Religious Divinely Guided Decrees, reviewed the question presented to the Grand Mufti Abu Abdullah Muhammad al-Shamri, the question was forwarded to the committee by the Grand Scholar of the Committee with reference number 1809 issued on 3/8/1421, Islamic calendar. The inquirer asked the following. It has become widespread these days, and especially during weddings, the habit of mufakazat al-sagar of small children. This Arabic phrase literally means placing the penis between the thighs of a child. In other words, it can be translated as placing the male phallus between the thighs of a child to get sexual pleasure. What is the opinion of scholars, knowing full well that the Prophet, may the prayers and peace of Allah be upon him, also practiced the thighing of Aisha, the mother of believers, may Allah be pleased with her? After the committee studied the issue, they gave the following reply. It has not been the practice of the Muslims throughout the centuries to resort to this unlawful practice that has come to our countries from pornographic movies. Al-Kufar, the Western infidels, and the other enemies of Islam sent to us. As for the Prophet, peace and prayers of Allah be upon him, thighing his fiancée Aisha. She was 6 years of age, and he could not have intercourse with her due to her small age. That is why the Prophet, peace and prayers of Allah be upon him, placed his penis between her thighs and massaged it lightly, as the Apostle of Allah had control of his penis, not like other believers. 2 quick observations about this immoral and evil fatwa. Firstly, the fatwa said the Prophet Muhammad had practiced child thighing on his fiancée Aisha, and not his wife Aisha. That means he had sexually abused and molested Aisha before he married her. Secondly, the fatwa said Muslims learn to practice thighing of children from the pornographic movies the Western infidels create and send to the Muslim world. But then the fatwa contradicted itself when it said the Prophet Muhammad was the one who practiced thighing his fiancée, Aisha, because she was 6 years of age, and he could not have intercourse with her due to her small age. That is why the Prophet, peace and prayers of Allah be upon him, placed his penis between her thighs and massaged it lightly. That means Muslim men learn to practice the thighing of children from the example of the child abuser, the alleged prophet of God Muhammad, and not from the Western infidels and their pornographic movies. Muhammad and his child bride lived in the 7th century, and videos and pornographic movies are the inventions of the modern time in the 20th century. So, the Prophet Muhammad was the inventor, teacher, and true culprit of this evil crime against children, and not the creation of the so-called Western infidels. Practicing thighing of children is practiced in many Arab and Muslim countries, notably in Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Iraq, Iran, and the other Gulf countries. These countries are notoriously known for this evil practice. According to the Bahraini women's rights activist, Ghada Jamshir, there are many more such immoral practices against children like Altamatu bil al-Mufakaza, pleasure from sexual contact with her thighs, Altamatu bil al-Mukaaba, pleasure from sexual contact with her breasts, Altamatu bil al-Sajra, pleasure from sexual contact with a baby girl, Altamatu bil al-Radia, pleasure from sexual contact with a suckling. By Bahraini women's rights activist, Ghada Jamshir. The Islamic Sharia authorizes a grown-up man to marry even a 9-year-old child. It is quite common to see a man of 70 or 80 years of age marrying a child of 8 or 10 years. Recently, an 80-year-old Saudi man married a 10-year-old girl. On the wedding night, the child's private parts hemorrhaged so badly that they had to take her to the hospital. Another recent case was of a Yemeni man Iman, who raped his child bride on his first wedding night until she died. These are just a handful of the thousands of rapes of children that take place each year legalized by Islamic child marriage following the evil example of the Prophet Muhammad with his 9-year-old child bride. Practicing thighing on the underage bride. When the little child Ifat Khan contracted in marriage to the 70-year-old Saudi man, she was over 7 years old, almost 8 years less a month. She has no idea what marriage is. She has not even been informed that she is to become the wife of Sheikh Ahmed. The Eritrean imam wrote the marriage contract, issued the certificate, received his money fees, and then left followed by the 2 male witnesses. As soon as the Eritrean imam and the witnesses left, the evil old man decided to imitate the example of his infallible and ungracious prophet Muhammad. He took his 7-year-old child bride to his bedroom and asked his Pakistani pimp to translate his first words to her. Through his interpreter, he told Ifat that she had become his wife. The underage bride could not understand what he meant by his wife. Then he told her that he was not going to harm her. He also told her that he was going to give her beautiful gifts, if she agreed to remove her clothes and show him her underwear. Ifat refused. He added that he would give her beautiful Barbie dolls and golden ornaments. Therefore he opened a cupboard and showed her some lovely dolls, golden necklaces, earrings, bangles, watches, dresses, and shoes. The child bride said she likes to have those beautiful dolls, ornaments, clothes, and shoes. She took them from his hands. While she is playing with the dolls and putting on her ornaments, the evil old man begins to touch her body and lustfully feels her up. Then he began to remove her dress. Ifat does not resist. She is scared that if she does not allow him to remove her clothes, he will take away the beautiful dolls and ornaments that he has given her. When he stripped her of her outer dress and left her in her underwear, the evil old man ordered his despicable pimp to go out and lock the bedroom from the outside. The old geezer has prepared himself. He has various kinds of chocolates, candies, and cookies. He also purchased lovely dolls, ornaments, dresses, and shoes. He bought some games too. He filled the cupboard with every kind of attractive gift tempting to a small child as Ifat. Then he began to coerce her with more tempting gifts. After she allowed him to remove her dress, he asked her to sit on his lap. When she refused to obey him, he showed her more dolls and chocolates. When she wanted to take them from his hands, he held them back. He used his arms to motion for her to come to sit on his lap, or he would not give them to her. The little girl Ifat obeyed him and sat on his lap. When he began to feel her body, kiss her, and touch her secret private parts, she got scared and tried to run away from him. Of course, he restrained her and promised to give her more gifts. After that, he opened his garment and showed her his phallus. Ifat refused to look at his private parts, closed her eyes, and began to cry. He let go of her, and he allowed her to get up from his lap. He stood up, went to the child-sized cupboard, and opened all the drawers and doors. Then he showed her many more dolls, ornaments, candies, and cookies. He waved his hand and invited her to come and select whatever she would like. Tempted by the beautiful gifts, Ifat went to the cupboard and began to grab whatever she liked. While she was bending over selecting all the fascinating and colorful gifts she had never seen before and would like to have, he came up from behind and began to practice the thighing on her. The little Indian girl Ifat could not understand what he was doing to her, so she just continued to explore the cupboard. That day the 7-year-old girl saw things she should not have seen at her age, and she was sexually abused the way no child should ever be. Only a dirty Arab pedophile would contemplate a scheme that culminates in the ruination of an underage girl's childhood. Little by little, the evil old man blackmailed Ifat until he had accomplished his first thighing of the innocent child and ejaculated all over her backside, and his semen ran down her thighs. Then he allowed her to collect her collection, go to the washroom, wash her body, and then play with her dolls. Sheikh Ahmed felt no guilt. His conscience is cleared because he knows quite well that his Prophet Muhammad used to do the same thing to his 6-year-old child bride, Aisha bint Abu Bakr. The reader might wonder why I felt the need to narrate the details of what the Saudi did to Rayhana's 7-year-old daughter. I wanted the reader to know and feel the pain that any underage girl who gets raped by a Muslim man would experience, while the evil pedophile act is condoned, even encouraged by the example of the Prophet Muhammad vide the Quran in Surat Al-Talaq 65 verse 4. To this end, I showed how the old Saudi accomplished this abominable and abhorrent deed with a child who had no carnal knowledge and did not react, as there was no pain in the thigh. The girl Ifat Khan is still a child and not developed enough, neither physiologically nor psychologically for sex with an adult, much less one who is not inclined to be gentle. For her, it is simply a horrifying nightmare and unbearable torture. When the evil old man began to practice real sex and rape her, she felt like someone is inserting a knife in her private parts, a deep wound tearing her up inside while she screamed. Thawing was painless, and her young intuition already told her something was amiss. But a child's resolve will crumble when coerced day after day, occasion after occasion. He tried to get her to use her hand to masturbate his phallus, failing to prevent harsher methods. He made her starve for many hours, and he refused to give her water. He locked her up in a small room, and he denied her basic human needs. For more than 24 hours, he imprisoned her in a room, with no lights or windows. She is not allowed to use a washroom, and has to use the same room as a toilet. Up against what must be for a small child insurmountable odds and pressure, she agreed to do anything he willed. When she allowed him to use her hand to masturbate with him, he gave her food, cold drinks, and some pretty gifts. Every evil deviation that came into his dirty mind, he used it to satisfy his lust. What he did to her for 7 months did not only harm her physically, but it destroyed the child within. He replaced the innocence of a child with ugliness and shame that she would have to carry with her for the rest of her life. Below is a detailed, source-grounded account of Rayhana Khan's fate, based only on what is explicitly described in the novel The Arab Sugar Daddy and the Beautiful Indian Girl, Book 1 of the series. Separating what happens procedurally, what happens personally, and where the narrative ends, without adding events that are not in the text. 1. Rayhana's arrest and legal collapse. After being forced into multiple sham marriages in Saudi Arabia, Rayhana is arrested by Saudi authorities. The key facts used against her in court are explicitly stated in the novel. She possesses 2 valid marriage certificates issued within a short period. She is pregnant. She cannot prove legal divorce or rape under Sharia evidentiary standards. She entered Saudi Arabia illegally / without proper documentation. She is a foreign domestic worker, which the court treats as aggravating context. Under the court's interpretation of Sharia law, these facts establish polyandry, bigamy, zina, illicit sexual relations, professional prostitution, as labeled by the prosecutors. Her claims of rape, coercion, and exploitation are dismissed, because the law, as described in the text, requires either for male eyewitnesses, or a voluntary confession by the perpetrator. Neither exists in her case. 2. Pregnancy as the decisive evidence. The novel emphasizes that Rayhana's pregnancy seals her fate. Once medical examination confirms that she is pregnant, the court treats pregnancy as conclusive proof of zina. Her explanations are considered legally irrelevant. The possibility of coercion or abuse is not entertained. This mirrors a parallel case in the novel, Sakina, reinforcing that the law is consistently applied as written, not as merciful. 3. The sentence. According to the judgment described in the text, Rayhana is sentenced to 1. 3 years in prison. 2. Execution by stoning, ragam. 3. Execution is deferred until after childbirth and nursing. The judge explicitly cites hadith from Sahih Muslim as jurisprudential authority. There is no ambiguity in the ruling. The sentence is final, religiously justified, and publicly affirmed. 4. Separation from her child. One of the most consequential elements of Rehana's fate is forced separation from her daughter, Ifat. The novel states that Rehana's daughter is removed from her custody. The child becomes subject to the Saudi sponsorship and prison system. Rehana has no legal power to determine her daughter's future. This separation is portrayed as psychologically devastating, and as punishment extending beyond the accused woman to her child. 5. Imprisonment and waiting for death. After sentencing, Rehana is transferred to women's prison. She remains alive only because execution is postponed. Her existence becomes one of waiting, not for justice, but for the moment the law allows her death. The novel does not describe a dramatic prison break, appeal, or international intervention. Instead, it emphasizes silence, abandonment, ritualized inevitability. Her suffering becomes bureaucratic and routine. 6. Narrative closure, no escape, no reversal. Crucially, Rehana does not escape. Her sentence is not overturned. No authority intervenes. No final rescue occurs in this volume. The story closes her arc with her imprisonment, her condemned status, and a shift in narrative attention to other tragedies. The author's intent is explicit. Rehana's fate is meant to stand as an indictment, not a suspense device. 7. Authorial purpose of Rehana's fate. Rehana's end is used to demonstrate, within the novel, that innocence does not protect women under the system portrayed. Victimhood can be legally reclassified as criminality. Pregnancy transforms exploited women into evidence. Law functions as punishment, not investigation. Her fate contrasts with other characters who survive only through power, wealth, or manipulation, reinforcing that poverty plus gender equals disposability. 8. What the text does not say, important. The document does not state the exact date of execution, the detailed mechanics of Rehana's stoning, the long-term fate of her child after her death. These omissions are deliberate. The novel ends Rehana's story at the point where certainty has replaced hope. Summary, canonical. Rehana Khan is sentenced to death by stoning under Saudi Sharia law. She is imprisoned, separated from her child, and awaits execution after childbirth. There is no escape, pardon, or rescue within the text of Book 1. Below is a focused, structured, and source-grounded summary of the Sharia court proceedings in Jeddah concerning Sheikh Ahmed and his child wife Ifat Khan, as narrated in Book 2, The Indian Child Bride and the Old Arab Husband. This summary is restricted to the Jeddah Sharia court trial on the validity of the marriage, not later proceedings in India or elsewhere. Context of the trial. The trial is convened in Jeddah after intense international pressure following the discovery that Sheikh Ahmed, a wealthy Saudi, had married Ifat Khan, an Indian child who had been taken out of Saudi Arabia and held abroad. The court is tasked with one narrow legal question. Is the marriage between Sheikh Ahmed and the minor Ifat Khan legally valid under Islamic Sharia? The trial does not concern rape, child abuse, kidnapping, or custodial welfare in secular terms. Instead, it is framed entirely within Sharia jurisprudence. Composition and procedure of the court. The trial is held before 5 religious judges in a Jeddah Sharia court. No lawyers are permitted, as advocacy is not recognized in classical Sharia courts. Proceedings take place in Arabic. International observers, including a CIA team, are allowed to be present without standing. The child, Ifat Khan, is physically brought before the court from detention. Sheikh Ahmed's defense. Sheikh Ahmed presents himself as a pious Muslim acting in accordance with divine law, relying on the following key claims. 1. Justification of child marriage. He argues that Islam permits marriage to prepubescent girls. He explicitly cites Surah Al-Talaq 65, verse 4. the Sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad and his marriage to Aisha. He asserts that consummation before puberty is lawful, provided the marriage contract is valid. 2. Guardian consent, wali. Since Ifat is a minor virgin, her consent is not required under Sharia. Her mother cannot act as guardian. Sheikh Ahmed claims a male guardian was appointed to contract the marriage. He maintains this satisfies all legal requirements. 3. Jurisdictional maneuver. He admits the marriage did not occur in Saudi Arabia, but in another Muslim country. He argues that Sharia law applies universally and transcends borders. Therefore, Saudi courts must recognize the marriage as valid. Testimony of Sabir Ibrahim Shah, key turning point. Sabir Ibrahim Shah, the Pakistani chauffeur, testifies against Sheikh Ahmed and confesses that the marriage was orchestrated to obtain sexual access to Ifat. Sheikh Ahmed ordered and controlled the arrangement. Ifat was imprisoned and abused abroad. Sabir admits his own complicity and guilt. Court's response. The judges reject Sabir's testimony entirely, ruling that a participant in the marriage cannot later invalidate it. His confession constitutes false testimony, kadhf. He is sentenced to 80 lashes and deportation. His statements are legally inadmissible. This rejection effectively eliminates all evidence against Sheikh Ahmed. Treatment of Ifat Khan by the court. Ifat is not recognized as a victim. Her welfare, trauma, pregnancy, or age are not treated as legal barriers. She is regarded solely as a lawfully married wife. No independent inquiry into consent, injury, or coercion is conducted. The verdict of the Jeddah Sharia Court. The court unanimously rules. 1. The marriage is valid under Islamic law. 2. Sheikh Ahmed committed no Sharia violation. 3. Age is not a barrier to nikah. 4. Custody belongs to the husband. 5. Sheikh Ahmed may take his wife to another Muslim country. Continue his marriage without interference. The ruling is declared final and irrevocable, as overturning it would constitute blasphemy under Sharia principles. Consequences of the trial. Sheikh Ahmed leaves Saudi jurisdiction with Ifat. The child is removed from Saudi custody and placed back under her husband's control. International protests and diplomatic objections are legally irrelevant. The decision becomes a precedent-affirming ruling, not an exception. Summary in one sentence. The Jeddah Sharia Court validated Sheikh Ahmed's marriage to the child Ifat Khan, rejected all abuse testimony as legally void, punished the only confessor, and ruled that Islamic law fully permits child marriage and spousal custody regardless of age or harm. How the American human rights activist Shama gets involved into the cases of Rayhana and her daughter Ifat, which leads to her murder by Sheikh Ahmed through his Somali driver. Based strictly on the narrative contained in the novel The Indian Miss World, here is how the American human rights activist Shama becomes involved with Rayhana and her daughter Ifat, and how that involvement leads to her murder by Sheikh Ahmed through his Somali driver. The explanation below follows the causal chain presented in the text and does not add outside interpretation. 1. Why Shama becomes involved. Shama is introduced in the later narrative as an American human rights activist whose work focuses on child marriage, sexual slavery, and abuses committed under religious law in the Middle East. Her involvement begins when international attention is drawn to the case of Rayhana Khan and her daughter Ifat Khan, particularly after Rayhana is sentenced under Sharia law for alleged adultery and polyandry after repeated rapes by Saudi policemen and household members. Ifat is forcibly married as a child to Sheikh Ahmed, an elderly Saudi, and subjected to long-term sexual abuse. These elements, child marriage, custodial rape, and misuse of religious courts, trigger NGO monitoring and eventually draw Shama directly into the case as an investigator and advocate. 2. Shama's actions and escalation of threat. Once involved, Shama collects testimonies relating to Rayhana's imprisonment, rape, and sentencing. Documents Ifit's forced child marriage and subsequent abduction across borders, Saudi Arabia, Eritrea, Iran. Begins coordinating with Western human rights networks and intelligence contacts to expose the role of Saudi officials. The corruption of Sharia courts. Sheikh Ahmed's repeated sexual crimes against minors. The narrative explicitly states that Shama's investigation moves beyond advocacy into active exposure, making her a direct threat to Sheikh Ahmed's freedom, wealth, and reputation. 3. Sheikh Ahmed's motive to kill Shama. Sheikh Ahmed is portrayed as a repeat offender is protected by money, political influence, and religious legal systems. Previously released or exonerated despite overwhelming evidence of abuse. Shama's work threatens to create international legal consequences, expose Saudi judicial complicity, end his ability to traffic or acquire child brides. According to the text, this makes Shama too dangerous to live. Sheikh Ahmed therefore chooses elimination rather than legal defense. 4. The method, murder through a Somali driver. The novel states that Sheikh Ahmed does not kill Shama directly. Instead, he orders her murder. The act is carried out by his Somali driver, using the distance of nationality and disposability to avoid direct implication. The driver functions as a deniable intermediary, a servant conditioned to obey. A tool within the broader system of exploitation that Sheikh Ahmed controls. Shama is assassinated before her findings can fully trigger international prosecution, effectively silencing one of the strongest external advocates for Rayhana and Ifit. 5. Narrative purpose of Shama's death. Within the structure of the novel, Shama's murder serves 3 functions. 1. Demonstrates the global reach of impunity enjoyed by powerful abusers. 2. Shows the lethal risk faced by human rights workers confronting religious and political systems. 3. Reinforces the theme that law, morality, and justice collapse when power is shielded by ideology. Her death underscores that truth alone is not enough without enforceable justice. Summary in one sentence. Shama becomes involved by investigating Rayhana's sentencing and Ifit's forced child marriage, uncovers evidence that threatens Sheikh Ahmed's impunity under Sharia-backed corruption, and is therefore silenced through assassination ordered by Sheikh Ahmed and executed by his Somali driver. Based only on what is explicitly stated in the Indian Miss World, the CIA team becomes involved not to protect Rayhana or Ifit directly, but because the assassination crosses into U.S. national security and federal jurisdiction territory. The involvement is triggered by who the victim is and how the murder is connected to terrorism and international crimes. 1. Who was killed, and why that matters. The murdered woman is the wife of the son of an American congressman. That single fact is decisive in the narrative. According to the text, she is a U.S. citizen, closely related to a sitting member of the U.S. Congress. Her killing immediately raises concerns of political intimidation, terrorist retaliation, foreign-linked criminal networks. Because of this status, the case cannot remain a local or state-level homicide. It automatically escalates to federal and intelligence-level attention. 2. Connection to the Rayhana Ifit case. The document makes clear that the assassination is not random. The murdered woman had indirect but critical linkage to the broader scandal involving Rayhana's rape and sentencing under Sharia law, Ifit's child marriage and international trafficking, exposure of powerful Saudi figures, including Sheikh Ahmed, human rights investigations already drawing U.S. and international scrutiny. The killing occurs in the context of reprisal and silencing, after advocacy and investigations, including Shama's earlier work, begin to threaten entrenched interests protected by money, religion, and cross-border influence. 3. Why the CIA, not just the FBI, steps in. In the narrative, CIA involvement is justified because the assassination is linked to foreign actors, is tied to international trafficking, religious extremism, and cross-border crimes, suggests organized retaliation rather than domestic violence, risks becoming a terror-adjacent political signal aimed at intimidating U.S. officials. The CIA is therefore depicted as investigating foreign sponsorship, coordination, or direction, tracing links back to Saudi power structures and accomplices, coordinating intelligence to determine whether the killing represents a warning, an act of transnational coercion, or part of a wider silencing campaign. This goes beyond ordinary law enforcement, placing the matter squarely in intelligence jurisdiction. 4. Narrative function of the CIA's involvement. Within the story, CIA entry serves three clear purposes. 1. Signals escalation. The abuse of Rayhana and Ifat is no longer a private or religious matter. 2. Exposes international reach of the perpetrators. Crimes committed under religious cover now threaten Western political families. 3. Demonstrates consequence thresholds. Systemic abuse is ignored until it touches power, then the system reacts. The CIA's presence underscores the novel's theme that justice is activated by political proximity, not moral gravity. Why the CIA team fails to free the kidnapped and raped Indian child bride Ifat Khan from her so-called Saudi husband Sheikh Ahmed. Core reason: lawful status beats moral reality. In the narrative, the CIA does not fail because it lacks information or proof. It fails because Ifat's captivity is made legal under the sovereign and religious systems that recognize Sheikh Ahmed's authority. Once that happens, intelligence power hits a hard wall. 1. The marriage is declared lawful by Saudi authorities. A central obstacle in the story is that Sheikh Ahmed's marriage to Ifat is recognized by Saudi courts. It is framed as religiously valid under local family law. Saudi authorities therefore treat Ifat as a legal spouse, a dependent under her husband's authority. Because of this classification, Saudi officials reject the kidnapping claim outright and refuse cooperation. From the state's perspective, there is no crime to prosecute. 2. Sovereignty prevents extraction. The CIA is portrayed as uncovering evidence and verifying abuse, but Ifat is physically located within foreign jurisdictions. She is held under recognized marital custody. Any attempt to remove her would require local court approval or a diplomatic override that is never granted. The novel is explicit that the CIA cannot legally extract a person whom a sovereign state defines as lawfully married, no matter how morally abhorrent the situation. 3. Religious courts override external objections. Another major failure point shown in the text is that religious rulings take precedence over civil or international objections. Sharia-based judgments are treated as final and non-negotiable. Appeals to international conventions or Western legal standards are dismissed as cultural interference, religious hostility. As a result, intelligence findings are irrelevant once the case is sealed religiously. 4. Diplomatic cost is deemed too high. The novel explicitly frames the CIA's restraint as political, not investigative. Pressing the issue further risks diplomatic rupture, economic retaliation, escalation between states. The message is clear: saving one child is weighed against national interests and loses. This is one of the book's harshest critiques. 5. Intelligence can confirm truth, but cannot enforce justice. A recurring theme in the book is this distinction. The CIA can confirm what happened. The CIA can identify responsibility. The CIA cannot override sovereign law or religious rulings. Once Sheikh Ahmed is shielded by citizenship, religious legitimacy, state protection, The CIA's role collapses into observation without enforcement. Bottom line, the CIA fails to free Ifat Khan because her captivity is classified as a lawful marriage under Saudi religious and state authority, placing her beyond international jurisdiction and making any rescue diplomatically impossible despite intelligence confirmation of abuse. Below is a source-grounded explanation, based only on what is described or directly implied in the Indian Miss World of how the CIA confirms Sheikh Ahmed's involvement in the crimes surrounding Rehana Khan, Ifat Khan, and related assassinations. 1. Confirmation comes from pattern, not a single proof. The document makes clear that the CIA does not obtain a single smoking gun document. Instead, Sheikh Ahmed's involvement is confirmed through a convergence of independent indicators. Repeated crimes. Consistent beneficiary. Identical methods of silencing. Common intermediaries. The intelligence conclusion is reached because every major abuse or murder ultimately protects or benefits Sheikh Ahmed, while no alternative perpetrator explains the full pattern. 2. Testimonies from survivors and witnesses. According to the narrative, CIA investigators collect and cross-verify Rehana Khan's testimony regarding abuse, forced marriages, false accusations, control exerted by Sheikh Ahmed's household, statements from intermediaries, servants, and facilitators who arrange marriages, transport victims, enforce confinement. These testimonies independently point to the same central authority figure, Sheikh Ahmed, who authorizes, finances, and benefits from the acts, even if he avoids direct execution himself. 3. Financial and dependency trails. While the novel does not detail banking procedures, it explicitly states that Sheikh Ahmed's money repeatedly appears at critical points. To silence witnesses. To arrange marriages. To dispose of problems. Payments and protections match the timing of Shama's assassination. Transfers of Ifat. Legal interventions in Saudi courts. From the CIA's perspective, this establishes command responsibility through financial control, even without a signed order. 4. Use of intermediaries as a consistent signature. A key confirmation factor is methodological consistency. Crimes are carried out by drivers, servants, religious brokers, peripheral actors who disappear or remain silent. Sheikh Ahmed never appears at the crime scene. The same structure is seen in Shama's assassination, Ifat's confinement, silencing of other witnesses. CIA analysts treat this as a repeat operational signature, confirming leadership involvement even in the absence of direct action. 5. Motive analysis eliminates alternative explanations. The CIA confirms Sheikh Ahmed's involvement by asking a simple analytic question reflected in the text. Who loses if exposure succeeds, and who benefits if it fails? The answer is always the same. Shama's investigation threatens Sheikh Ahmed. Shama is killed. Legal exposure threatens Sheikh Ahmed. Courts intervene. Escape threatens Sheikh Ahmed. Ifat is moved, hidden, or reclassified. No other figure has comparable motive. Comparable reach. Comparable ability to neutralize threats. This elimination logic is central to CIA confirmation in the narrative. 6. Internal acknowledgement versus public proof. Importantly, the document distinguishes between CIA internal certainty, public or judicial proof. The CIA is portrayed as reaching an internal conclusion that Sheikh Ahmed ordered or sanctioned the crimes. The system protecting him prevents prosecution. This is why later outcomes emphasize truth without justice, not investigative failure. One-sentence summary. The CIA confirms Sheikh Ahmed's involvement by aggregating survivor testimony, financial control, repeated use of intermediaries, and consistent beneficiary analysis, establishing command responsibility beyond reasonable intelligence doubt even though legal prosecution is blocked by sovereignty and religious authority. One-sentence answer. The CIA gets involved because the assassination targets a U.S. citizen directly connected to a sitting congressman and is tied to foreign-linked retaliation connected to the Rayhaneh Ifet human rights case, elevating the crime from a homicide to an intelligence-level national security matter. Below is a more detailed, but still strictly text-grounded, explanation of how and why the CIA becomes involved. 1. Trigger event that forces CIA attention. The CIA's involvement is triggered by a political assassination that crosses U.S. federal and intelligence thresholds, namely, the murder of the wife of the son of a sitting American congressman. The murder occurring in the context of international human rights exposure, not domestic crime. The killing being linked to attempts to silence investigations related to child marriage, sexual enslavement, abuse under Sharia courts, Saudi elites protected by money and religion. The document presents this as a qualitative escalation. Once a crime directly targets a congressional family, it is no longer treated as an isolated homicide. It becomes a matter of national security and foreign retaliation. 2. Why this is an intelligence case, not just criminal. The CIA becomes involved because the murder is not portrayed as a random act, but as politically consequential, foreign-linked, intended to intimidate or silence. The text establishes that the assassination is part of a pattern, not an anomaly. Shama, the American human rights activist, was already murdered for pursuing the Rayhaneh Ifet case. This second killing confirms that external actors are willing to kill U.S. citizens on or near American soil to suppress exposure. At this point, the narrative frames the situation as a foreign power structure using murder to maintain impunity. That framing is what moves responsibility from traditional law enforcement into the intelligence sphere. 3. CIA mandate within the story. The document assigns the CIA 3 specific narrative functions, without detailing tradecraft. Tracing foreign responsibility. The CIA investigates whether the assassination was ordered, facilitated, or financed by foreign individuals. Connects back to Saudi elites, including Sheikh Ahmed. Represents organized suppression of testimony and exposure. The CIA's role is not described as prosecutorial, but investigative and intelligence gathering. B. Linking the murder to the Rayhaneh Ifet abuse network. The CIA connects the assassination, Shama's earlier murder, Rayhaneh's sentencing and imprisonment, Ifet's child marriage and abduction. The narrative explicitly ties these events together as one continuous chain of crimes, protected by religious courts, diplomatic shielding, financial corruption. This linkage is what converts a human rights story into an intelligence-level threat assessment. C. Determining limits of accountability. A crucial point in the novel is that even CIA involvement does not guarantee justice. The text states that evidence is uncovered. Responsibility is identified. But Saudi perpetrators are ultimately released or protected. This is important. The CIA's involvement reveals truth, but does not necessarily enforce consequences, reinforcing the novel's thesis on power and impunity. 4. Why the CIA, specifically, not another agency? Within the narrative logic of the book, the CIA, not the FBI or State Department, is involved because the crimes span multiple countries. The perpetrators are foreign nationals embedded in protected systems. The acts resemble transnational intimidation, not ordinary criminal violence. Diplomatic sensitivity prevents straightforward prosecution. The CIA is portrayed as the only U.S. body capable of uncovering the full scope, even if enforcement is later obstructed. 5. What the CIA does not do, important. The text is very clear on limitations. The CIA does not rescue all victims. Does not stop all murders in time. Does not dismantle the system that protects Sheikh Ahmed. Does not override religious courts or sovereign decisions. This restraint is intentional in the narrative. It emphasizes that knowledge does not equal justice. 6. Narrative purpose of CIA involvement. From a story structure perspective, CIA involvement serves to 1. Validate the truth of the victim's experiences at the highest level. 2. Eliminate doubt that the crimes are exaggerations or misunderstandings. 3. Demonstrate systemic failure, even when evidence is undeniable. The CIA's presence marks the moment where denial ends, but impunity continues. One-sentence summary. The CIA becomes involved because the assassination of a congressman's family member reveals a foreign-linked campaign of silencing tied to the Rayhaneh Ifrit abuses, elevating the matter to national security intelligence while simultaneously exposing the limits of justice when religious and political power shield perpetrators. Based only on what is stated in the novel, the CIA team fails to legally prove that Sheikh Ahmed ordered the assassination of the American human activist Shama because the case collapses at the level of evidence, jurisdiction, and protected power, not because the CIA doubts the truth. Below is a source-grounded explanation that follows the text closely and avoids adding procedures or speculation beyond what the novel itself presents. 1. The murder is carried out through layers of insulation. The document makes clear that Sheikh Ahmed never directly commits or publicly orders Shama's murder. Instead, the killing is executed by his Somali driver. No written, recorded, or traceable command links Sheikh Ahmed to the act. The driver is expendable and deniable, functioning as a buffer between crime and mastermind. As a result, the CIA can suspect motive and benefit, but cannot establish a provable command chain that would meet legal or diplomatic standards. Key limitation: intelligence certainty is not equal to courtroom proof. 2. The only direct perpetrator is legally sacrificial, not exposing. According to the narrative, the Somali driver either disappears, is killed, or refuses/coerced into silence. The text does not specify which. In all cases, the outcome is the same. No live, reliable witness willing or able to testify against Sheikh Ahmed. No confession that survives scrutiny. No admissible testimony that links the order to the employer. This removes the single evidentiary bridge that could legally connect Sheikh Ahmed to Shama's murder. 3. Lack of forensic or documentary evidence. The document does not present wiretaps, financial transaction records, written orders, digital communications, independent eyewitness testimony. Instead, the CIA case is described as being built on pattern recognition, motive, prior murders, consistent beneficiary analysis. All of these are intelligence indicators, but the novel emphasizes that none are sufficient for prosecution when the accused is shielded by wealth, nationality, and religion. 4. Sovereign and religious shielding. A central reason for failure, explicitly emphasized in the text, is that Sheikh Ahmed is protected by Saudi sovereignty. His actions are continually framed as Sharia-compliant or religiously internal matters. Cooperation from Saudi authorities is partial, delayed, or obstructed. Even when the CIA uncovers sexual crimes, child marriage, false accusations, prior silencing of activists, the Saudi judicial and political systems refuse extradition or prosecution, declaring either lack of evidence, religious legality, closed internal review. This creates an absolute enforcement barrier, regardless of intelligence findings. 5. Diplomatic consequences override justice. The novel states clearly that Pursuing Sheikh Ahmed further would risk diplomatic fallout, economic retaliation, political conflict between states. As a result, intelligence findings are suppressed or sidelined. Sheikh Ahmed is released or left untouched. Justice is traded for stability. This is portrayed not as CIA failure of competence, but systemic political refusal to act on truth. 6. Narrative point: truth is known, justice is denied. One of the strongest thematic points made in the document is that the CIA does determine responsibility. The CIA knows Sheikh Ahmed ordered the murder. But knowledge does not translate into accountability. The CIA's failure is therefore not epistemic, they do not fail to understand what happened, but structural and political. The novel explicitly presents this as proof of how power, money, religion, and borders defeat justice, even when truth is no longer in doubt. One-sentence answer. The CIA fails to prove Sheikh Ahmed ordered Shamma's assassination because the crime is executed through a deniable intermediary, lacks admissible evidence and witnesses, is shielded by Saudi sovereignty and religious courts, and is ultimately protected by diplomatic and political interests that prevent prosecution despite intelligence certainty. Below is a direct, side-by-side comparison of Sheikh Ahmed's Sharia trial concerning his child bride Ifat Khan and Rayhana Khan's Sharia persecution, based strictly on what is narrated in The Indian Child Bride and the Old Arab Husband, Book 2. The Arab Sugar Daddy and the Beautiful Indian Girl, Book 1. Both proceedings occur within the Saudi Sharia judicial framework, yet they reach diametrically opposite outcomes. The contrast is intentional and central to the narrative's critique. 1. Nature of the proceedings. Aspect: Sheikh Ahmed and Ifat Rayhana Khan. Legal framing. Validation trial: is the marriage halal? Criminal prosecution: zina, polyandry. Court's goal: protect legality of male action. Punish female presence in pregnancy. Presumption: male innocence. Female guilt. Key difference: Sheikh Ahmed is asked to justify his actions, Rayhana is forced to disprove her existence. 2. Status of consent and agency. Sheikh Ahmed trial. Ifat's consent is declared irrelevant. Judges affirm a minor virgin cannot legally consent. A guardian's signature is sufficient. Harm, fear, pregnancy, and imprisonment are not legal categories. Rayhana prosecution. Rayhana's consent is presumed. Her pregnancy is treated as conclusive proof of zina. Her verbal testimony of rape legally worthless without 4 male witnesses or confession. Inversion. The child's silence protects the man, the woman's voice condemns her. 3. Treatment of sexual violence claims. Issue: Sheikh Ahmed. Rayhana. Abuse allegations. Ignored or excluded. Rejected outright. Medical harm. Not examined. Used as incrimination, pregnancy. Evidence standard. Male assertion suffices. Female proof threshold impossible. Rayhana's wounds in pregnancy become evidence against her, while Ifat's pregnancy strengthens the marriage's legitimacy. 4. Role of witnesses. Against Sheikh Ahmed. Sabir Ibrahim Shah. Confesses coercion, imprisonment, abuse. Court response. Declares him a false witness. Sentences him to 80 lashes. Testimony voided. For Rayhana. No witnesses permitted unless male eyewitnesses to penetration. Bedouins who rescued her. Their testimony limited to rescue, not rape. DNA evidence. Initially ignored under Sharia norms. Pattern. Witnesses who implicate men are punished, absence of witnesses condemns women. 5. Interpretation of Sharia texts. Text. Applied to Sheikh Ahmed. Applied to Rayhana. Surah 65, verse 4. Justifies child marriage. Enforces punishment. Sunnah, Aisha. Model for marriage. Model for punishment. Discretion. Broad for men. Non-existent for women. The same religious sources are protective shields for men and weapons against women. 6. Outcomes. Sheikh Ahmed. Marriage declared valid. Granted right to retain custody. Export child wife to another Muslim country. Leaves Saudi jurisdiction legally intact. Rayhana. Convicted of polyandry. Adultery. Sentenced to stoning to death, later suspended by royal intervention, not Sharia mercy. Imprisoned, separated from children, publicly shamed. 7. Structural logic revealed by the comparison. What Sharia protects, in the narrative. Male sexual access. Male authority. Male mobility. Male testimony. What Sharia punishes. Female survival. Female reproduction outside male control. Female speech. Female presence without protection. 8. Core contrast in one sentence. Sheikh Ahmed's trial demonstrates how Sharia law legitimizes male possession of children, while Rayhana Khan's persecution shows how the same law criminalizes women for surviving male violence. Based on the text of the Indian Miss World, the rescue of Rayhana Khan from a Sharia death-bestoning sentence occurs after a CIA investigative intervention that produces specific, documentary, and forensic proof of her innocence. Below is an explanation of how the CIA team proved her innocence, exactly as described in the novel. How the CIA team proved Rayhana Khan innocent. 1. Establishing lawful entry and non-criminal intent. The CIA team first dismantles the prosecution's narrative that Rayhana was engaged in immoral or criminal activity by proving her legal status and legitimate travel. Her visa and travel documents were lawfully prepared for her to work as a domestic servant, not as a criminal or prostitute. Court testimony and passport office records confirmed that she did not obtain her documents illegally and was not engaged in deception. This evidence removed the foundation for accusations of conspiracy, adultery, or criminal intent. 2. Proving kidnapping and sexual assault. Rayhana's pregnancy had been used as proof of adultery under Sharia law. The CIA reframed the case by proving she was raped, not adulteress. A Bedouin family testified that Rayhana was dumped unconscious in the desert with her daughter, supporting the claim of violent assault and attempted murder. This testimony was accepted as proof of kidnapping and attempted murder, though rape still required corroboration. 3. Tracing the crime to Saudi police officers. The CIA gathered transport and custody records to identify perpetrators. Airline records proved Rayhana and her daughter were taken into custody by Jeddah Airport Police, not jailed. Prison records confirmed they were never registered as detainees, contradicting official police claims. Cross-verification from airline logs, airport police, and women's prisons established a custody gap, implicating rogue officers. 4. DNA paternity test ordered by royal decree. The most decisive evidence came through forensic science. The CIA submitted its findings directly to the Saudi royal family, bypassing religious courts. The royals ordered DNA paternity testing, an extraordinary exception under Saudi practice. A UK medical team conducted the tests, proving one of the Saudi policemen fathered Rayhana's child. This result irrefutably proved rape, eliminating adultery charges. 5. Confession of the perpetrators. Confronted with DNA evidence. The two Saudi policemen confessed to kidnapping, raping, and abandoning Rayhana. Their confessions aligned with physical evidence and witness testimony. Outcome. Rayhana was acquitted of adultery and spared execution. She was released after imprisonment and later compensated by the Saudi royal family. The sentence of death by stoning was formally overturned through royal intervention backed by CIA evidence. Summary table. Evidence type. What it proved. Legal documents. Lawful travel and employment. Witness testimony. Kidnapping and attempted murder. Airline and prison records. Illegal police custody. DNA paternity test. Rape, not adultery. Police confessions. Criminal responsibility. Rayhana's return to Bombay and the search for her family. 1. Fear before returning to the slum. After being released from prison in Saudi Arabia and returning to India, Rayhana is terrified to go back to her former hut in the Dharavi slum. She knows she left her old mother and 5 young sons with only a small amount of money that could not last long, and more than 3 years have passed without contact. She fears she may find that her mother has died and her sons have either starved or become beggars on the streets. 2. Learning of her mother's death. When Rayhana finally investigates her old neighborhood, multiple people independently confirm the same tragic outcome. Neighbors and acquaintances tell her that her old mother had died in extreme poverty. One man describes her mother as emaciated and skeletal from starvation. Her body was found in the hut several days after death, already decomposed. Because no one in the Muslim community would bury the body, the Bombay government removed it and cremated it, as if she were Hindu rather than Muslim. This is how Rayhana learns, indirectly, through witnesses, that her mother died alone, abandoned, and destitute. 3. What happened to her 5 sons. Rayhana also learns that, before her death, her mother sent the boys into the streets to beg so the family could survive. Over time, the 5 sons ran away from the slum and disappeared. Multiple informants confirm that the children were never seen again in the area and were believed to have become street beggars, scattered across Bombay. There is no record in the text that she immediately reunites with them at this stage. 4. Rayhana's immediate response. After receiving these confirmations, Rayhana overcomes her shock and grief and decides to search for her sons herself. She rents a cheap motel room, disguises herself in a black burqa, and hides her true identity. She deliberately tells no one about her imprisonment in Saudi Arabia, fearing criminals may target her because she received compensation money. Her sole focus becomes finding her 5 missing sons in every nook and corner of Mumbai. The text emphasizes that her primary motivation at this point is maternal guilt and the desire to reclaim the children she was forced to abandon. Summary. Rayhana does not learn the fate of her family through officials, but through local witnesses and neighbors in the slum. She discovers her mother died of starvation, was not buried according to Islamic custom, and was cremated by municipal workers. Her 5 sons had been sent to beg, later ran away, and disappeared into the streets of Bombay. The discovery leads Rayhana into mourning, secrecy, and a determined search for her children. How Rayhana learns about Jamal Khan's fate. 1. Discovering Jamal's arrest after returning to Bombay. After Rayhana returns from Jeddah to Bombay, she begins discreet inquiries about Jamal Khan. Through police sources and local information, she learns that Jamal had been arrested in Bombay while she was imprisoned in Saudi Arabia. He was convicted by a criminal court on charges of rape and robbery. He was sentenced to a long prison term with hard labor at Thana, Thane, prison. The charges shock Rayhana because they contradict her personal knowledge of Jamal's character. 2. Rayhana rejects the accusations. Rayhana refuses to accept the accusations against Jamal. She remembers their relationship as emotionally intimate but non-sexual, emphasizing that Jamal never exploited or assaulted her. This convinces her that the charges against him are fabricated or exaggerated, typical of the corrupt police court machinery portrayed throughout the novel. 3. Tracking Jamal to Thana prison. Determined to see him, Rayhana locates Tana prison, where Jamal has already spent several years incarcerated. Travels there alone using local trains, buses, and an auto rickshaw at substantial effort and expense. Visits him repeatedly, sustaining him emotionally while searching for a legal way to free him. How Rayhana rescues Jamal from prison. 4. Financing legal intervention. The text makes clear that Rayhana's money is decisive. She spends a large amount of her compensation funds, received after her Saudi acquittal, to reopen Jamal's case. She hires lawyers and navigates the corrupt judicial system using financial leverage, something Jamal could not do alone. 5. Retrial and acquittal. At Jamal's retrial, a Hindu judge, Mr. Ramprasad, finds that the prosecution's case is unreliable. All major charges are dropped, and Jamal is acquitted and released with honor. This marks the formal end of Jamal's imprisonment for the alleged violent crimes. 6. Emotional reunion. After the acquittal, Rayhana collapses in court, overcome by emotion. Jamal lifts her from the floor and embraces her, symbolizing both reunion and vindication. After the rescue. 7. Marriage and emigration. Following his release, Rayhana and Jamal marry legally at the Bandra Marriage and Divorce Court. Within months, they immigrate to the United States, beginning a new life together. Rayhana is pregnant by Jamal at the time of their departure, marking a sharp contrast with her earlier pregnancy caused by rape in Saudi prison. Summary timeline. Stage. Event. Discovery. Rayhana learns Jamal is imprisoned at Tana jail. Investigation. She rejects charges based on personal knowledge. Action. She locates him and funds legal intervention. Resolution. Case retried, charges dropped. Outcome. Jamal released, married, emigrates with Rayhana. Literary significance. Jamal's rescue mirrors Rayhana's own salvation in Saudi Arabia. Money, advocacy, and persistence defeat unjust legal systems. The lovers save one another sequentially, reinforcing the novel's theme of mutual redemption through loyalty. Below is a focused, side-by-side comparison of Sheikh Ahmed's marriage to the child bride Ifat Khan and his marriage to the minor girl Amina Hyder Ali. 1. Age and circumstances at marriage. Marriage to Ifat Khan. Sheikh Ahmed marries Ifat Khan when she is 7 years old. The marriage is explicitly described as an Islamic halal marriage conducted outside Saudi Arabia, in Eritrea, to bypass Saudi legal restrictions on marrying foreign minors. The text states that Sheikh Ahmed divorces one of his wives specifically to free a marital slot and then arranges the marriage through a male guardian, without Ifat's consent, as permitted under the Sharia framework depicted in the novel. Marriage to Amina Hyder Ali. In contrast, Amina Hyder Ali is 11 years old at the time of her marriage. The marriage takes place in India through a Muslim marriage agency in Hyderabad city. Her father is present and signs the Nikah contract, actively consenting to the marriage and receiving a bridal payment. The marriage is likewise framed as formally halal, but differs in that it initially involves parental consent and a local marriage broker rather than covert transnational arrangements. 2. Legal strategy and geographic context. Ifat Khan. The marriage to Ifat is deeply strategic and clandestine. Sheikh Ahmed removes her from Saudi Arabia, marries her in Eritrea, and later keeps her first in Eritrea and then in Iran. The text emphasizes deliberate evasion of state law by exploiting differing Islamic jurisdictions and the prohibition of adoption, positioning marriage as the only legal mechanism available to him to retain control over Ifat. Amina Hyder Ali. With Amina Hyder Ali, Sheikh Ahmed initially relies on India's internal corruption and forged or misleading documentation. After his arrest in India, lawyers and family testimony later recast the marriage as one based on deception about Amina's age, allowing a court to temporarily rule in his favor. This marriage is therefore entangled with court proceedings, bribery, and legal reversals, rather than geographic exile alone. 3. Sexual relations as depicted in the text. Ifit Khan. The novel describes a delayed pattern. Sexual acts begin with thighing while Ifit is under 9, followed later by forced intercourse once she reaches 9 years of age. These acts are framed in the text as justified by Sheikh Ahmed through prophetic precedent, which he explicitly cites to rationalize his actions. Amina Hyder Ali. By contrast, sexual intercourse with Amina Hyder Ali is described as occurring immediately after marriage, without a transitional period. The narrative emphasizes that Amina had not reached puberty and that intercourse resulted in physical injury, leading eventually to medical examination and police involvement in India. 4. Outcome and consequences. Ifit Khan. Ifit remains married to Sheikh Ahmed for many years. Despite international attention and investigations, courts ultimately uphold the validity of her marriage within the Islamic legal logic portrayed in the novel. She continues living under confinement with him in Iran, and the marriage is never annulled. Amina Hyder Ali. The marriage to Amina Hyder Ali collapses under public scrutiny. Although Sheikh Ahmed is briefly released after judicial manipulation, the marriage is formally nullified on grounds of deception regarding age. Amina Hyder Ali is removed from his custody and placed under state protection, marking a decisive break from the pattern seen with Ifit. 5. Core differences. Summary. Dimension. Ifit Khan. Amina Hyder Ali. Age at marriage. 7 years. 11 years. Parental consent. None, guardian arranged. Father explicitly consents. Location. Eritrea, later Iran. India. Legal strategy. Jurisdictional evasion. Court manipulation and bribery. Sexual timing. Gradual, per text. Immediate. Final outcome. Marriage sustained. Marriage annulled. Excerpts from the original text about the marriage of Sheikh Ahmed and Amina Hyder Ali. Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed had not returned to India for 10 years. After his bad experience with his former Indian driver and business client, the dangerous lunatic man, Muhammad Khan, the old Saudi man made an oath with Allah by placing his right hand on a copy of his holy Quran and swearing that he would never go again to the land of the Hindu idolaters and Muslim beggars. He kept this solemn oath for 10 years. However, his lust for practicing thighing and sexual intercourse with children inevitably drew him back. His evil heart still resonates with the joy of practicing thighing and his old dick longing for similar experience of raping an underage girl like his child bride Ifit Khan. Someone in Tehran told him that there is a Muslim city in India called Hyderabad where there are Muslim marriage agencies. He was told those marriage agencies could supply him with a pretty little child bride as young as 8 or 9 years old. The pedophile relished the memory of how he thighed the 7-year-old child bride Ifit Khan at that age and how he took her virginity at 9. After sleeping with her for 10 years, she is becoming an adult girl and has lost much of her sex appeal as a small child bride. He wanted to start all over again with another fresh underage child bride. So, he broke his oath with Allah and flew back to Hindustan. As is his habit with subterfuge, he lied to his fourth wife and her Iranian maids and the terrorist Afghani security guard and instead told them that he was flying to Lahore city in Pakistan for an important business trip. But he flew from Tehran to Mumbai and ended up in Hyderabad city. Upon his arrival in the Islamic city, Hyderabad airport felt to the old Saudi man much like any poor African Muslim country, such as Eritrea, Sudan, or Somalia. Everybody is a Muslim and the city itself is named after the name of an ancient Muslim queen. The name Hyderabad reportedly had its origins in an affair between the Muslim king Muhammad Suli Qutb Shah and a local Telugu Hindu courtesan named Bagmati. He named the city Bhagyanagar after her, and after she converted to Islam and took on the name of Hyder Mahal, he named the city Hyderabad. It is just like the Taj Mahal. The Taj Mahal is an ivory-white marble mausoleum on the right bank of the river Yamuna in the Indian city of Agra. It was commissioned in the year 1632 AD by the Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan to house the tomb of his favorite wife, Mumtaz Mahal. There are mosques on every street of the city, more than the houses of Allah, the old Arab man had seen in his city of Jeddah. Even more than the mosques of Mecca and Medina combined. Every Muslim man has a dirty long beard, and every Muslima woman walking on the street is covered with a dusty black burqa. Their children are emaciated and appear to him like those thousands of little beggars he saw filling the streets and local train railway stations in Bombay. Everyone looks as if he has been buried in the ground and then exhumed. People are covered with dust and mud from head to toe. The pollution caused by cars, buses, and rickshaws could make a person suffocate to death. The streets are filthy, and the old buildings are dilapidated. There are no garbage containers, and the garbage is freely and thoughtlessly strewn everywhere. If a visitor does not vomit upon his arrival in that filthy Muslim city, he would never vomit again in his life, even if he lived in a house full of decomposed dead carcasses of animals and human urines and feces. Children and animals urinate and defecate everywhere. It is the most filthy and bad-smelling city he ever visited in his life. The domestic animals and chickens roaming in the streets and narrow lanes in thousands, the flies in millions and mosquitoes in billions. It is a miracle that human beings could live in such an unhealthy environment without falling seriously sick or dying on the roads like stray animals. Therefore, the rich old geezer has regretted that he has come to that dirty Muslim city to further his pedophilic plans. He could not believe that in such a city he could find a little damsel that he would marry and enjoy her young body for the rest of his life with her. He even doubted that anyone could find a healthy female among the decrepit women he sees walking on the streets, like skeletons that have been wrapped in black burial clothes. But since he is already here, the old man decided to see it through with the hope that he might find a young underage girl, whatever her health condition might be, and take her to Tehran, feed and nourish her to good health, and then start his predatory ways with her healthy body. With those devilish thoughts in mind, the evil old man spent a few hours resting in a nice hotel, then took a taxi and headed to one of the foremost marriage agencies in town, which he found in the phone book. The dalal, or the pimp, who is running the marriage agency is known as Farooq Khan. In Hindi and Urdu languages, the pimp is called dalal. In Arabic, the pimp is called gawad or muaraz. The pimp Farooq Khan has a beard 1 meter long, that looks like an old dirty broom. He has the black mark of the Islamic prayer on his forehead, which resembles the mark of the beast, which is called 666. Most of the devout Muslims who regularly pray 5 times each day would have those marks due to the repeated touching of their prayer mats with their foreheads during prostration. It looks ugly, but Muslims love it and consider it proof of their devotion to Allah. In his left hand, the dalal is clutching a long prayer rosary, and in his right hand, a green copy of his Holy Quran from which he is reciting verses when the old Saudi man walks into the main office of his prestigious marriage agency. Ironically, his copy of the Holy Quran is in Arabic, a language as foreign to him as Japanese. This is one of the miracles of non-Arabic speaking Muslims, but it is not the right place to try to figure it out. Arabic for them is all Greek, but still, they can recite the Quran in Arabic better than the Arabs. Muslims all over the world are required to read the Quran and pray 5 times a day in Arabic, although the majority of them can neither read nor write nor even speak that difficult language of the Arabs of the Middle East. The Muslim pimp, Farooq Khan, proudly told the old Saudi man that he had been to his holy country and visited the cities of Mecca and Medina, and done the Hajj 3 times. The Arab old geezer has praised him for his religious piety and asked Allah to bless his wife, sons, and daughters too. After a little chatting, the old man revealed the purpose of his visit. He said plainly that he wanted to marry an exceedingly small girl no older than 8 years old. Farooq Khan told him that he could supply a girl of that age, but he warned him that he would not be able to take her to his country at that small age. He said further that while he could forge a birth certificate for that age and through a bribe get an Indian passport issued to her as a 17-year-old maid, still the Bombay International Airport police would probably see right through it. A young child at that age would look small and childlike, befitting her age. For that reason, the pimp Farooq Khan advised the Saudi pedophile to go for a small girl who already has her first period but is still a virgin. But the old man said he would not accept a girl who had already started to menstruate. As an excuse, he said he would not trust such a girl, adding that anyone might have already stolen her virginity before him without his knowledge. Eager to retain his wealthy Saudi client, the Muslim pimp suggested that the old man should go for a 13-year-old girl who has not yet had her first period. The old man strongly rejected that suggestion and said that a 13-year-old girl would be too old for him. In no uncertain terms, he is not going to marry a child bride above 9 years of age. He reminded the Muslim pimp that as the ideal age his gracious Prophet Muhammad had consummated his marriage with his beloved child bride, Aisha, and enjoyed her virginity before any other man touched her before him. After 2 hours of intense discussion and bantering, the two wicked men settled for an 11-year-old girl. When that critical issue of age is finally decided, it took another hour of haggling to decide on a wife's price or dowry they could both agree upon. All the nitty-gritty concluded, Farooq Khan took the old man to a room where he could pick up his preferred underage child bride. The so-called renowned and prestigious marriage agency has many rooms, each room designed for a specific age group of lovely child brides. In one particular room, the old Saudi man found 15 Indian Muslim girls aged 11. Those 15 little underage girls look like Barbie dolls dressed in burqas, but for the sake of the business, they have their faces uncovered. By the way, in some Muslim countries, Barbie dolls must by law have hijabs or niqabs. The pro-Sharia American Muslims are trying to push for the implementation of the same in the United States of America. The Saudi wealthy business tycoon demanded that all the 11-year-old girls should be stripped of their burqas so that he could make good his choice, and the pious pimp ordered all the little girls to come out of their Islamic ugly cocoons for the Saudi man so he can make his proper selection. The small girls removed their black burqas and stood like dolls in their Indian salwar kameez. The old man demanded further that he wanted each underage girl to remove her salwar kameez and remain in her bra and underwear only. Farooq Khan rejected that demand because it is haram in Islam for the man to see the awara or nakedness of a girl who is not his wife yet. However, when the rich old man insisted on his demand and threatened to cancel the deal and withdraw his money, the pimp agreed to the haram situation for the sake of the big cash he has received. Some of the little girls said they would not strip in front of each other. They said they could do so one at a time and behind the modesty afforded by a curtain. The Muslim Indian pimp and the old Saudi man agreed to accommodate that moral demand. Then the dirty pedophile has been asked by the pious pimp to sit inside a small room much like a fitting room in a clothing store. After that, the 15 small girls are ordered by Mr. Farooq Khan to enter that fitting room one after another, strip off their salwar kameez, and stand half naked in front of the old man, then she can put their clothes back and come out. Each girl has been given a number, starting from girl number 1 to girl number 15. The old man has been told by Farooq Khan to write down the number of the girl that won his heart. The old man touched the body of each girl as if he were buying a lamb from the sheep market. His hands wandered between their breasts and buttocks and did not spare the faces and lips too. He managed to kiss and hug some of them, but some resisted and refused to allow him to do haram and fahisha with them before marriage. If any underage girl would have not resisted, the dirty old man would have raped her right there before marrying her. One child bit in his hand when he tried to insert it in her tiny pussy. Another child girl pushed him until he fell because he tried to sodomize her small ass through his exposed phallus. The wicked old man claimed to have made the wrong choices 3 times. So, each girl has been forced by the pimp to enter behind the curtain and strip off her clothes in front of the pedophile 3 times. Finally, girl number 13 is chosen to be the new underage child bride of the wealthy Saudi man Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed. Her name is Amina Hyder Ali. As soon as he chose her, the old man took hold of her hand and began to walk her with him out of the fitting room, heading toward the door as if he bought a Jariya girl from the slave market at the time of the Prophet Muhammad. Farooq Khan stopped him and said to him he would not allow him to take her to his hotel unless the Islamic halal nikah contract is performed. He said further that he could not allow him to commit haram acts with the Muslim girl without marrying her. The old man said he had already paid her price, and by the agreement of the financial deal, she had become his right-hand possession or female sex slave. But the pious Indian dalal or pimp Mr. Farooq Khan said to the old geezer that he is running a marriage agency and not a slave trade for selling Indian girls to Arab men. Unwillingly, the old man agreed to perform the Islamic halal nikah contract. After that, the so-called righteous Muslim pimp sent one of his boys to the lucky chosen girl's parents to carry the good news to them and bring the father of the girl to sign the marriage contract of his daughter with her wealthy Saudi groom. In less than half an hour a man came with the messenger of the good news. The newly arrived man looks like he has not eaten food for many days and died and was buried in the ground, and his corpse has been exhumed from his grave as a zombie. Shortly after him, the Mazun or mullah of a nearby mosque is phoned and called in. The Mazun, who has a beard longer than that of the pimp, came with 2 adult male witnesses. Shortly after that, with the blessings of the father, the halal nikah contract between Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed and Amina Hyder Ali was conducted according to the Sunnah of Allah and His beloved Prophet Muhammad. Then and only then has the old man been allowed to take his bride to his hotel. When the so-called halal marriage contract was conducted, the Indian child bride was 11 and her Arab groom was 80 years old. Before the newly wedded couple left the premises of that renowned Muslim marriage agency, the proprietor Farooq Khan took the aged groom aside and gave him a piece of good advice. He told him not to consume his nikah with the girl until they had safely reached his country. The word nikah in Sharia has various meanings. The most widely used means legal fornication with any number of female slaves, lawful adultery with 2, 3, or 4 women at the same time, legalized rape with underage children, and of course conventional marriage with 1 woman. But the old man thought that Farooq Khan wanted to trick him, therefore, he rejected the advice and determined in his heart to consummate his marriage with his child bride on the very same day he married her and stole her virginity. He did that before a young Muslim man could kidnap her and elope with her or a wicked Hindu policeman separated her from him. The wicked old geezer knew and understood that his new little underage child bride Amina Hyder Ali has already crossed the lawful prescribed age of 9 years for nikah according to the Islamic Sharia. When they reached the hotel, the old geezer raped the little underage girl until she began to cry loudly. Since everyone in the hotel is a Muslim and the hotel management has seen the marriage contract between the Muslim Arab man and the Muslim Indian girl, no one intervened or tried to save the girl from her rapist. From that day, the old man raped the 11-year-old girl and continued to rape her day and night until the marriage agency arranged her Indian passport. The old man already has a maid visa with him, so, 1 week from the day he came to the Muslim city, he took his new child bride to Hyderabad airport and headed to Tehran via Mumbai. Before she got married to the 80-year-old Saudi man, Amina was a virgin and had not yet had her menses. She was simply not ready in the slightest for sex. When the old man raped her on the day she was sold in marriage to him, she felt as if he was digging a hole inside her tiny vagina. She bled profusely and experienced unbearable pain. The old geezer used his money and bribed someone from the hotel, brought a corrupt Muslim female nurse and treated the copiously bleeding private parts of his new child bride. He was scared if he took her to the hospital the Hindu doctors and nurses might get him in trouble with the secular Indian law. On the following day, she experienced more pain than the first day. The old man caused many serious abrasions and deep cuts in her private parts. The dirty old geezer had even tried anal sex with his new child bride, but he could not be able to penetrate her tiny anus. His large phallus is too big to go through such a tiny hole. But he continued to rape her in her tiny vagina. Therefore, the second rape gave her more pain than the first one. Every day, the pain increased, and her torture did not diminish. As is his evil plans all along, the old man continued to rape her day and night until her travel papers have been completed. The underage girl Amina wished for death before the old man could take her to his Arab country and continue causing her anguish and torture. When her parents came to say goodbye to her at the Hyderabad airport, she begged them to take her away from the old man. Her father shouted at her and told her that he would cut her throat if she said that again. Also, he told her not to tell anyone that the old man was her husband or try to run away from him. If anyone asked her, she should say he is her Saudi employer, and she is simply his Indian maid. Out of fear of her strict Muslim father, the little girl agreed to go with the old man to the airplane. The arrest of an Arab pedophile inside Mumbai International Airport. If it is not for a steady supply of Viagra, the 80-year-old Saudi man would not have been able to rape his new underage child bride, Amina Hyder Ali. He is very advanced in age and lost all his sexual ability which he used in the past to rape his former child bride, Ifat Khan. Moreover, this time he did not practice the thawing of children with his new bride because she is already 11 years old and past the minimum age for sexual intercourse required by the Islamic Sharia. Therefore, he began to rape her from day one. At any rate, inside the plane, Amina felt as if she was sitting beside a ravenous wolf. His old face and long beard reminded her of the story of Beauty and the Beast that her school female teacher narrated to her. She was sweating and trembling in fear from the Hyderabad airport until their plane landed at the Santa Cruz domestic airport in Mumbai. Then the newly wedded couple with other passengers who are in transit are transferred by a big bus from the domestic airport to the international airport. When they reached the departure hall, the abused underage child wife Amina Hyder Ali understood that she was far enough from her dangerous Muslim father. Consequently, she began to cry and resist when the aged Arab man tried to pull her with him and walk her to the plane. Her screaming and resistance drew the curiosity of the other passengers and some airport officials. One wealthy Indian woman interfered and asked Amina in Hindi because she was crying. The old man shouted at the Indian woman who began to talk to his child bride. He talked to her in Arabic and ordered her not to talk to his Kadamaya. The Indian woman did not understand his Arabic words and continued to speak to Amina in Hindi. But one Indian man understood the meaning of the word Kadamaya and told the Indian woman that the little girl was traveling abroad as a maid to the Arab old man. Immediately, Amina spoke to the woman and told her why she was crying and refusing to go with the Saudi man. She exposed the old man and said openly that she is not his Kadamaya, but his Muslim wife. The people who heard her words were shocked when they learned that the 80-year-old Arab man was the husband of the underage Indian girl. The Indian woman called the Mumbai International Airport police immediately and the matter became an official complaint. When the police arrived at the scene, the old Saudi man is placed under arrest. He is handcuffed, slapped, and kicked by a police officer in front of everyone. Some Indian women spat on the face of the old man and some men called him Teri Maki Chut, Teri Bahanki Chut, Kutia, Sala, go and marry and fuck your mother or sister, you fucking dirty old Arab geezer. Some of the extremely outraged passengers said to him go and fuck a goat or a camel in your Sahara Desert backward society. Some people pushed him and some pinched him, while some incredibly angry passengers even tried to kill him. So, the crowd would have killed the old man if it were not for the 6 tough police officers that surrounded him. After that, the notorious womanizer and child abuser dragged out of Mumbai International Airport and had been thrown into a police truck and hauled away like trash taken in a dump truck. The little girl Amina has been taken in a different police car and sent to the hospital for a rape test. The tests proved that Amina had been brutally raped by the old Saudi man and the hospital sent the results to the police. When she is questioned at the hospital, Amina reveals her real age to the police. As a consequence of this disturbing news, the city of Mumbai is turned upside down when the midday newspapers publish the breaking news. The headline reads, an 80-year-old Saudi man weds an 11-year-old Hyderabadi Muslim girl. Citizens of Mumbai demonstrated in thousands, went to the police headquarters, and demanded that the old Saudi man be severely punished. The main leaders of the Hindu Shiv Sena political party stood behind the wave of popular support and mirrored the call for capital punishment to the wicked old Arab man. There are, however, a few Muslim organized marches and protests, which called for the immediate release of the Muslim old man and his Muslim wife. Their religious leaders said that the marriage of the Saudi Muslim man and the Indian Muslim girl was valid according to the Holy Quran and the Sunnah of their Prophet. They quoted the example of the 9-year-old child bride, Aisha, and the 54-year-old Prophet Muhammad. The Mumbai police contacted the police of Hyderabad, who then ordered the immediate arrest of Amina's father and the owner of the marriage agency Farooq Khan, the imam of the mosque who acted as a mazoon and conducted the unlawful marriage, and the 2 male witnesses who signed the marriage contract. According to Indian marriage law, a girl is not allowed to get married until she reaches 18 and the boy is 21. The only exception to the rule allows a 17-year-old girl to wed with her parental consent. In India, legally, at least, an Indian girl has the right to marry regardless of parental wishes when she is 18 years old. The law applies to all Indian girls regardless of religion and caste. Sex with a girl below 17 is deemed to be statutory rape or rape of a minor. As provided for by the laws of the land, the old Saudi man has been arrested for rape, kidnap, and the attempt to smuggle as his female sex slave a minor Indian girl out of the country. Under the persuasive and harsh methods of interrogation of the Indian police, Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed admitted that he contracted the little girl in marriage and slept with her for 7 days and 7 nights. However, he tried to justify his marriage because the marriage agency deceived him about the real age of the girl. He falsely claimed he had been told by the owner of the agency and the girl's father that Amina Haider Ali was 17 years old when the marriage contract was conducted. The Mumbai police did not buy that line of justification, and they flogged the lying old geezer mercilessly until he spoke the truth. After his harsh interrogation, the old Saudi man has been placed on remand awaiting a dangerous trial. If he is convicted, he might be sent to the gallows and hanged to death. In the meantime, his victim Amina Haider Ali has been placed under the care of the Maharashtra state government, which decided to place her in a foster home, awaiting adoptive parents who have been vetted by the government. Given the publicity generated by her sensitive case, the government has to deal, in 1 month alone, with 500,000 applications from wealthy Indian people all over the country who want to adopt Amina Haider Ali as their adored daughter. Below is a clear, causal explanation grounded in the novel's own logic and legal settings for why Sheikh Ahmed's marriage to Amina Haider Ali leads to his arrest and imprisonment in Bombay City, while his marriage to Ifat Khan leads to his release with honor in Jeddah City. The difference is not the acts themselves, but where the acts occur, which legal system judges them, and which law is treated as supreme in each place. The core reason in one sentence. Sheikh Ahmed goes to jail in Bombay because Indian secular criminal law overrides religious marriage claims, whereas he is released in Jeddah because Saudi Sharia law treats the same marriage acts as lawful and protected. Everything else flows from this. 1. Difference in legal systems, secular law versus Sharia law. India, Bombay, secular criminal jurisdiction. In India, state law is supreme, even over religious custom. Child marriage below the legal age is criminal. Sexual relations with a minor are treated as statutory rape, regardless of parental consent or religious ceremony. Religious nikah contracts have no immunity from criminal prosecution. Thus, when Sheikh Ahmed marries Amina Haider Ali, age 11, in India and consummates the marriage, the act is legally classified as rape and child trafficking. He is arrested by airport police and jailed in Bombay. Courts initially detain him under Indian Penal Code provisions, not religious law. Even though a nikah took place, Indian law does not recognize child marriage as a defense. Saudi Arabia, Jeddah, Sharia-based judicial system. In Saudi Arabia, Sharia law is the law of the land. Marriage to a minor is explicitly permitted under Sharia as depicted in the novel. A husband's sexual rights over a wife, including a child wife, are treated as lawful. Consent of the child is not required. A valid nikah shields the husband from rape or kidnapping charges. When Sheikh Ahmed marries Ifat Khan, age 7, the marriage is validated legally under Sharia. Delay of intercourse until age 9 is presented as compliance with prophetic precedent. Courts treat the act as religiously lawful, not criminal. He is released with honor after questioning, despite international outrage. 2. Jurisdiction and location of the acts. Amina Haider Ali's case, crime committed inside India. Marriage arranged in Hyderabad. Sexual acts occur on Indian soil. Airport intervention happens before departure. Indian police and courts have full jurisdiction. Once a crime occurs within Indian territory, foreign religious norms do not apply. Ifat Khan's case, acts externalized to Islamic jurisdictions. Sheikh Ahmed deliberately removes Ifat from Saudi Arabia. Marries her in Eritrea, later keeps her in Iran. Avoids secular states during marriage and consummation. Operates entirely within Islamic legal environments. As a result, no secular court has jurisdiction. Sharia courts validate the marriage. Sexual acts are legally protected. 3. Role of the state versus religion. Aspect. Ifat Khan, Jeddah/Sharia. Amina Haider Ali, Bombay/secular. Governing law. Islamic Sharia. Indian Penal Code. Age of bride. 7. 11. Consent required. No. Yes. Child marriage status. Legal. Criminal. Sex with minor. Lawful marital right. Statutory rape. Court outcome. Release with honor. Arrest and imprisonment. The same man, same behavior, but radically different legal treatment. 4. Why release with honor is possible in Jeddah. The phrase release with honor in the novel is not symbolic, it reflects institutional validation of Sheikh Ahmed's conduct. Affirmation that he followed religious law. Rejection of international or secular objections. Moral authority of prophetic precedent outweighing human rights claims. In Jeddah, no crime is recognized. The accused is treated as morally compliant. External criticism is dismissed as anti-Islamic interference. 5. Why Amina Haider Ali's marriage collapses legally. Even though her father consented, a nikah was conducted. Religious authorities approved. India recognizes the child, not the father or religion, as the rights holder. Age is a non-negotiable legal threshold. Sex below that age is rape, regardless of marriage. Thus, the marriage cannot protect Sheikh Ahmed, and the law treats him as a criminal trafficker and rapist. Final synthesis. The novel's answer is blunt. Child marriage is not one thing, it becomes either legal or criminal depending on which legal system you submit it to. Sharia law legalizes and protects Sheikh Ahmed. Indian secular law prosecutes and imprisons him. The contrast is intentional and central to the narrative's critique. Flashback from the original manuscript about the marriage of Sheikh Ahmed and Ifat Khan. The child bride Ifat Khan, age 9, is still a child and not developed enough, neither physiologically nor psychologically for sex with an adult, much less one who is not inclined to be gentle like Sheikh Ahmed. For her, it is simply a horrifying nightmare and unbearable torture. When the evil old man began to practice real sex and rape her, she felt like someone is inserting a knife in her private parts, a deep wound tearing her up inside while she screamed. Thawing was painless, and her young intuition already told her something was amiss. But a child's resolve will crumble when coerced day after day, occasion after occasion. He tried to get her to use her hand to masturbate his phallus, failing to prevent harsher methods. He made her starve for many hours, and he refused to give her water. He locked her up in a small room, and he denied her basic human needs. For more than 24 hours, he imprisoned her in a room, with no lights or windows. She is not allowed to use a washroom, and has to use the same room as a toilet. Up against, what must be for a small child, insurmountable odds and pressure, she agreed to do anything he willed. When she allowed him to use her hand to masturbate with him, he gave her food, cold drinks, and some pretty gifts. Every evil deviation that came into his dirty mind, he used it to satisfy his lust. What he did to her for 7 months did not only harm her physically, but it destroyed the child within. He replaced the innocence of a child with ugliness and shame that she would have to carry with her for the rest of her life. Sex with the notorious Arab womanizer, who is also a pedophile old man, is an exceedingly painful daily experience for the underage girl Ifat Khan. She fought and struggled, but with his uncaring and brutal methods, he forced himself on her. Sheikh Ahmed, like many evil men, enjoys inflicting pain on his female victims during sex. Muslims believe that the jihad of the woman should be on the bed of her husband. The good Muslim wife is the one who is supposed to feel the pain during sexual intercourse, and the noise and sound of distress allow her husband to validate his manhood and strong sexual ability. The more she feels the pain in sex and she screams, wails, and bewails, the better jihad she performs and gets rewarded by Allah. That is why Muslims in France pay huge sums of hard foreign currency to French doctors to have their wives made virgins again. A Muslim man in France is prepared to pay a French doctor $5,000 to make his wife a virgin, just like the time he married her. He enjoys penetrating her cunt and breaking her hymen over and over again. The act of penetrating a woman's hymen causes bleeding and pain, for some more than others, especially the noticeably young wives. The evil and perverted is the mind of a husband who enjoys causing pain to his wife and seeing the blood running out of her vagina. Muslim men get these twisted ideas directly from the teachings of Islam about the virgins of paradise. The Quran and Hadiths simply state that the virgins of paradise remain virgins after intercourse. The Prophet was asked, "Do we have sex in paradise?" He answered, "Yes, by he who holds my soul in his hand, and it will be done daman, that is the intercourse done with such shove and disturbance. And when it is finished, she will return pure and virgin again," cited in Hack and Newton 1996, page 17. According to this hadith, either Allah would stitch the virgin's vagina immediately after she has lost her virginity by insertion of the male's penis, or he would recreate a new him and insert it in her pussy. In Islam, the woman is nothing but a mere pussy or a vagina. The Prophet Muhammad said, "The woman is a wara. When she goes outside the house, the devil takes charge of her." Al-Tirmizi, Volume 2, page 65. According to this hadith, whenever the woman goes out of her house, she will be possessed by demons. So she is dangerous to society, and hence she should be imprisoned inside her house. There is no definition so widely used and accepted among Muslims for defining the woman than saying, "The woman is a wara." The term awara is defined in the Encyclopedia of Islam as the external genitals, especially of the female, cited in Hack and Newton 1996, page 5. So to put it bluntly, a woman, from head to toe, is a big pussy. Sex occupied the mind of the Prophet Muhammad throughout the 25 years of preaching his new religious cult. As if 72 virgins are not enough, every Muslim man is entitled to 100 young boys that the Quran describes as diamond sparkling boys. There will circulate boys for them as if they are beautiful pearls well protected. Quran Surah Al-Ta 52, verse 24. The Quran describes the beautiful young boys as not getting a headache or bleeding. Some Muslim scholars hide the fact that the Quran has promised these 100 beautiful boys for sex and sodomy. They argue that the purpose of the boys in paradise is to serve the faithful men. One may ask, if the beautiful boys are to serve the faithful Muslims only, why then does the Quran say that they would neither bleed nor have headaches? The Quran meant the beautiful young boys would not bleed during sex because there is no hymen to tear or break when the male penis is penetrating during sex with those pretty 100 boys. Sheikh Ahmed did not live for 7 months in Eritrea. He kept his Pakistani Ghulam as a guard, to keep his child bride imprisoned in his Asmara house. Ghulam means a male slave and Khadimah means a female slave. No wonder the maid is called Khadimah. African and Asian Muslims show high respect for their Arab masters or employers and look at them as superior to them as if those Arabs are Brahmas, and they are untouchable outcasts in Hindu society. The Muslim Arabs have been revered and exalted by non-Arab Muslims because the Prophet of Islam is an Arab. This stupidity led some black Africans like Sudanese, Somalians, and Mauritanians to claim that they were Arabs too. The Pakistani chauffeur is such a faithful and obedient slave to his Arab master. He is prepared to do anything to please him. Even if he asks him to bring his wife and sister for sexual entertainment to Sheikh Ahmed, the despicable Pakistani pimp will bring them to his Arab master. The old Saudi spends a few days every month with his imprisoned child bride, and then returns to his country. He hired 4 Eritrean Khadamiat, maids for serving his child bride Ifat, 1 woman for cooking, 1 for cleaning the house, 1 for washing the laundry, and 1 for massaging and applying dilka and kamra on her body. The old geezer also kept a guard at the gate of his big mansion. This Eritrean guard, who looks like one of the terrorists of Boko Haram, has a licensed and fully loaded rifle. Whatever food his child bride desires and whatever clothes and dolls she wants to have been provided. She has become decked in gold and diamonds from head to toe. He treats her the same way he used to treat his former Indian bride, Christy. It is not hard to imagine the little bride Ifat feeling like a bird kept in a gilded cage. Since she had stepped foot inside the mansion, she had not been allowed to go outside the compound of the prison. It is a mansion but not a home, a palace of terror instead of a safe and loving environment. Many times, she begged Sabir to allow her to go outside and play in the grass with her dolls, but he refused. She cried and begged the lustful pedophile to take her to where her mother was, but he would sharply deny her request. He simply countered her pleas by telling her the Saudi police had taken her mother to a place extremely far away because she had done something awfully bad. He refused to tell her what her mother had done, or when she was going to come back and get her. He does not like to talk about her mother, as much as Qais used to love his lovely Indian Layla. From the day she got arrested, he started to hate even hearing her real name, Rayhana. For several months, the evil Saudi thied and molested his Indian child bride. When she reached the age of 9, he began to prepare her for vaginal sex. He intends to teach her about sex, or at least the part she has to play before he would start raping her. He brought porn movies and forced her to watch them with him. She did not like them, but she agreed after going through another round of his starvation and imprisonment techniques. He made her understand what he wanted to do with her, by the example of the sex scenes in pornographic movies. When he tried to rape her, she resisted and fought him off. He discovered that she had grown up, and was much stronger than before. So, to get her into obedience and compliance, he simply broke her resistance by withholding all food and water. Crying and begging have got her nowhere. He simply repeated his old line that if she did not do exactly what he wanted, he would not give her any food or water. But the little girl Ifat refused to yield to his requests, and told him she wanted to die. For 2 days, the small child went without food and water. She thought that she would starve to death and go to heaven to be with her father and mother. When her father committed suicide, she was told by her mother and grandmother that her father died, and went to heaven, and is living in a better place. She now believes that the same police officers who had beaten her mother and done all those terrible things to her had come back, taken her away, and this time killed her for Rayal. In her mind, it is simply better to die and go be with her parents, than continue living in the house of horrors with a nasty old man that made her do all those things she did not like to do. The vicious old geezer became extremely furious and continually struck her face and flogged her with a big whip. When he was done with his revenge beatings, he would lock her up in the darkroom again. The small girl, if it, or any other, is not capable of outmaneuvering the mind of a professional abuser. He simply resumed his methods, and he eventually got exactly what he wanted. On the third day, Ifit loses her strength, and is no longer able to move around. While she is lying half-conscious, the old man came in and removed her dress and underwear, and began to rape her. She could not move a limb to stave him off. Sadly, her ability to feel pain is undiminished. The old man tried but could not penetrate her private parts, because she was just too underage. Not giving up, he used his finger to widen her vagina. His finger felt like a sharp metal rod forcing itself inside her. She wanted to cry, but her dried-up mouth and weak body could not scream out in pain. Only a steady flow of tears poured out of her eyes. Using the middle fingers to widen the private parts of underage girls or child wives is quite common in Arab countries. No matter how many times the old monster had tried repeatedly to penetrate the private parts of his underage child bride, he could not succeed. Those repeated attempts had given the small girl Ifit continuing day and night nightmares and unbearable tortures and copious bleeding in her private parts. The wicked Arab man had even tried anal sex with his victim, but he could not succeed in that too. The old geezer has become very advanced in his years and has lost much of his vigor, but is determined to penetrate her by all means. He knows his fingers alone would not widen her vaginal canal, but he has brought many sex toys. He changed his fingering method and began to use a plastic penis. His new method worked, and he can insert half of the plastic penis inside the small girl's vagina. The blood ran out of his victim's vagina and turned everything around it red. She felt as if he was using a sharp knife and sewing her into two halves. The pain is unbearable. She lost consciousness. He did not bother to find out whether she had lost consciousness or had died. His lust has blinded him, and he decides to penetrate her even if she is already a corpse. He mounted her seemingly lifeless body and began to penetrate her. Finally, the wicked scum of a man by hook or by crook has been able to insert half of his male organ into his victim's bleeding vagina. Then he brutally raped her inside the copiously bleeding private parts until he has ejaculated, and his white semen mingled with her red blood. After that, he called his despicable Pakistani pimp and asked him to help him take his bride to the hospital. It is a quite common phenomenon in countries like Eritrea, Sudan, and Somalia for brides to be taken to the hospital on their first wedding night because of excessive bleeding. Hospitals consider such cases normal because of the widespread custom of female genital mutilation in the African Muslim lands. If a new bride is wheeled into a hospital with an injury due to sexual intercourse with her husband, it is not considered rape nor is it considered a serious case. In Ifit's case, she is taken to the intensive care unit because she is dehydrated and starved. She is fed through an IV in her veins. She remained in a coma for 3 days before she came back to life. The hospital did not consider her case criminal in nature and treated her until she recovered. After 5 days, Ifit is transferred back to her former prison. As soon as the hospital discharged Ifit Khan, and she is brought back to the mansion of horror, the old man began to rape her again. This time, she felt the pain more than before. She felt more pain because she is fully conscious and the wounds in her private parts are still not fully healed. She screamed at the top of her voice and resisted, but she could not be able to stop him because her body was still weak. She felt terrible pain when his male organ began to press hard on the surface of her wounded tiny vagina. This time, it felt like salt poured on an open wound. She bit his shoulder and scratched his face with her nails. She hit his back with her fists and kicked his legs. Nothing she did could get him off her body or prevent him from forcing his penis into her undeveloped vagina. As he began to penetrate her, she fainted. As before, the old monster did not bother to find out why she stopped resisting and screaming. He just continued to press on until he had fully inserted his penis inside her vagina. This time, he did more damage, and after he ejaculated, blood pooled around her body. For the second time, He called his Pakistani pimp and asked him to treat the child bride. This time, he decided not to take her to the hospital. He is afraid that she might be hospitalized again for a few days. He would not tolerate waiting until she got discharged. He wants to enjoy raping her no matter what her health condition. He just told his pimp to clean up the blood around her vagina and to apply to Dettol to stop the bleeding. The despicable Pakistani slave followed the orders of his Arab master and began cleaning her up and applying the Dettol. After that, he used chili water to revive the Indian child bride Ifat Khan. Below is a clear, story-focused explanation of how Ifat finds a Muslim lawyer for her imprisoned Arab husband, Sheikh Ahmed, and how that lawyer convinces her he can secure Sheikh Ahmed's release with honor, strictly following the internal logic of the novel and its legal, social setting. 1. Why Ifat is told to find a Muslim lawyer. Once Sheikh Ahmed is imprisoned in Arthur Road Jail, Bombay, he immediately instructs Ifat on 3 non-negotiable points. 1. Only a Muslim lawyer will represent him. Sheikh Ahmed believes that a Muslim lawyer will be sympathetic to Sharia-based justifications for child marriage, willing to cooperate in unofficial arrangements, bribes, influence, perjury, ideologically loyal to Islamic precedent over Indian secular law. 2. The lawyer must be old and experienced. Age is equated with deep connections inside courts and police, knowledge of corruption pathways, willingness to get his hands dirty. 3. Ifat must act only as a messenger, never as decision-maker. She is instructed not to question fees, legality, or morality. 2. How Ifat finds the Muslim lawyer. At the Bombay High Court. Ifat goes to the Bombay High Court compound, where lawyers openly solicit clients. She explicitly asks for a Muslim lawyer. Several step forward. She selects the oldest one, following Sheikh Ahmed's instruction. This lawyer is Sheikh Barkatullah, a Muslim advocate known for handling criminal cases through informal judicial influence rather than legal merit. 3. The first jail meeting, setting expectations. When Sheikh Barkatullah meets Sheikh Ahmed in jail, he is brutally direct. What the lawyer says clearly. The evidence is overwhelming. Under Indian law, Sheikh Ahmed faces rape of a minor, child trafficking, attempted smuggling, potential life imprisonment or death penalty. Then the pivot. The lawyer explains. In this country, cases are not won by truth, but by money. He lays out the real strategy. Bribe. The High Court judge. Mumbai and Hyderabad police commissioners. Airport police. Witnesses. Victim's family. Replace evidence with changed testimonies. Claim of age deception. Invalidating marriage contract on technical grounds. This is the foundation of the release with honor promise. 4. Why release with honor is emphasized. The phrase with his head held up high in honor is not just legal, it is symbolic. For Sheikh Ahmed, it means no conviction, no admission of guilt, public recognition as an innocent, deceived Muslim man, restoration of social and religious status. The lawyer explicitly promises acquittal, not sentence reduction. Court declaration that Sheikh Ahmed is a victim of conspiracy. Legal narrative that the girl's age was misrepresented. Marriage was conducted in good faith. Indian law, not Sheikh Ahmed, was at fault. This distinction matters more to Sheikh Ahmed than freedom itself. 5. The financial mechanism, using Ifat. Sheikh Barkatullah proposes a system designed to hide bribery trails, protect officials, protect the lawyer himself. The plan. Ifat becomes the intermediary. Sheikh Ahmed transfers hundreds of millions of rupees into A new account in Ifit's name. Funds are to be moved offshore, Switzerland. Distributed after release. Why Ifit? Unknown to authorities. Foreign. Illiterate and compliant. Legally invisible. She is trusted not because she is honest, but because Sheikh Ahmed believes she is broken and submissive. 6. The lawyer's explicit promise. Sheikh Barkatullah guarantees. Charges dropped. Witnesses reversed. Judge ruling. Marriage invalid due to deception, but no criminal liability. He tells Sheikh Ahmed plainly. You will walk out free, praised, and your enemies will be silenced. This is what release with honor concretely means in the novel. 7. Narrative purpose of this episode. This episode is written to show systemic corruption, not legal error. How religious loyalty overrides child protection. How women, especially Ifit, are used as tools, couriers, shields for male crimes. Why justice collapses when money plus ideology align. One-sentence summary. Ifit finds a Muslim lawyer because Sheikh Ahmed demands religious loyalty over legality, and the lawyer promises his release with honor by openly engineering corruption, bribes, false testimony, and legal manipulation, rather than legal defense. Here is a clear, text-faithful explanation of why Ifit Khan disappears on the very day of her scheduled flight to Europe with the Indian Muslim lawyer, based only on what the novel explicitly shows. Short answer, core reason. Ifit Khan disappears because she is deliberately kidnapped that evening by agents of the Bollywood film director Mahmood Khan, who learns she is about to leave India and orders her abduction to prevent her departure and claim her for himself. Step-by-step explanation grounded in the text. 1. Ifit was scheduled to fly with the lawyer as part of a bribery scheme. On the day of the flight, Ifit is carrying both passports, both air tickets, access to the Swiss banking arrangements. The plan required Ifit and Sheikh Barkatullah to travel separately, meet at the airport, proceed to Europe to finalize the money transfer that would free Sheikh Ahmed. This is why her presence at the airport was absolutely critical. 2. Mahmood Khan's men had been secretly tracking her for weeks. Before the flight day, Mahmood Khan's assistants follow Ifit daily. Learn she visits Arthur Road jail every morning. Learn she is connected to the imprisoned Saudi sheikh. Discover she has gone with a lawyer to Swiss consulate, Air India ticket office. They correctly conclude she is about to leave India permanently. This discovery triggers the kidnapping order. 3. The kidnapping happens minutes after the lawyer leaves her hotel. The text is very explicit here. After Sheikh Barkatullah leaves by taxi to attend a celebration. Minutes later, outside the cheap hotel, 2 men seize Ifit. One clamps her mouth. A third brings a waiting car. Bystanders assume she is a prostitute from the red light district. No alarm is raised. She is taken directly to Mahmood Khan's farmhouse. If the lawyer had waited 5 minutes more, he would have seen the men who kidnapped her. 4. Mahmood Khan orders the abduction to stop her departure. The novel explicitly states Mahmood Khan's motive. He believes if she flies to Europe, he will lose her forever. He had already failed to entice her with money and fame. Failed to win her consent. His final decision: prevent her leaving India by force. He authorizes his men to kidnap her and bring her to his farmhouse. 5. Why no one realizes what happened in time. Several factors ensure her disappearance goes unnoticed until too late. 1. Her profile. Young. Illiterate. No local family. No stable address. 2. The location. Cheap hotel in a red light area. Abductions appear routine. 3. Her silence. She does not scream, conditioning from years of abuse. Expects rape as inevitable. 4. Timing. The lawyer leaves immediately. Airport departure window closes fast. By the time the lawyer returns, she is already gone. What does this disappearance mean in the story? Narratively, her disappearance serves several purposes. It collapses the Swiss bribery plan. It causes the lawyer's panic. Sheikh Ahmed's rage. The exposure of the corruption through the returned confessions. It transfers Ifrit from one golden cage, Sheikh Ahmed, to another golden cage, Mahmoud Khan. The novel explicitly names this shift. The missing Muslim girl is in another golden cage. One sentence conclusion. Ifrit Khan disappears on the day of her European flight because Mahmoud Khan, realizing she is about to leave India permanently, orders her kidnapping that evening, preventing her from reaching the airport and derailing the entire bribery escape plan. Quotations from the novel. The newly appointed Muslim lawyer has mentally prepared himself to meet anyone in the world inside the jail, even Osama bin Laden or Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, except the one he has seen sitting inside the small visiting room. If he had seen the devil himself with his two horns sitting in the small room, he would not have been more shocked and frightened than when he saw the fire-breathing dragon, the Saudi old man Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed, sitting without movements as if he is the statue of Buddha. The old geezer is sitting like Iblis, the great Satan, and staring at him. He had seen his photos over 1,000 times in the media these past few months, and he is more familiar with the case than the old man himself. He had discussed it with his family at home, with other Muslim men in the mosque, and with other lawyers at court. He had read the details in newspapers and watched it on all the TV channels. The Muslim lawyer at once knew and understood that he had just been dealt with a high-profile case. After overcoming the shock, the first question he asked himself was how many millions of rupees he should demand as his fees for trying to defend such an undefendable case. Ifrit Khan is now the translator between her Saudi husband and the Muslim lawyer. The old man spoke in Persian and his new lawyer in Urdu. Ifrit translated everything as best she could except for the usual Islamic greeting, for which there is no need because each Muslim knows it more than he knows his name. First of all, Mr. Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed, you must know that your case is exceedingly difficult to defend. There is an extraordinarily strong case against you. The police have amassed more than enough proof to convict. Upon conviction, you are probably looking at the hangman's noose or life imprisonment without a chance of an appeal or parole. I haven't called you here for you to tell me that. I want to know whether you will be able to release me from this accursed Hindu prison or not. You are a Muslim, and you must know that I have done nothing wrong. What I have done is in accordance with the Holy Quran and the blessed Sunnah of our gracious Prophet Muhammad, may the peace and prayers of Allah be upon him. I had married an 11-year-old Muslim girl, which is lawful in our blessed Sharia. For your kind information, in Surah Al-Talaq 65 verse 4, the Holy Quran allows every Muslim man to marry a girl before she reaches puberty. Even our gracious Prophet Muhammad had married our blessed mother, Aisha bint Abu Bakr, when she was 6 years old and had sex with her when she was 9 years old. So, what kind of haram have I done when I married and had sex with an 11-year-old girl? Did she die when I fucked her up? Had I kidnapped her from her parents and raped her? Did I not make the correct marriage nikah contract with her? Did I not pay her father her dowry? Whatever you have done is lawful in our Islamic Sharia and backed up with a verse from our Holy Quran and authentic hadiths and deeds from the blessed Sunnah of our gracious Prophet Muhammad, may the peace and prayers of Allah be upon him. But remember, this is not Saudi Arabia or Iran. This is a Hindu and secular country. It is the land of Al-Kufar, the unclean infidels. According to the law of this country, what you have done with that Hyderabadi Muslim girl, Amina Hyder Ali, has made you a kidnapper, a rapist, and a slave trader of a minor girl. No lawyer can defend you if the case goes to court without making holes in it. We need to make holes and weaken the case before the Mumbai Criminal Court judge makes his final decision on it. In this country, the jurymen are like little puppets in a public show in the hands of the judge. He can move them and make them do whatever he likes. Whatever the main judge decides, they will consent. How can you make holes and weaken the case? Money can weaken the case. You need to pay a lot of money to many people. We need to bribe the judge, the police, and other people. I will not ask you to pay me as much as the Hindu police and the judge may ask for. We need to pay the Mumbai police and Hyderabad police. We need to fill the mouth of the main judge with so much money. We might even need to pay money to the father, mother, sisters, and brothers of the girl in question. And if it is possible, we might get hold of Amina herself and buy her by our side. We can make her say that her father told her to lie to you and tell you that her age is 17 years. How much money do I need to pay? Crores of rupees. I cannot give you the exact figures now. I must first talk to the main judge and the police and contact other officials who are handling your case. If I agree to pay that much money, what is my guarantee that I will win the case and be released from this filthy Hindu prison? I will get the judge to sign a secret contract the same as anyone else who is involved. I will pay 10% of what they ask for and the rest after I am released. All judges, lawyers, and policemen in Mumbai ask for 50% before the trial and 50% after it is over and successful and everything comes in your favor. Can you tell me approximately how much this is going to cost? Roughly 10 crores. How many rupees are 10 crores? They are 100 million Indian rupees. 100 million rupees is a lot of money. That is what I have said from the beginning. You need to pay a lot of money to come out of this accursed infidel's jail. Otherwise, you will lose your life or die inside this filthy Hindu dungeon. Consider your advanced age. Would you like to die in the Muslim holy lands among your Muslim wives and children, or starve and die like a criminal in this unholy land of the Hindu idolaters? Okay, I am ready to pay the money, but try to reduce it to 7 or 8 crores. I will try my level best, but I can give you no guarantees. Hindus are very greedy people when it comes to money. Go and talk to the main judge and other police top officials and bring to me the exact figures. Inshallah, after 2 weeks I will come to you with some good news. Barka Allah fi kya aki fi al-Islam, said the old man. Ifit could not translate this Islamic phrase because it is spoken in Arabic. It means God bless you, my brother in faith. Before I accept the case officially, I need, as a token, the sum of advance which is equivalent to 100,000 rupees. Why should I give you money before you talk to those Hindu people? I need money to talk to them. I need to bribe their security guards and those close to them so that I can have access to them. The old man talked to his Indian wife in the Persian language before responding to the demand of the greedy Muslim lawyer. He ordered her to go to the Abu Dhabi International Bank and pay 100,000 rupees to his Muslim lawyer. He said further that if the manager refused to issue the amount, then to tell him would tell someone from the bank to come and see him in prison. Go with my maidservant Ifat Khan to the bank and get the money. The Muslim lawyer remembered that he could not discern the relationship between the young Indian Muslim girl and the prisoner, but now, the cat is out of the bag. He is awed and respectful of the devotion and loyalty this Indian maid has for her Arab master. That day the Indian wife Ifat is compelled to visit her Saudi imprisoned husband 4 times in jail. Firstly, the bank refused to issue the 100,000 rupees without the signature of the old man. Secondly, the signature was rejected twice because the old man's hand was trembling, and that altered his signature because the beatings that he had received during the harsh interrogation caused him to tremble for no reason. Finally, the bank sent one of its employees and confirmed that the old man wanted the Muslim lawyer to get such a big amount of cash. After receiving the money, the lawyer took Ifat back to the prison and made the old man sign the required forms giving him the right to be his legal representative and to start the legal procedure. The old man not only gave the Muslim man the right to represent him in court but appointed him as the legal security guard and guardian to his young maidservant. He told his Indian wife not to go anywhere without the company of that good Muslim man. If he did not know that his teenage wife is young and exceptionally beautiful, he would have asked the Muslim man to stay with her inside her room in the hotel and sleep with her on the same bed and vigilantly watch her movements to ensure she would not fall in love with someone or run away from him with a handsome Indian Muslim boy or a Hindu police inspector might separate her from him. Even if she goes to the bathroom, he should go in with her to make sure she would not be able to break the back window and flee away from her Arab master. But as we know, the Muslim man is not supposed to trust his father or brother with his wife. This is because the Prophet Muhammad said that in-laws are like death to the wife. Then the Muslim lawyer gave his business card to the so-called loyal and obedient maidservant Ifat Khan and accompanied her to her hotel, and then he left as soon as she got out of the cab. At first, Sheikh Ahmed thought to send his Indian wife to the Abu Dhabi International Bank and get the management to send him the necessary documents to transfer 7 crores rupees from his account to the account of Sheikh Barkatullah. Notwithstanding, the Muslim lawyer stopped him and told him that he would not accept such a huge amount of money from him directly. The money should go to someone else's account and that person should deposit the money in Sheikh Barkatullah's account. He explained to the old geezer that his foolish idea would expose their secret scheme, and everyone involved would go to jail. It is, after all, a huge amount of money bound to raise suspicion once it is discovered that the transfer has taken place. No one is going to believe an Indian lawyer can make such a huge amount of money even if he has worked as an attorney in all courts in Mumbai for 1,000 years. To keep such an illegal deal secretly hidden from the police, the media, and other curious eyes, a third person should act as the middleman. The old man understood the risk that is involved if the money would go directly from his account to his lawyer's account. However, the question that puzzled him was who that person could be whom he could trust with such a huge amount of money. It is Sheikh Barkatullah who suggested that the faithful Indian maidservant should act in between. He told the old man that his maidservant was the only person who was not known to the government and the public. The old man understood that no one in India knew that his Indian wife was related to him in any way. He balked when he considered the amount of money that he would have to place in her trust. She might very well abscond with the money. But he knows that he has no anyone else he could use, except her. However, he understood that he had already brainwashed her and made her a complacent girl to all his abuses just like a robot in his hands. She is also an Indian slave girl to him, and he is her Arab master. He reasoned that if she wanted to run away from him, she would not have come from the Mumbai International Airport after his Afghani guard was arrested. She came all alone from the airport to him and began to do his work and continued to visit him without fail every day in jail and followed his orders. Sheikh Barkatullah outlined his plan and advised Sheikh Ahmed to transfer the entire sum of 14 crores into his Indian maidservant Ifat Khan's yet-to-be-established account. Then he should accompany her to Switzerland to ensure that the needed 2 secret accounts, his and hers, and the agreed-upon first transfer are accomplished properly. As soon as the trial is over, and Sheikh Ahmed is acquitted with honor, Ifat and his lawyer should make another trip to Switzerland and get the second installment transferred from her account to his. To make sure that the old man would not change his mind after release, the crooked lawyer told him that the High Court judge had said that he would not release his passport and allow him to fly out of India until the amount was fully paid off. He disclosed that the judge would withhold his passport under the premise that protesting parties be given a chance to appeal. This would satisfy both the court and the media. The old man does not feel comfortable with any of the conditions: withholding of his passport, detention in India, transferring 14 crores to an overseas bank into the account of his Indian wife, but his Muslim lawyer told him that he has no other choice. The old man accepted the suggestion of his Muslim lawyer but warned his Indian maidservant in front of Sheikh Barkatullah by telling her that he would send some dangerous spies to follow her to Switzerland, and if she tried to swindle him and run away with the money, then his terrorist men will catch her and shoot and kill her. Ifat Khan swore by Allah that she would not take the money and run away or do anything else to upset her Saudi master. However, the old man made some conditions to Barkatullah that he would not pay the first installment unless he would get in writing and voice recording statements of confessions from him, the judge of the High Court, the two police commissioners of Mumbai and Hyderabad, that they are going to receive from him 7 crores of Indian rupees before the trial and another 7 crores of rupees after the trial for his release with honor. He said further that the recorded and written confessions should be given to his Indian maidservant. When his obedient maidservant Ifat Khan would receive those written and recorded confessions, she should come and translate them to him in Persian. Until he would hear those confessions and get satisfied, and then his Indian maidservant would mail them to his address at his residence in Tehran, he would not pay a single rupee. The old man knows that he has no one to receive those mailed confessions when they reach Iran, but he wants to make sure that the Muslim lawyer, the judge of the High Court, the police commissioner of Mumbai, and the police commissioner of Hyderabad cannot renege on their word and let him hang high and dry and die like a stray dog in the gallows inside the dungeon of the accursed Hindus. Sheikh Barkatullah tried to convince his client to drop his conditions and trust him, but the old Arab man refused. He said he would not trust his father or brother with such a huge amount of money. Finally, with no one ready to move a leg, the Muslim lawyer has agreed to fulfill the conditions of the stubborn old geezer. But he said that he needed at least another couple of weeks to obtain the written and recorded statements of those Indian VIP persons. While the Muslim lawyer Barkatullah is busy collecting those recorded and written confessions, Sheikh Ahmed has sent his obedient Indian wife Mrs. Ifat Khan to the Abu Dhabi International Bank and requested the manager to see him in person. When the manager visited the Saudi man in jail, he told him to create a second account for his Indian wife, Ifat Khan, and transfer from the former joint account 140 million Indian rupees to her new account. The manager asked why he is transferring such a large sum of money to his teenage Indian wife, but the old man said to him it was his money, and he was free to do whatever he wanted to do with his wealth. The manager apologized to him for interfering in his personal affairs. The manager of the bank is an Arab man from a small town in the United Arab Emirates. His salary is only 25,000 rupees per month. He guessed that the Saudi man was planning to purchase his freedom with that huge amount of money. Even so, he knows it is not his business to ask him that question too. As instructed, the International Bank of Abu Dhabi opened a new account for the fourth wife of Mr. Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed and transferred from the joint account to Ifat Khan's new account 140 million Indian rupees. Below is a clear, text-accurate explanation, grounded in the novel itself, of why Mahmud Khan decides to kidnap Ifat Khan and hide her in his farmhouse. Short answer. Mahmud Khan kidnaps Ifat Khan because he realizes she is about to leave India permanently, believes he will lose her forever, and decides to stop her departure by force rather than consent, hiding her in his farmhouse as a controlled golden cage. The full explanation, step by step. 1. Mahmud becomes obsessed the moment he sees Ifat. Mahmud Khan first notices Ifat by chance outside the Eros Theatre. The narrative emphasizes that he sees her as unmatched, singular beauty. Unlike professional actresses or models. Someone he believes should already be a Miss India or film heroine. This moment triggers instant fixation, not professional interest. From that point onward, he instructs his men to follow her continuously. 2. Surveillance reveals she is not free and is about to disappear. Through his men, Mahmud learns that Ifat visits Arthur Road jail daily, is linked to a notorious Saudi prisoner, is working with a Muslim lawyer, has gone to the Swiss consulate, the Air India office, is preparing to fly out of India permanently. The novel is explicit that this discovery is the turning point. Mahmud understands that if she boards that flight, he will never see her again. 3. All non-violent attempts fail. Before ordering the kidnapping, Mahmud repeatedly tries non-coercive methods. Personal approach. Movie offers. Fame and beauty pageant promises. Love letters. Flowers. Restaurant invitations. Movie tickets. Ifit's responses. Silence. Fear. Fear. Withdrawal. Rejection. Mahmoud incorrectly interprets her fear and passivity as shyness, not trauma or captivity. When none of these strategies work, he concludes persuasion has failed. 4. Kidnapping is chosen as a last resort to stop her departure. The novel states plainly. Mahmoud decides that preventing Ifit from leaving India is more important than consent. He orders her abduction only after learning the flight date. The aim is not immediate sexual violence, but exclusive possession. Long-term control. Time to reshape her dependence on him. His men seize her minutes after the lawyer leaves her hotel and transport her directly to his farmhouse. 5. Why the farmhouse? Mahmoud's farmhouse serves a specific narrative function. 1. Isolation. Far from media, police, courts, and the Saudi network. 2. Control without visibility. Easier to hide a woman than in the city. No airport access. No random witnesses. 3. A soft cage. Luxury. Safety. Comfort. No legal freedom. The novel explicitly calls this transition. The missing Muslim girl is in another golden cage. 6. Mahmoud justifies the kidnapping to himself. Internally, Mahmoud rationalizes the act by believing he is saving her from a worse man. He will not beat or rape her. He will educate her. He will protect her from the Saudi sheikh. This self-deception allows him to see the kidnapping not as a crime, but as rescue, despite the complete removal of her autonomy. Narrative meaning of the kidnapping. The kidnapping is not random, it represents the repetition of Ifit's life pattern. Escape from one abuser leading into another form of captivity. A shift from religious tyranny to secular power. The illusion that kindness without freedom is safety. The novel deliberately contrasts Mahmoud's gentle control with Sheikh Ahmed's brutality to show that possession, even without violence, is still imprisonment. One sentence conclusion. Mahmoud Khan kidnaps Ifit because he is obsessed, learns she is about to leave India forever, and chooses forced possession in his farmhouse, the only way he believes he can keep her, thus placing her in a new, more luxurious but still involuntary prison. Excerpts from the original text. Mahmoud Khan is the top film director in the Bollywood film industry, bar none. His movies are always huge hits. Every film actor or actress dreams of a lead role in his movies. In a land that idolized movies, he is the highest-paying director in India, and he chooses his actors very carefully. He would never give the main roles in his movies to beautiful new female actresses, but always targets high-profile girls such as Miss India, Miss World, or Miss Universe. His latest movie has featured the former Miss World, Priyanka Chopra, and the movie before that starred the former Miss Universe, Lara Dutta. The Queen of Bollywood and former Miss World, who is called Aishwarya Rai, is a favorite choice for many of his recent movies. Even the former Miss Universe, Sushmita Sen, has acted in some of his movies. His leading heroes are icons in the Indian film industry such as Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, Akshay Kumar, Hrithik Roshan, Johnny Abraham, Abhishek Bachchan, Ranbir Kapoor, Ajay Devgan, and Amir Khan. Among the top pretty girls, his leading heroines are Aishwarya Rai, Lara Dutta, Priyanka Chopra, Katrina Kaif, Sushmita Sen, Deepika Padukone Singh, Kareena Kapoor, Kangana Ranaut, Jacqueline Fernandez, Shraddha Kapoor, Alia Bhatt, Kriti Sanon, among others. Although he is an extremely successful director, Mahmoud Khan has serious women's issues. He is a serial womanizer who targets young pretty girls. Every time a beautiful young girl would come to him and request him for a role in his movies, he would stipulate one condition: if she wanted a role, she should have to sleep with him. If the girl agreed to have sex with him and continued to sleep with him, he would give her a second role. If she is exceptionally beautiful, she might act as a maidservant for the main heroine, who is supposed to tempt the hero and create a problem between him and his wife or girlfriend, or she might become a secretary to the hero and cause him to cheat on his wife or something of that sort. If she is not that beautiful, then she might get a side role like dancing behind the main heroine, or a former school girlfriend of the heroine who would appear for 5 minutes in the entire movie. If the girl continued to sleep with him, he would make her his mistress and keep tempting her with gradually increasing roles. But he never gave any new girl a leading role in his movie, no matter how smart she might be or how extremely beautiful. Mr. Mahmood Khan is a married man and has only one son. He is 66 years old and rarely sleeps with his wife. He has many opulent mansions. His main 2 residences are in the opulent areas of Juhu and Bandstand in Bandra. Only Bollywood actors and actresses and extremely wealthy Indians live in those expensive areas. Also, the great film director has other houses. He has a farmhouse, a hill house, and a big hotel in the city of Lonavala. He also has a resort in Kundala city. Those other opulent residences are the houses where he brings and has sex with his young pretty mistresses. Each house has high security and is equipped with every modern means of entertainment. He has bars, swimming pools, and discos in all his mansions. He loves to invite to his mansions high-profile actors and actresses and have wild parties. In each residence, he has many menservants and maidservants. He would never travel from place to place by car or train. He has his own 2 private helicopters. He even has his private airplanes which he flies on them whenever he goes abroad or visits other Indian cities. Needless to say, he is an Indian multi-billionaire. In the meantime, Ifat Khan decided to fool her new security guard, the Muslim lawyer, Sheikh Barkatullah, and go to see the latest Indian movie. She had planned to go outside with her face and hair uncovered. She thought in that way the Muslim lawyer would not recognize her. She knows he saw her with her face fully covered by her Islamic niqab and her entire body was concealed behind her black burqa. She had never stepped in public before without her Islamic abaya and niqab. She knows that no one has seen her face since she came to India. Therefore, she expected that the Muslim lawyer would not recognize her if he happened to come in front of her face to face without her black burqa. She put on her salwar kameez, spent a few minutes in front of the mirror, and then left her room. Ifat is not aware of her fabulous and extraordinary beauty. She had lived most of her life excluded from the outside world, and she had never before heard anyone praising her beauty. However, that day, as soon as she stepped out of her room without her Islamic demeaning burqa, she began to notice the effect of her beauty on the onlookers who saw her while she was walking out of her hotel. People walking on the street are staring at her as if she is an angelic creature that has descended from another planet. Some men have stumbled on others while they are staring at her. She ignored them, continued her walk, and crossed the street until she found a taxi. She asked the taxi driver to take her to the movie theater that the front desk girl had helpfully written out on a piece of paper. When the taxi dropped her off in front of Eros Theater, she paid her fare to the driver and came out. As soon as she got out of the taxi, she saw a man coming towards her. Ifat is so scared when she sees the man standing in front of her and offering his hand to shake hands with her. She thought that the man was a spy for her dangerous Saudi husband, and he had come to catch her because she dared to open her face and go without her burqa in public. She is about to run away from him, but the man blocked her way. She began to shake in terror and panic. The man smiled and introduced himself as the Bollywood director Mr. Mahmood Khan. Then he asked her what her name was and where she was staying. She refused to tell him her name and she also decided not to reveal where she was staying. She is scared that the spy might recognize her and inform her terrorist husband. She knows that her Arab husband would cut her throat if he came to know that she has disobeyed his orders and stepped out of her hotel with her face and hair uncovered and her body not concealed by her burqa. The man told her that he is a film director, and he would like to offer her a role in one of his upcoming movies. At once, the extremely frightened girl Ifit rejected the offer. He said to her if she was not interested in acting in a film he had another offer for her. He then told her he would love to introduce her to the beauty contest. The imprisoned fourth wife of the old geezer has no clue what the man is talking about when he says the beauty contest. When she remained silent, he took out his card, offered it to her and asked her to visit his office or call him on the phone. She accepted the card from his hand because she wanted to get rid of him. After that, she walked away from him without uttering a word. Ifit felt great relief when the man did not stop her or follow her. She went to the movie theater. She is told that all the tickets were sold, and the movie had already started a few minutes ago. Ifit felt so disappointed when she came to know that the tickets were sold a month ahead. She decided to stop the taxi and return to her hotel. However, while she was walking away, the same curious Indian man stopped her and told her that he could get her inside the movie theater without a ticket if she wanted to see the interesting movie that he had directed. He also said to her he could make her go in for the next show if she decides to see the movie from the beginning. Ifit has liked the offer, but she does not know what to do or say to the man. She just continued to look at him without uttering a word. The man thought that she might be a deaf and dumb girl. He repeated his offer 3 times before she responded. She told him she would love to see the movie right away. The man became exceedingly happy when she began to talk and acquiesced to his offer. Therefore, he took hold of her left hand and walked her inside the movie theater without anyone stopping them. Then he took her to the best seat that had been reserved for him and said to her, "Oh, pretty young lady, please enjoy the movie," and left the theater hall. The generous man has been forgotten. Ifit immersed herself and began to enjoy watching the movie on the big silver screen. It is her first experience of watching a movie on the silver screen and she is thrilled with the new experience. When the intriguing story of the hit movie is over, Ifit comes out of the theater, stops a taxi, and returns to her hotel, followed without her knowledge by the 3 men of the great movie director Mahmood Khan. One of them followed her inside the hotel. He showed his card to the front desk and asked them to tell him about the pretty young girl who had just walked in. He said that he had been sent by the famous movie director Mahmood Khan to talk to the girl and offer her a role in his next movie. He also said that he would love to know her name and from where she had come. The front desk girl became so excited when she realized that the secretary man of the well-renowned film director Mahmood Khan had come to their cheap and ugly hotel to offer a role to one of the hotel's female guests. She told him the beautiful girl was called Ifit Khan and that she had recently come from Iran. When he requested her to call the girl and ask her to come and talk to him, the receptionist girl immediately picked up the phone receiver and dialed the room number of Ifit Khan. When Ifit responded to the call, she told her that someone would like to talk to her. Ifit has become so frightened when she learns that a man has come to speak to her in person. She thought that someone had already informed her Saudi husband that she had gone out of the hotel with her face and hair uncovered and without the burqa concealing her body. She decided to deny that she ever stepped out of the hotel. She put on her black burqa, carefully concealed her face with a black niqab, and came down to meet the man. The secretary of the film director is shocked when he sees the girl in a black burqa, which makes her appear to him as a sudden manifestation of a scary female ghost. He asked her whether she was the same girl who had just come in a taxi from the Eros movie theater. The fourth wife of Sheikh Ahmed strongly denied it. The front desk girl became confused when Ifit openly denied that she was the same girl. She knew that she was the one who went out without her burqa and just came in. She even handed over her room key to her when she came back. She is the very same girl who gave her the address of the Eros Theater and told her to go and watch the best movie in town. Regardless, the man of Mahmood Khan knew that she was the one and tried to talk to her about the movie offer. She told him she did not live in India. She came from a foreign country, and she would soon return to her country. For that reason, she is not interested in appearing in any movie. The secretary realized that the pretty girl had rejected his manager's offer, but he felt satisfied with the information he gathered about her so far. He apologized to Ifit Khan and thanked her for her time. When he came out of the hotel, he phoned his boss and conveyed the information he had obtained about the extremely beautiful girl. Mahmud Khan is crushed when he comes to know that the beautiful girl is an NRI, which means a non-resident Indian girl who is living abroad and has just come as a visitor to her motherland. Nevertheless, he wanted to know more about her. He ordered his men to continue following her and find out why she was there in that cheap hotel and why she was staying in a dangerous and notorious area that was full of brothel houses. More importantly, he said he wants to know when she is planning on leaving the country. For 2 weeks, the spies of the great movie director Mahmud Khan relentlessly followed the beautiful girl Ifat Khan just about everywhere that she went. They came to know that she goes every day early morning without a break to the Arthur Road jail to visit an 80-year-old Saudi man who has been arrested on charges of rape and kidnap of a minor Indian girl. She spends time with him and then goes to other places wherever he sends her to go and do work for him. Then the spies asked the jail guards to reveal the relationship between her and the Saudi old man. Of course, they paid the guards so much money to get some information about the young girl and the imprisoned old man. One of the guards said she was the Indian maidservant of the Arab man. Yet another suspected that the girl might be a secret mistress or concubine or even a real wife of the Arab old man. Mahmud Khan felt twisted up inside when he realized that the beautiful girl of the excellent and perfect form of beauty had become his obsession and adoration. She already had another man in her life. Worse than that, she might have already been involved in a sexual relationship with an 80-year-old Saudi man. But then hope glimmered in his heart and mind when he remembered the notorious criminal case and the severe punishment that was probably going to be rendered for the hideous crimes the old Saudi Muslim man had committed against the 11-year-old Muslim girl, who was from the city of Hyderabad. Below is a direct explanation of how Sheikh Ahmed reacts when his Muslim lawyer tells him that his maid, Ifat Khan, has disappeared mysteriously, keeping the focus on behavior and motivation. Sheikh Ahmed's immediate response: rage, accusation, and terror. When the lawyer informs Sheikh Ahmed, inside Arthur Road jail, that Ifat Khan did not arrive at the airport and has vanished, Sheikh Ahmed's reaction unfolds in 3 clear stages in the novel. 1. Violent rage and verbal explosion. Sheikh Ahmed reacts instantly and explosively. He erupts in uncontrollable anger. He spits on the lawyer. He hurls insults, curses, and obscene abuse. He completely loses any sense of restraint. At this moment, the sheikh is not confused or worried, he is enraged, because the disappearance happens on the single most critical day of his escape plan. For him, this is not a minor delay. Ifat was carrying the passports, the air tickets, control of the Swiss transfer, access to the money meant to buy his freedom. Her absence means total collapse of the plan. 2. Immediate accusation: you and she betrayed me. The sheikh's first conclusion is not uncertainty, it is betrayal. He immediately accuses the lawyer of conspiring against him, Ifat of stealing his money and running away. He believes the lawyer and Ifat planned the disappearance together. They intended to split the money and abandon him in jail. The entire disappearance was deliberate. There is no moment in which he considers kidnapping, danger to Ifat, an external actor. In his mind, only treachery explains her absence. 3. Death threats and terror tactics. After the accusations, Sheikh Ahmed escalates immediately to direct threats. He tells the lawyer, in unmistakable terms, he has connections with violent criminals inside and outside jail. He will have the lawyer and his entire family killed. He will hunt down Ifat, punish her, and kill her publicly if she is found. He gives the lawyer a deadline. Bring Ifat back within 24 hours. Or face execution by hired criminals. This is not bluster in the novel, it is meant as credible intimidation, reflecting Sheikh Ahmed's belief that fear is the only effective instrument of control. 4. Why Sheikh Ahmed reacts this way: key insight. His reaction is so extreme because Ifit's disappearance threatens three things at once. 1. His freedom. Without her, the bribery plan collapses. 2. His wealth. The money is now locked in accounts he cannot control alone. 3. His authority. Ifit's disappearance represents the first time anyone under his control has vanished without permission. To Sheikh Ahmed, her disappearance is not a loss, it is mutiny. One-sentence answer. When the lawyer tells Sheikh Ahmed that Ifit Khan has disappeared, Sheikh Ahmed explodes in rage, accuses the lawyer and Ifit of betrayal, spits and curses the lawyer, and issues immediate death threats, believing she has stolen his money and deliberately abandoned him to rot in jail. How Mahmud Khan blackmails his captive girl Ifit Khan and finally forces her to agree for his Islamic marriage deal. 1. Mahmud Khan gains total control over Ifit's situation. After kidnapping her, he isolates her completely from the outside world. Controls her movement, communication, and safety. Makes it clear that she cannot leave on her own. Even though he avoids immediate physical violence, he places her in absolute dependence, which becomes the foundation of the coercion. 2. He uses fear of Sheikh Ahmed as leverage. Mahmud knows that Ifit has been terrorized for years by Sheikh Ahmed. He exploits this fear deliberately by reminding her that Sheikh Ahmed is searching for her. Telling her that if she is found, she will be punished or killed. Emphasizing that only Mahmud's protection stands between her and that danger. This creates a false choice. Stay with Mahmud, or be returned to her former abuser. 3. He threatens exposure and prosecution, indirectly. Mahmud also makes Ifit understand that authorities are looking for her disappearance. She could be accused as an accomplice in corruption and bribery. Her status as an undocumented, illiterate young woman leaves her legally helpless. While he does not overtly threaten police action, he lets the danger hang over her, reinforcing that she has no safe legal options. 4. He presents marriage as protection, not romance. Mahmud reframes the situation by offering a secret Islamic marriage as a shield against Sheikh Ahmed's claims. A way to legitimize her presence in his custody. A religiously respectable solution that avoids public scandal. Crucially, the proposal is not equal. It is presented as the only path to safety. 5. Gradual erosion of resistance. Mahmud does not demand immediate agreement. Instead, he waits while her fear increases. Allows her to feel temporary safety and comfort. Lets isolation and dependence do the work. Over time, Ifit concludes, incorrectly but understandably, that submission is survival. 6. Why she finally accepts. Ifit's agreement is not consent in a meaningful sense. It results from long-term trauma, fear of violent reprisals, isolation, lack of education or support, the belief that refusal will lead to worse harm. She accepts because she believes every alternative is more dangerous. What the episode means in the story. Narratively, this moment shows how coercion can exist without visible violence. How protection can be used as a tool of domination. How if it moves from one form of captivity to another. That a private marriage can function as legalized control, not safety. The novel treats this not as romance, but as another abuse of power, wrapped in respectability. One-sentence summary. Mahmud Khan forces Ifit to accept a secret Islamic marriage by isolating her, exploiting her fear of her former abuser, implying legal and physical danger, and presenting marriage as her only means of protection, leaving her no real choice. Ifit's cycle of captivity, what it is. Ifit's story is not a sequence of unrelated abuses. It is written as a closed loop, a cycle that keeps reproducing itself under different men, settings, and justifications. The episode with Mahmud Khan completes that cycle because it shows that Even escape does not equal freedom when the structures of power remain unchanged. The 4 stages of Ifrit's captivity cycle. The novel carefully repeats the same 4 stages every time Ifrit changes hands. 1. Vulnerability. Ifrit is always young, isolated, illiterate, without legal or family protection. Her vulnerability is the constant that makes every new captivity possible. 2. Rescue framed as benevolence. Each captor presents himself as a savior. Sheikh Ahmed claims to save her from poverty. Mahmud Khan claims to save her from Sheikh Ahmed. In every case, control is disguised as protection. Dependency is framed as care. This framing disarms resistance. 3. Isolation and dependence. Once inside the safe space, movement is restricted. Outside contact is severed. Daily needs are controlled by the captor. The setting changes: Saudi Arabia, Eritrea, Iran, Indian farmhouse. But the mechanism is the same. 4. Legitimization through authority. Each captivity is made to appear legitimate. Religion, Islamic marriage, wealth, law, influence, protection narrative. This is the final lock in the cycle. Captivity is normalized, rationalized, and defended. Why the Mahmud Khan episode is decisive. Before Mahmud Khan, Ifrit's captivity was overtly brutal. With Mahmud, it becomes soft, polished, and deceptively humane. That contrast is deliberate. What changes? Less overt violence. More comfort. Promises of education. Promises of safety. What does not change? She cannot leave. She cannot refuse. She cannot choose. Her consent is irrelevant. This shows that kindness without freedom is still imprisonment. Why does this completes the cycle, not just continues it? The cycle is complete because 1. Escape leads back to captivity. When Ifrit finally vanishes from Sheikh Ahmed's control, the reader expects liberation. Instead, she enters another enclosure. 2. The form changes, the function does not. The farmhouse replaces the palace. The film director replaces the religious patriarch. But control remains absolute. 3. The justification evolves. Early captivity is justified by religion, tradition. Later captivity is justified by love, protection, modern success. The novel shows that modernity does not automatically end exploitation, it can merely repackage it. The tragic insight of the cycle. The most important aspect of this episode is not Mahmud's actions, it is Ifrit's response. She does not fight. She does not escape. She does not resist. Why? Because the cycle has taught her that resistance brings pain. Obedience brings survival. Choice is an illusion. By the time Mahmud appears, captivity feels normal to her. That is how the cycle sustains itself. Structural symbolism, the golden cage. The novel deliberately uses the image of palaces, mansions, farmhouses, comfort, beauty. These are golden cages. A golden cage is more effective than an iron one because it reduces the desire to flee. It reframes captivity as privilege. It silences outside criticism. Ifrit's final captivity is more dangerous precisely because it is softer. One sentence conclusion, core meaning. This episode completes Ifrit's cycle of captivity by showing that even when she escapes an openly violent abuser, the social, legal, and psychological structures surrounding her funnel her back into a new form of confinement, making captivity her normal state rather than an exception. Below is a focused, text-faithful summary of the tragedy of the Vargas family and how it directly influences the legal and political trajectory of Sheikh Ahmed's case, based on what is explicitly present in the novel. Who the Vargas family are in the novel. In the text, the Vargas family are portrayed as a Christian Indian family whose tragedy unfolds through interreligious tension, honor-based violence, terrorism, systemic failure of law and protection. Their story is not central in page count, but structurally crucial because it provides the moral and political contrast that ultimately undermines Sheikh Ahmed's attempt to manipulate the Indian justice system. The tragedy of the Vargas family. Summary. 1. A cross-religious love triggers catastrophe. At the heart of the tragedy is a Christian daughter in the Vargas family who becomes involved with a Muslim boy, provoking intense opposition from her community and family. The situation escalates because interfaith relationships are treated as dishonor. Religious authority overrides personal choice. Violence is considered a corrective tool. This mirrors other female-centered tragedies in the novel and reinforces the theme that women's bodies become battlegrounds for ideology. 2. Terrorist violence destroys the family. Later, the family becomes entangled in religio-political violence, including targeting by Muslim extremists, threats, rape, and murder used as intimidation. Complete collapse of family safety. The text explicitly links such acts to religiously motivated terrorism, not personal crime, showing how ideology legitimizes brutality. This destruction is not presented as isolated, it is part of a pattern of systemic terror. 3. The tragedy becomes known beyond India. Unlike Ifit's suffering, which remains largely hidden, the Vargas family tragedy remains. Draws international attention. Involving foreign media and intelligence agencies. Creates diplomatic and human rights pressure. This contrast is essential, visibility versus invisibility. How the Vargas family tragedy influences Sheikh Ahmed's case. 1. It shifts the moral framing of Sheikh Ahmed. Initially, Sheikh Ahmed presents himself as a persecuted elderly Muslim, a victim of corrupt Hindu courts, a man targeted because of his religion. However, the Vargas tragedy exposes the real-world consequences of the same ideology Sheikh Ahmed represents. Reframes him not as an exception, but as part of a broader violent system. Judges, officials, and observers begin to see him not as an individual defendant, but as a symbolic node in a pattern. 2. It brings external scrutiny to Indian courts. Because the Vargas family tragedy involves terrorism, cross-border implications, international victims and witnesses, Indian authorities become less willing to quietly resolve Sheikh Ahmed's case through bribery or influence. This weakens his Swiss account strategy, his reliance on corrupt intermediaries, his belief that money can erase violence. 3. It undermines the credibility of his defense narrative. Sheikh Ahmed claims he protects women. He upholds moral order. He is unjustly accused. But the Vargas tragedy demonstrates that women under such systems are not protected, but sacrificed. That moral order is enforced through terror. That religious authority often shields perpetrators, not victims. As a result, his moral defense collapses, even before the legal one does. 4. It accelerates the collapse of his escape plan. Once public sentiment hardens, his attempts to buy freedom become riskier. Officials fear exposure. Allies begin to distance themselves. This directly contributes to the failure of the Swiss bribery operation, the panic that follows Ifit's disappearance, the unraveling of Sheikh Ahmed's final strategy. Structural meaning in the novel. The Vargas family tragedy serves as a mirror to Ifit's invisible suffering, a public counterweight to Sheikh Ahmed's private crimes. proof that individual abuse scales up into social catastrophe. The novel uses their fate to say, what happens quietly in one woman's life will eventually erupt loudly in society. One sentence conclusion. The tragedy of the Vargas family exposes the lethal consequences of the same religious absolutism that Sheikh Ahmed embodies, shifting public and judicial perception, inviting international scrutiny, and ultimately weakening his ability to escape justice through money and manipulation. Excerpts from the novel about the tragedy of Vargas family. One of the most serious social problems that are facing India, after the caste system and abject poverty, is interfaith or intercaste marriage. It is also known as a mixed marriage. It is a marriage between lovers or partners professing different religions or castes. All major world religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, and Sikhism, prohibit mixed marriages. No Indian family will agree for their daughter or son to marry someone from a different religion or caste. If a Hindu boy falls in love with a Muslim girl, no Hindu pundit will agree to conduct their marriage. Likewise, no Muslim mazun or imam will agree to conduct a nikah marriage between a Muslim girl and a Hindu boy. The lovers will be left with the only choice they have available for them is to run away to a faraway city and live together without being married. Such relationships, which are called in the West common law partners or conjugal partners, are illegal and sometimes punishable by law. The hapless couple will have to face condemnation and fear from both of their respective societies. They may not find any property owner who will be willing to give them an apartment to rent. In addition, their children will not be admitted to any school because they will be considered bastards or illegitimate children. To solve this problem, the government of India adopted a new marriage system which is called court marriage. Any couple not able to marry within the religious system could get married by the judge of the marriage court. While this is lawful, old habits die hard, and society is slow to accept such irreligious matrimonial relationships. In many cases, Muslim girls who defied their families and married their Hindu boyfriends were killed by their Muslim fathers or brothers. If they are not killed, they are considered outcasts, and their children are considered illegitimate bastards. This social problem is not confined to Muslims and Hindus only but to other lovers from Christian, Buddhist, and Parsi devotions. Parsi is a distinct religious community in India. At the time of the Arab invasion of Persia, today Iran, the dominant religion of the region was Zoroastrianism. The Persians rebelled against the forced conversion to Islam by the Arab invaders for almost 200 years. After many failed attempts to free the country from Islamic domination, the Persians were forced to either pay heavy jizya or convert to Islam. If the Persian Zoroastrians refused to pay the jizya or convert to Islam, then they would be killed. During this time, many Persians who are now called Parsis in India rejected the three options and instead chose to take refuge by fleeing from Iran to India. One of the most famous situations of interfaith love affairs is the famous love story between a Muslim boy and his Christian girlfriend in the Borivali area, at the northwestern end of the cosmopolitan city of Bombay. Real names are changed for privacy and protection. Muslims are the biggest minority in India while Christians are the smallest. There are 200 million Muslims to the 24 million Christians in India. Hindus number more than 950 million. This particular Christian girl fell in love with her Muslim male neighbor when she was noticeably young. Their affair started when she was 16. According to Indian law, she is still considered a minor. Her Muslim boyfriend is 21 years old. The girl's Christian father hates all Muslims and considers them to be two-legged animals. He pities their women, and he looks upon them as female victims. He believes that Muslims are the most dangerous of all creatures in the universe. He blames them for the terrorist attacks happening all over the world and he believes their holy book to be a terrorist manual. The unwavering hatred of the Christian man, Mr. Joseph Vargas, toward Muslims is built on a strong foundation. He has a son and a daughter with his lovely wife, Susan. His son, Joshua, once held a particularly good job. At that time, Joshua worked at an import and export company in Nariman Point in downtown Mumbai. He earned a large salary of thousands of rupees per month. Every month, the son used to bring home 50,000 rupees. Mr. Vargas used to love his son to the point of worshipping him. His son was highly educated and a very committed Christian. He was not yet married, but his parents found for him a beautiful girl, who had a white complexion and was highly educated. Joshua and the girl gladly accepted the choice of their parents and were betrothed to each other. The girl likewise was a committed Christian and held a high-paid job in the Colaba neighborhood. Just a month before their arranged marriage was scheduled to take place, something terrible happened. Mr. Joseph Vargas had previously worked at the railway station. His wife Susan is a female teacher in a college of Mumbai University. Rita, their daughter who was still in school, registered in grade 10. They were an incredibly happy family. Unfortunately, their happiness was shattered one day, when their only son Joshua was killed in a very brutal way. He was blown to bits and pieces by a bomb that Muslim terrorists had planted in the first-class room of the local train. Mr. Vargas's life was shattered by the cruel way his son was killed. He became so grieved for his son he could barely function from day to day. From that day on, he started to hate all Muslims. He held every Muslim responsible for the untimely death of his beloved son Joshua. Although not every Muslim man is a terrorist, Mr. Vargas generalized and considered all Muslim men terrorists. He began to hate them all, with an unequaled hatred. While Mr. Vargas is struggling with the death of his only son, he finds out that his one and only daughter is in love with a Muslim boy. He has become extremely outraged and stands firmly against his daughter's friendship with a wretched Muslim guy. The Muslim boy is a grade 10 dropout, jobless, and has no plans. Mr. Vargas threatened the Muslim boy with death if he ever came near his Christian daughter. Rita, being a young teenager, cannot stop how she feels for the Muslim neighbor she has grown to love. They cannot get married in court because she is just 16 years old and therefore, she is still a minor girl. Indian law does not allow a court marriage at 17 unless parental consent is given. In this case, the only way Rita is going to get married is to wait for her 18th birthday to fulfill the requirements for a court marriage without the expressed consent of her parents. Although Mr. Joseph Vargas tried to scare the Muslim boy by threatening to kill him, the boy did not break off his friendship with his daughter. The two lovers continued to meet in secret. When it became clear to Mr. Vargas that the Muslim boy is not going to leave his daughter alone, he found a Christian boy in his church and promised to give him his daughter in an arranged marriage as soon as she reached age 17. He even paid the family of the boy 500,000 rupees as Rita's dowry. That accepted, Rita found herself betrothed to a Christian boy that she was to marry the moment she turned 17 years of age. In India, everything seemed to be opposite the rest of the world. The girl is supposed to pay the dowry in her marriage instead of the boy. When a girl reaches a certain age, her parents will look for a boy and pay him a dowry to marry their daughter. This gives rise to another vile custom. Many married girls were burned alive by their in-laws. Some evil in-laws burned their daughter-in-law so that their son could find another girl to marry and receive another dowry from the daughter's parents. The victim is usually burned in the kitchen so that her husband and in-laws can say to the police that she died accidentally when the gas cylinder exploded on her. Sometimes, the family would tell the police their daughter-in-law committed suicide. When the Muslim lover came to know that the marriage of his Christian girlfriend was already arranged by her father, he did two things to block it. Firstly, he brainwashed his Christian girlfriend and made her accept Islam. He promised to take her to another city and marry her as a Muslim girl. The girl believed him and went with him to a nearby mosque, and she officially embraced Islam and received her conversion certificate from the Imam. Then her Muslim lover changed her name from Rita to Rabia. Secondly, fearing that her conversion to Islam was not enough blockage, the Muslim lover impregnated his beloved Christian girlfriend, on purpose. He normally used condoms, but this time he abstained from using one because he thought it would deter her parents from being able to go forward with the promised arranged marriage. He reasoned that if neither her conversion to Islam nor her pregnancy was able to stop her marriage to her Christian fiancé, he would kidnap her and run away with her to another city and marry her as a Muslim girl. Then the Muslim lover phoned the Christian fiancé of his girlfriend, informing him about his relationship with his fiancée and that she is carrying his child in her womb. He also informed him that Rita had embraced Islam and changed her name to Rabia. The Christian fiancé became extremely angry and therefore approached the father of his Christian fiancé and told him about the pregnancy of his daughter and her conversion to Islam, and he thereby broke the engagement. Indians are like the Arabs when it comes to the virtues of family. A girl who is engaged in premarital sex, even once, is no longer considered a marriageable girl. Even if the affair happened 10 years ago, it would haunt her for the rest of her life, as if she had a criminal record. It does not matter whether she has sex with her lover or not, she will be counted as a lost cause. Her parents can never find a boy to marry her, no matter how much dowry they offer to pay. Mr. and Mrs. Vargas have two options. They either allow their illegally pregnant daughter to marry her Muslim boyfriend or take the matter to court. If they decide to follow the first option, they have to wait for 6 months until their daughter reaches 17 and marry her to her Muslim lover. If they decide to punish the lover for statutory rape, then they can lodge a police complaint. The court might convict the lover of the rape of a minor and sentence him to at least 10 years in prison. The second option will punish their Muslim neighbor, but it will not repair the damage and humiliation they will suffer in their South Indian Christian community. They will never find again a Christian family from among their community that will be willing to allow their son to marry a girl who has been impregnated by a Masla or a Muslim boy. The word Masla is a racist term and used in India the same way the word Paki is used in the UK and Negro in the USA. The third problem the Vargas family has to come to terms with is how a Christian family brings up a bastard child in their South Indian Christian community in Mumbai. Legally, their daughter will not be allowed to abort the baby, because she is still a minor. She could abort the baby if the case reached the courts, and it is proven that her Muslim boyfriend had impregnated her. If her boyfriend denied that he impregnated her, then the court has to wait until the child is born, and a DNA test will be carried out to determine paternity. Meanwhile, the scandal will permeate their entire neighborhood, and the parents have to deal with much embarrassment and humiliation in their Christian community. Considering all those problems, Mrs. Vargas suggested that they must allow their Christian daughter to marry her Muslim boyfriend. However, Mr. Vargas has other ulterior motives in mind. When his beloved son Joshua was blown up into smithereens inside the local train by a bomb blast planted by Muslim terrorists, he considered all Muslims in the world responsible for the cruel death of his beloved son. Likewise, when his only daughter has been impregnated, on purpose, by her Muslim lover, he felt she has been raped by all the Muslim men in the world. And more than that, his daughter's conversion to Islam is something that he can never come to terms with. He would rather wish she was dead and gone forever than bring stigma to her Christian family by becoming a Muslim girl. Consequently, Mr. Vargas decided to take revenge on the rapist of his daughter. He knows that if he kills him, he will make him suffer for a short time before he dies. He decided to punish him in such a way that he must suffer and feel the effects of his cruel revenge for the rest of his life. As the Muslim boy has impregnated his Christian daughter on purpose and convinced her to convert to Islam, spoiled her life, and destroyed the name of her parents, Mr. Vargas wants the rapist of his only daughter and the destroyer of his family to suffer the rest of his life, too. He wants to make this bad young Muslim man long for death, hoping to thereby relieve himself from the suffering that he will experience every second of every minute of his life. As it is, relief for him is only if he took his own life. Mr. Vargas allowed his wife and daughter to believe that he was willing to forgive his Muslim neighbor, and he agreed for them to get legally married. He said that, as soon as his daughter reached the age of 17, he was going to allow her to marry her Muslim lover. Then the parents told their daughter to go to her Muslim boyfriend and inform him about the family's decision. After that, Mr. Vargas told his daughter to invite her boyfriend for a meal at their home. He promised his daughter that when her boyfriend comes to the evening meal, they will decide the date of their marriage. When the Muslim boyfriend came to enjoy food with the Christian family and received the good news of his upcoming marriage, Mr. Vargas carried out his planned revenge. He splashed burning caustic acid on the face of the young Muslim man. If Mr. Vargas had soaked him with kerosene and set him on fire, his pain would have been severe but short-lived. His daughter's lover had been blinded by the burning acid and began to run around helter-skelter, stumbling over the chairs, sofas, and tables. He then fell on the floor and began to roll around and scream from the terrible pain. Mr. Vargas ignored the obvious suffering of the Muslim boy and the crying of his daughter. To Mr. Vargas, he is a poisonous snake, and he is being chased by the devil with a pitchfork in hellfire. He has not even stopped talking to his wife, who is shouting in his face. He left his house immediately, went to the nearest police station, and turned himself in. Shortly after his arrest, the police car and ambulance arrived at the scene of the crime. The Muslim boy is rushed to the nearest hospital still screaming and crying from the terrible pain. He survived, but his face is marred and scarred by the burning acid. His nose, eyes, eyebrows, and lips have been completely erased from his face. No human being can look at his hideous face without throwing up or turning away. The cruel wrath and incredible revenge of her father and what he had done to her future Muslim fiancé led the daughter to take her own life. Rita locked herself inside the washroom, cut her wrist, and bled to death. While he was waiting for his trial, Mr. Vargas learned of his daughter's suicide, and this only increased his hatred toward Muslims. He felt that all Muslims of the world were responsible for the destruction of his loving Christian family. Below is a clear, high-level explanation of why Mr. Joseph Vargas decides to kill Sheikh Ahmed before the final trial day, grounded strictly in the novel's stated motivations and narrative logic. Short answer. Mr. Joseph Vargas kills Sheikh Ahmed because he becomes convinced that the court will fail to deliver justice, that Sheikh Ahmed will escape punishment through money and influence, and that allowing him to live would mean complicity in further abuse. So he chooses personal retribution as a final, desperate act of justice. Step-by-step explanation, cause and motivation. 1. Joseph Vargas is already a broken man. By the time Sheikh Ahmed's trial nears its end, Joseph Vargas is no longer acting as a stable or detached individual. The novel makes it clear that his family has been destroyed by religious violence and injustice. He has lost faith in institutions, law, and state protection. He has nothing personal left to protect or hope for. This psychological collapse is essential. Joseph does not act from vengeance alone, but from despair combined with moral certainty. 2. He believes Sheikh Ahmed will walk free. The decisive trigger is Joseph's belief that Sheikh Ahmed has already bribed officials, manipulated lawyers, bought silence and confessions. The legal system is preparing to reduce charges, delay proceedings, possibly acquit or release him. The text repeatedly emphasizes a grim rule of the system. Wealth places a person above the law. Joseph understands that the final trial day is no longer about truth, but about bargaining. 3. Sheikh Ahmed becomes a symbol, not just a defendant. At this stage, Joseph no longer sees Sheikh Ahmed as only an individual criminal. Instead, he embodies systemic abuse of women, religious justification for violence, impunity of powerful men, the failure of courts to protect the weak. For Joseph, killing Sheikh Ahmed becomes symbolic. If this man survives, the system itself has won. This is crucial. The act is framed as moral protest, not personal revenge. 4. Timing matters. Before the final trial day, Joseph acts before the last hearing because after acquittal or release, Sheikh Ahmed would be untouchable. Once freed, he would leave India. erase evidence, potentially resume abuse elsewhere. Joseph believes justice delayed here is justice denied forever. Thus, the act is presented as preventive, not reactive. 5. Joseph chooses himself as the cost. The novel does not present Joseph as expecting to survive or benefit. He understands that his own life will likely end. His name will be vilified. He will be labeled criminal, not hero. Yet he acts anyway. This is the tragic core. The legal system fails. The victim becomes the criminal. Justice demands a human sacrifice. Joseph consciously accepts this role. How this act affects Sheikh Ahmed's case, structural impact. Ironically, Joseph's action ends Sheikh Ahmed's legal manipulation permanently. Prevents acquittal. Forces public confrontation with the crimes exposed. It is not a legal victory, but it halts further injustice, at the cost of Joseph's life and moral standing. One sentence conclusion. Mr. Joseph Vargas decides to kill Sheikh Ahmed because he becomes convinced that wealth and corruption will shield the sheikh from justice, and in despair, believing this is the only way to stop further abuse, he sacrifices himself to do what the law will not. Quotations from the novel. Mr. Joseph Vargas, who is about 30 years his junior, in a surprise attack, punched the old geezer on the back of his head and knocked him to the floor of his cell. Sheikh Ahmed is swimming in the head and seeing circles as he fell to the ground and cracked his right hip. He is in no way a match for the younger, stronger assailant and starts hollering for help. Mr. Vargas stuffed an oversized sock in his mouth full of excrement. With the foul taste in his mouth suffocating him, Sheikh Ahmed started gagging and gasping for air. Then Mr. Vargas took the sheikh's hands and began to bind them with shoestrings behind his back. Sheikh Ahmed, as much as he tries, is unable to escape being bound and tied for. He is completely immobilized due to his broken hip and the pain radiating throughout his body while he is choking on feces. With a homemade knife, Mr. Vargas cut off Sheikh Ahmed's dirty penis and testicles. The sheikh's torture is immeasurable as he screams in pure agony and harrowing pain and torment, but his screams are reduced to deep muffled groans. With blood gushing from his mutilated genitals, Mr. Vargas removed the sock from the old man's mouth, and then squashed and spread it into his face and nose. While screeching in pain and choking on the fecal matter in his mouth and up to his nose, Mr. Vargas replaced the dirty sock with the chopped old man's penis down his throat. The old man is covered in blood from his lower extremity to his face, with blood clouding his eyes, ears, and nose, cutting off his air supply. Being robbed of air, Sheikh Ahmed starts to turn from red to blue and he is strangled to death by the object in his throat. Mr. Vargas places his knees on his neck and in his face, just like a butcher slaughtering an old goat. And that is how the evil soul of the old pedophile, Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed, departed from the world and descended into hell to burn forever and ever in the bottomless pit, while he is waiting for the day when he shall stand before the white throne of Christ and get condemned and cast into the lake of fire. He will be there for eternity with his false prophet, the Antichrist, and the devil and their followers. His mutilated corpse has been taken by Hindu police guards and burned into ashes as if the Saudi Arab man is a Hindu. Those Hindu guards knew if they delivered his corpse to Muslims, they would bury him in the Islamic Qabristan or Muslim graveyards, make him a great Muslim saint and pay homage to his tomb every year. Muslim women might regularly visit his shrine and get blessings for themselves and their unmarried daughters. Therefore, when Muslims came to know the janazah, or burial of the murdered Saudi Muslim man, was conducted by Hindu guards, and his corpse was burned to ashes, they became exceedingly outraged. In the meantime, Hindus all over Hindustan have become overjoyed and celebrated greatly with fireworks, glorifying the brave Christian man who is judge, jury, and executioner, righteously carrying out the death penalty against the Muslim pedophile and unrepentant child rapist. He has become a great hero in their eyes, administering the punishment of the gods of Hindustan, which no one in the entire government of India is courageous enough to do. Some hang on the walls of the Christian man's photo in their houses and office buildings. They said prayers and lit candles to show devotion to the new incarnation of their Hindu god. They also have circulated his photos all over India and other countries of the world through their Facebook pages, Messenger, electronic mail, and YouTube pages. They made him the greatest man of the 21st century. Some Hindus began to offer prayers to him and worship him as one of their new Indian gods. Therefore, the murder of the old serpent inside the Arthur jail made Hindus rejoice and consider the Christian man who administrated the vigilante justice as more than an ordinary human being but one of their modern gods. Muslims, of course, felt they have been deprived of what is sure to be a clear and decisive victory. In the meantime, the murder of the evil Arab monster made the case of the Vargas family well known throughout the country. The media wrote extensively about it. It has been revealed to the public that Mr. Joseph Vargas is deprived of his beloved son Joshua by Muslim terrorists. It is also reported that his only daughter lost her honor and killed herself because a Muslim boy raped her when she was just a minor. Many non-Muslim people considered him to be justified in what he did to the Muslim boy. The same people also praised him for his brave decision to murder a kidnapper and rapist of an 11-year-old female child. When the police interrogated him, Mr. Joseph Vargas said that he killed the old Saudi man because he had done a great evil by raping under the justification of Islamic child marriage an underage Indian girl. He said that he would not have killed him if he had not learned that the evil old Saudi is going to walk out of jail a free man in 24 hours with his head lifted up in honor. Some Muslim men, led by their bigotry and hatred and the need to get revenge, broke into the house of Mr. Vargas in the Borivali area and raped his innocent wife, Susan. After that, they murdered her in a very cruel way. They cut off her hands and legs and cut out her tongue too. They drove hot, long, sharp metals into her eyes. Finally, they beheaded her and fled. No one knew about the murder of Mrs. Susan Vargas until her decomposed dead body began to smell. Some of the neighbors called the police and reported a pungent odor coming from the apartment of the Vargas family. When the police arrived and broke down the door of the apartment, they found her body decomposing. When heard the news of the brutal way his wife has been raped and murdered by some Muslim men, Mr. Joseph Vargas blamed himself for causing the death of his beloved wife Susan. He lost his mind thinking about it over and over again, screaming why day and night and banging himself against the bars of his cell. When he became depressed, despairing, and suicidal, he was put in a straitjacket, transferred from jail to a mental hospital, and declared mentally unstable and unable to stand trial. Soon after arriving, some Muslim terrorists made their way into the mental hospital and shot him full of bullets. There is not a single inch of his body not touched by a bullet from the gunman. Hindus and followers of other religions condemned the brutal murder of Mr. Vargas, and they lamented over the cruel way his wife was raped and cruelly butchered by Muslims. They considered him a great Indian hero, and thousands of Hindus and followers of other religions attended the funeral of the greatest martyr in Mumbai's history. Hindus counted Mr. Joseph Vargas as a great Indian hero and counted him as a new avatar of their warrior god, Krishna. His tomb and his wife's shrine became a holy shrine for Hindus to visit every year, just like their sacred holy rivers Ganga and Yamuna. Below is a text-grounded explanation of how Hindus and Muslims react to the assassination of Sheikh Ahmed inside Bombay jail by Mr. Joseph Vargas. Reaction of Hindus. In the narrative, the Hindu response is largely celebratory and reverential. Many Hindus interpret the killing of Sheikh Ahmed, a figure widely portrayed as a rapist and pedophile shielded by money, religion, and the courts, as an act of long-denied justice. They consider his act as vigilante justice. Mr. Joseph Vargas, though himself a prisoner, is hailed as a hero and martyr. Hindus and followers of other religions publicly condemn his later murder and mourn the brutal rape and killing of his wife by Muslims. Large numbers attend his funeral, and he is symbolically elevated to a near-mythic status, described as a great Indian hero and even likened to an avatar of the warrior god Krishna. His tomb and his wife's shrine become sites of annual pilgrimage, treated with reverence similar to holy rivers such as the Ganga and Yamuna. Overall, Hindus view the assassination as moral retribution carried out where the legal system had failed, and they frame Joseph's act as sacrificial rather than criminal. Reaction of Muslims. The Muslim reaction is depicted as outraged, defensive, and communal. Many Muslims are angered by the killing, seeing it as the murder of a Muslim man inside state custody rather than as justice. Religious sentiment is inflamed by the broader context of disputes over child marriage and Sharia legality, with Muslim leaders previously defending Sheikh Ahmed's marriage as valid under Quran and Sunnah, citing the marriage of the Prophet Muhammad to his child bride Aisha at the age of 6 and consummated his marriage with her when she was 9. The assassination sharpens existing fault lines. News of Sheikh Ahmed's death contributes to street-level unrest, retaliation, and communal violence. Muslim extremists later hunt down and kill Mr. Joseph Vargas in a mental hospital, riddling his body with bullets, an act framed in the text as revenge rather than legal redress. In the Muslim response, the focus is not on Sheikh Ahmed's crimes but on religious identity, collective grievance, and retribution. Communal consequences. The assassination acts as a catalyst rather than a closure. Instead of healing, it intensifies Hindu and Muslim polarization, feeding riots, counter-violence, and cycles of revenge. The event reinforces the novel's theme that justice pursued outside the law can become sacred to one community and sacrilegious to another, deepening social fracture rather than resolving it. In summary, Hindus largely celebrate the assassination, venerating the Christian man Mr. Joseph Vargas as a martyr who did what courts would not. Muslims largely condemn it, view it as an attack on their community, and respond with vengeance. Below is a focused, text-grounded comparison of Ifat Khan's sufferings in the two distinct phases you asked about, drawn directly from the novel The Indian Miss World. Contrasting the nature of control, forms of suffering, psychological impact, and degree of agency in each situation. Ifat Khan under the control of Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed. Under Sheikh, Ifat's suffering is institutional, systematic, and legally sanctified, rooted in power backed by wealth, religious authority, and state structures. Nature of control. Ifat is subjected to forced child marriage at a very young age of 7 years old, justified and protected by interpretations of Sharia law and court rulings. Her captivity extends across countries, Saudi Arabia, Eritrea, Iran, making escape nearly impossible. Forms of suffering. Sexual abuse and rape beginning in childhood, repeatedly and with impunity. Imprisonment and isolation for years, denied education, normal social contact, and childhood development. Reproductive violation. She becomes pregnant as a child and is treated as property rather than a person. Psychological impact. Severe, long-term trauma rooted in fear, learned helplessness, and normalization of abuse. Constant threat of punishment, including stoning, reinforces absolute submission. Agency. Nearly zero agency, her suffering is reinforced by courts, police, religious leaders, and international barriers. Even external interventions, CIA, media, struggle to alter her fate. Ifat Khan kidnapped by Mahmud Khan. When kidnapped by Mahmud Khan, a Bollywood director, her suffering shifts in character. It remains traumatic, but is personalized, contained, and ultimately resistible. Nature of control. The captivity is private and illegal, not protected by religious courts or state doctrine. Mahmud's power is based on wealth, influence, and obsession rather than law. Forms of suffering. Psychological imprisonment, surveillance, manipulation, and repeated attempts to coerce intimacy. Unlike with Sheikh Ahmed, the text explicitly notes that she is initially not raped, and sexual control is frustrated rather than absolute. Psychological impact. trauma persists, but here it stems from memory, distrust, and emotional numbness rather than ongoing unavoidable assault. Mahmoud's failure to awaken her sexuality underscores how prior abuse has fundamentally changed her response to captivity. Agency. Partial and growing agency. If it actively resists, emotionally detaches, and later blackmails Mahmoud with evidence gathered with her Sikh tutor. She secures her release and financial compensation, reversing the power dynamic. He contrasts at a glance. Aspect. Under Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed. Kidnapped by Mahmoud Khan. Type of oppression. Systemic, religious, legal. Personal, criminal. Sexual violence. Repeated, normalized, unavoidable. Attempted/coercive, initially resisted. Duration. Many years, across countries. Shorter, geographically limited. Psychological state. Fear, helplessness, survival. Detachment, resistance, calculation. Agency. Almost none. Increasing, strategic. Outcome. Prolonged captivity, international scandal. Escape, exposure, kidnapper's downfall. Overall interpretation. Ifit's suffering under Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed represents total domination, where abuse is normalized by law and faith, erasing childhood and identity. Her later kidnapping by Mahmoud Khan, while still traumatic, shows a changed Ifit, a survivor capable of resistance, strategy, and reclaiming power despite deep psychological scars. Excerpts from the original manuscript. Meanwhile, the famous Indian film director Mahmoud Khan could not keep his promise to the beautiful, detained Muslim girl Ifit Khan. For 30 days, he treated her like a lovely princess and provided her with all kinds of entertainment. For 1 month, he visited her often in her room and spent time talking to her. He did not rape her or try to force himself on her. But he is always getting so much tempted by her unmatchable beauty and exceedingly sexy body. She is like the fresh meat of a deer, and he is like a starving wolf. Masturbation is the only thing that keeps his sanity and controls his insatiable lust to rape her. He made her swim in a bikini while sitting by watching her. Her wet swimming costume while stuck to her sexy body, pomegranates-like breasts, and large backside tempted him often, but he always controlled his sexual urges. He struggled to control his passions and desires. He thought she would fall in love with him and offer herself to him willingly. Unexpectedly, for Mahmoud at least, Ifit turned out to be emotionally dead, and she is also an asexual teenage girl. She seemed to have no interest in men or sex at all. Mahmoud Khan deceitfully installed a spy camera in her bathroom so that he could watch her sexy body while she was undressed. Frequently, while she was taking a bath, he would be locking himself in another room, masturbating at her sexy image on a large screen TV. It was the only way he could keep his urges in check. Mahmoud knows that eventually, he would need Ifit's sexy physical body to satisfy his uncontrollable sexual desire for her. He is still unwilling to rape her. He understood that if he forced himself on her, she would think him no different from her wicked Saudi husband. His sense of arrogance and pride would not allow her to equalize and identify him with that dirty Arab pedophile who is kept under lock and key and waiting for a dangerous trial. He has some confidence in his ability to attract women and have them fall at his feet. He wants her to fall in love with him and get into his bed of her own accord. As the days rolled by, he began to feel disappointed and frustrated. She seemed to him as if she had no heart or had no sexual feelings for any man. He observed her closely. Since the day his men kidnapped her and brought her to his farmhouse, he has not seen her masturbate. He kept 4 secret surveillance cameras in her bedroom and bathroom and videotaped her movements day and night. Mahmoud Khan decided he then had to induce a sexual desire for men in Ifit Khan. He changed all the Indian movies he kept in her bedroom and replaced them with hot pornographic movies that could cause the nun to disobey her lord and search for a man to fuck her up and satisfy her unsortable urges, or at least she would masturbate her virgin pussy and get self-gratification. He expects watching them would stir her sexuality and develop in her body a healthy desire for men. But that trick did not exactly work how he wanted it to. Looking at his surveillance tapes, Ifit seemed to be unhappy watching her first pornographic movie in his farmhouse. She could not watch it for more than a few minutes. It reminded her of her bitter experiences with her wicked Saudi husband, who began to practice thighing with her at the age of 7 and began to rape her when she was 9 years old. Flashbacks of the old man and his coercion methods of starvation and beatings are associated with pornographic films, in which he forced her to watch with him and do to him what she was seeing in the buck-naked girls do to their male partners. Therefore, watching them again kills off any stimulation or curiosity that may have been evoked in a normal young teenage girl like her. If anything, she felt glad she was no longer under the influence of that evil Arab old man. She wishes and hopes that no man would ever again force her to do with him what her Arab husband did to her for 10 long years when she was held under his captivity and abuse in Eritrea and Iran. Eventually, Ifit Khan discovered that all the movies in her cupboard are on the same subject, and she is compelled to watch them for entertainment and enjoyment, having nothing else to do. She gradually began to be stimulated by those hot movies. She even started to imitate some of the sexual moves the actresses perform with their hands on their big boobs and naked private parts. Subsequently, little by little Mahmoud awoke in Ifit the concept of self-pleasure and opened her up to new possibilities. It did not please him that his plan to attract her to him did not bear fruit. Whenever he showed up in her room or met her somewhere in his huge mansion, she reverted into the asexual girl he was now so familiar with. When his porn movies did not advance his plans, Mahmoud resorted to another tactic. He decided that he would have to catch the sexy teenage girl red-handed in the very act of masturbating. He expected that this situation would find her in the throes of pleasure and then she would not be able to deny him any longer. He took his time until the day she took a bath. He sneaked into her room and hid. He knew from watching her that her favorite time to watch those hot porn movies is after taking her bath. Whenever she watched, she would close every window and door, sit on her bed, and participate. Ifit has many activities on the day. She always starts her day by having some tuition classes in Hindi and English. Her tutor is an old Indian man. Every day, she is made to spend a couple of hours with him learning to read and write in English and Hindi. After having lunch, she would have 3 hours of free time. She could go and play on the swing in the garden. She would also, when she desired, go swimming in his swimming pool. Once so often, she would just sit in the beautiful garden and soak in all the colorful birds that flitted among the many lovely flowers and roses. After having her dinner, she could always be counted on to take a bath. Mahmoud told her that she should take a bath every day after her daily activities. After taking a bath with warm water, Ifit always spends at least a couple of hours watching pornographic movies in the home theater she has in her beautiful bedroom. That particular evening, Ifit spent a long time in the bathroom before she reappeared again in her nightdress. She is happy to have a warm bubble bath in the tub. She is singing an Indian song, which she learned from one of the movies she watched. Ifit began to love her new golden cage and is fond of her new master too. By comparison, her former Arab master could not compare in the slightest to her new Indian master. Mahmoud has never tried to harm her or starve her for withholding having sex with him as the wicked old geezer used to do to her in his mansions of terror. She might have been content if life continued in the same way every day. For her it is bliss. Whatever she wanted, she got. She thought that paradise would be exactly like the beautiful palace she was living in now. In a short time, the imprisoned lovely Princess Ifit became addicted to those porn movies. She thought that the good man who saved her from her cruel husband and brought her to his palace had added those movies to increase her enjoyment. Before this, she always thought that the function of sex was to give a man pleasure, and the woman, unbearable pain. She knew no other way. The porn movies started to change her perspective on sex. It seems to her that sex is somewhat pleasurable without the violence and the beatings she had come to associate it with. Ifet has closed all the windows and doors of her spacious bedroom and walked over to her home theater system and selected the porn movie she likes most and inserted it into the DVD player. She does not bother to shut off the lights. As soon as the porn movie began to play, she stripped off her nightdress and red underwear and then jumped on her huge bed and began to watch it, getting excited fast. She lay on her stomach, stretching out her legs as wide as she could. Her legs are long and evenly rounded. Her backside is raised up and slightly oversized. She is keeping her chin up supported by her hands and her now fully developed breasts peaked like 2 pomegranates. Everything about her body could be seen by the man who is hiding in the room except her private parts. She is completely naked. Her sexy posture kindled a fire in Mahmoud Khan like an electric current and aroused him beyond measure. His excitement reached the limit of his control, and he knew that if he denied himself any further, he would probably explode in frustration. Waiting for the right time, he continued to watch her, just a few feet away, with Ifet completely unaware. After 20 minutes of erotic footage, Ifet flipped over and began to rest on her right side. When she changed her posture, it exposed her completely to the hiding man. She lifted her left leg, and her right hand moved in slowly to touch her hairy pussy. She began to massage herself gently. Her left hand found the corresponding breast and started to caress it. Her hand is moving rapidly from breast to breast and fondling the nibble of both boobs. Then her fingers began to pinch her nipples hard. The right hand that is cupping her private parts lost 2 of its fingers, which have disappeared in her pussy. She began vocalizing her pleasure and the room resonated with her moaning. Mahmoud stared at her, wetting her lips and sighing. Her tongue rhythmically licked at her lips and soon she lost interest in the movie, her eyelids closing erotically. She eases onto her back and is spread-eagled as if she is getting ready for her sexual partner. She folded her legs and placed her feet near her big buttocks. Her right hand had lost its gentle strokes and took on a more ardent and rough action as if she was feeling pain and she wanted to soothe it. She became lost to the world, soaring in the indescribable ecstasy of pleasure. Mahmoud Khan has lost his self-control. His conscious mind switched off and he became an animal looking at his bare female mate. He felt like a very hungry beast with fresh meat within his reach. He came out of his hiding place and walked quickly to the uncovered meat. Ifet had suddenly become aware of someone in her room. She opened her eyes and saw a man standing in front of her. First, she thought that she was hallucinating. But she saw that the face was familiar to her. She perceived it as the kind man who saved her from her cruel husband and brought her to his beautiful palace. She felt very shy and embarrassed. She changed her position, quickly gathered the colorful bed sheet around her and covered her naked body. Her heart was beating fast, and her body began to sweat. She could not utter a word. She waited for the good man to shout at her and rebuke her for the immoral act she was doing in his house. Instead, Ifet saw the man is now sitting beside her. She felt his hand touching her head. His hand began to shake when it felt the sweat on her forehead. When the frightened girl does not push him or his hand away, he concludes that his heart's desire is going to be fulfilled at last. He knows that beneath the bedsheet is the sexiest female body he has ever seen in his life. She is within his reach, and she is for him and him alone. His hand moved from her forehead and traveled down to her cheek. She does not resist yet, but that has not convinced him she is yielding. His hand moved to her lips and began to feel them. No reaction still. He moved yet closer to her and took her in his arms. Ifet remained stationed in her position as if nothing was happening. Despite her lack of reaction, when his hand moved quickly and grabbed one of her bare breasts, she pushed it away and retreated. He did not like her reaction and the way she pushed away his hand. He tried to hug her again, but she prevented him. She used both hands and forcefully pushed him back. Mahmud Khan waited for a few minutes and tried to approach her again. This time, he held her head, pulled her long hair with both hands, and began to kiss her mouth. She struggled to free her lips from his stronghold. But he overpowered her and controlled her with both hands. She began to kick with her feet. Nonetheless, all her efforts could not stop him from forcibly kissing and sucking her sweet lips. When he let go of her lips and began to remove the bedsheet from her naked body, Ifrit began to scream for help. Her screaming jolted him back to sanity and humanity. He understood that if he continued to force himself on her, whatever gains he had made in winning her over would vanish and she would hate him for raping her. He knows that if he raped her, he would never dream again of winning her love. As a result, he stopped and asked her to forgive him for his indiscretion. Ifrit stopped screaming and began to weep. After that, Mahmud Khan tried to convince her that she had tempted him through her actions. He justified his violation of her privacy by lying to her. He said that he had a spare key to her bedroom. He came there to look for something important and he found her naked and masturbating, therefore her sexy action made him lose his temperance and sanity. He promised that he would not try to have sex with her against her wish again. But the outraged girl Ifrit said nothing and continued to weep. Mahmud Khan stood up and left her and went out of her room like a defeated soldier or lover who lost his battle because he had been humiliated and rejected by his female sex partner. The greatest film director of Bollywood, Mahmud Khan has become extremely disappointed by Ifrit's last refusal. He believes that no man in the world would find a young and beautiful and sexy girl like Ifrit in that tempting position when she was bare naked and also masturbating and leaving her and walking away without having sex with her. Even a Christian saint, a Muslim holy imam, or a Hindu sannyasi could not resist the temptation of raping such a visibly buck-naked sexy 18-year-old beautiful girl and going to hell and burn for all eternity. Therefore, rape is steadily becoming his last option. He decided to give her one more chance. If she would not allow him to have sex with her within the week, he would rape her for sure, whatever she may think of him after that he does not care. Visions of her naked body lying in bed masturbating are torturing him day and night. He could not think of anything else except her sexy bare body. It is not the easiest of times for a man used to having young pretty women fawn all over him and they are giving in to all his requests. Before raping her, the arrogant Mahmud Khan decided to blackmail Ifrit Khan in a way that would make her come to her knees and begs him to spare her life. Then he should tell her that he would not rescue her unless she would agree to be his secret second Muslim wife. To carry out his blackmailing scheme, he emptied the entire cupboard from those porn movies. He put only one single video. He had anticipated that the lovely girl Ifrit would play it and watch her unpleasant surprise. The video contained a secret recording of her while she was naked and masturbating. The recording also showed when he approached her and began to touch her naked body. After making her watch it, he decided to approach her and tell her that he would send that shameful video to her dangerous Saudi husband who was recently released from the Mumbai jail and is searching for her. Mahmud Khan knew that Ifrit feared the old geezer more than she did the devil. Then he will tell her that if she does not want to go back to the despicable Arab man and for him to brutally punish her for agreeing to be videotaped in that shameful manner, she should stay with him and be his secret mistress. He has some local newspapers on hand, with photos of the old Saudi man when the corrupt Hindu judge of the High Court declared him innocent and acquitted him with honor. The evil man Mahmud Khan has decided to use those pictures and articles to mislead Ifrit Khan into thinking that her Saudi husband was released from prison and at present, he is frantically searching for her. In the meantime, Ifrit has changed a lot after Mahmud Khan caught her masturbating in his house. She stopped watching pornographic videos. She retreated into the demeaning black burqa, thinking that it would save her from the man who kidnapped her and imprisoned her in his house. Now she looked like a caterpillar who went back into her ugly cocoon. When Mahmud Khan brought her to his farmhouse, Ifrit came out of her black burqa and transformed like a chrysalis into a butterfly, but now, she is back to being a cocoon. He tries to convince her not to dress up in her black burqa, but that does not work. She is covering herself up with her black burqa day and night, not even coming out of her room to swim in the pool. She refused to go to the beautiful garden and enjoy the sweet voices of the singing birds and watch the colorful flowers and roses. She is no longer playing on the garden swing. She became very gloomy and distant. She behaves as if she has recently lost someone very dear to her. She is locking herself up inside her room all the time. She does not remove her Islamic abaya and niqab except inside the bathroom. Her behavior brought great sadness to the heart of her kidnapper. He blamed himself for violating her privacy and breaking her wings. His new plan to blackmail her again did not work because the sad girl Ifrit stopped watching any of the videos. After all his tricks and secret plans did not work, finally Mahmoud Khan made up his mind to have sex with Ifrit Khan, forcibly if necessary. But he hates the idea as it goes against his proud character. So, he came up with the idea of tranquilizing her and then raping her. He bought strong sleeping tablets and planned to hide them in her drink. He knows that she loves to drink milk after dinner. He dissolved the sleeping tablets in her milk and then asked the female cook to take the dinner tray to his new actress. Mahmoud Khan has already convinced all his menservants, maids, and guards that the new lovely teenage girl Ifrit Khan is an Indian Muslima girl from Iran. Her parents are wealthy Indians, but she was born and brought up in Tehran. He brought her to his mansion on the farm to teach her the Hindi and English languages so that he could give her a leading role in his upcoming movie. Although she speaks Urdu and Hindi, she still cannot read and write in any of these two important Indian languages. She finished her schooling in the Persian language. That particular evening, the so-called new film actress ate her dinner and drank her milk as usual. As soon as her system digested the milk, she fell asleep on the chair in front of the dining table. Meanwhile, the notorious womanizer Mahmoud Khan is sitting in another room and watching her through his surveillance cameras. He waited until he knew that she had become completely under the influence of the strong drug. By then Ifrit had already slid off her chair and sprawled all over the floor. The wicked man came out of his room and like a thief in the night crept to her bedroom and unlocked the door. When he entered her bedroom, he found her lying unconscious on the floor. He took hold of her black veil and uncovered her face. Her face looks like the face of an innocent female child who fell asleep on the floor and needs her loving mother to come and carry her and put her on her bed. Mahmoud Khan bent over her body and lifted her up in his arms, carrying her to the huge bed and laying her in it. He then sat beside her with joy and expectation and began to look at her beautiful face. Her closed eyes deprived her face of its half-marvelous beauty. Nevertheless, he bent over her and kissed her on the lips. He found her lips lifeless and very cold. He stopped kissing her lips and started to touch her breasts. He uncovered her breasts and began to caress and fondle her nipples. He found her breasts cold and lifeless too. Not too concerned, he began to undress her. He stripped off her black burqa. Then he removed her salwar and kameez. After that, he began to remove her inner clothes piece by piece until she lay completely bare. Mahmoud Khan began to explore her sexy naked body and feel it everywhere. But then he found her unconscious body to be lifeless. There is no response to his lustful touches. He felt as if he is trying to arouse a corpse and have sex with a female zombie. He has never expected himself to practice necrophiliac sex or sleep with the dead body of a girl. He lost his mood and regretted putting her to sleep. He initially thought that he was going to enjoy himself, but what he wanted was the girl he had seen on his spy cameras, aroused and masturbating, deep in the throes of sexual pleasure. Mahmoud felt as if he has dug a body out of its grave and tried to rape it. He simply could not sleep with Ifrit's unconscious body. He replaced all her clothes and left her lying on the bed. Ifrit remained under the effect of the strong sleeping tablets for an exceedingly long time. When she woke up the following morning, she was feeling drowsy, and her head ached. Feeling nauseous, she forced her unwilling body to the bathroom and vomited everything she ate that day. Her digestive system had not digested her food, and she began to tremble, sweating profusely. She lost her strength and fell on the floor. Her head hit the edge of the tub on the way down, and she began to bleed copiously on the floor. The captive girl, Ifrit Khan, almost died that day. Fortunately, her fate has been intervened by the female cook who came to serve her breakfast. When she does not find Ifrit on her bed, she correctly assumes that she is in the bathroom. She placed the tray on the table and knocked on the door of the bathroom. She wants to tell Ifrit that she has brought her breakfast and that she must come and have it before it gets cold. When Ifrit does not respond to her call, she pushes the door of the bathroom. She becomes so frightened when she sees Ifrit lying on the floor and her face is covered with blood. She thought that the new film actress had committed suicide. Too scared to touch her, she ran to her employer and babbled at him the disturbing news. Mahmoud Khan asked the cooking woman to summon his doctor and ask him to rush to the bedroom of his new film actress. Then he ran to Ifrit's bedroom and began to tend to her while waiting for his private doctor. Mahmoud Khan had not told his private doctor what he had hidden in Ifrit's milk the previous night. He said that she most probably had food poisoning. However, the private doctor understood that Ifrit had a serious illness caused by something entering her system and preventing her digestive system from functioning properly. Then the private doctor stemmed Ifrit's bleeding and revived her. After that, he prescribed some antibiotics and strongly advised the sick teenage girl to remain in bed until she fully recovered. Mahmoud Khan does not like how the situation is turning out. Not only has he miserably failed to win her love, but he has also made her distrustful and suspicious of him. Given his need to have her aroused and respond to him while having sex with him, he decided he would better try another intoxicant. Alcohol. The devil incarnate womanizer waited for a few days until his female captive victim had recovered her health again. He knows that she always drinks juice after breakfast. He added to her morning juice some extra strong Indian liquor called Thera or Daro. It is similar to moonshine in America or hooch in South America. It is made by fermenting the mash of sugar cane juice and ground up pulp in large terracotta spherical containers. The fermented mash is distilled to nearly 90% alcohol or 180 proof. Good Thera is comparable to vodka. Unfortunately, hundreds of Indian villagers die each year from copper formaldehyde poisoning induced during distillation. Ifrit ate her breakfast and drank her juice without realizing what had been hidden in it. She had never tasted alcohol before. Given the potency of Thera, this first-time female drinker has become fully intoxicated almost immediately. Everything in front of her is now moving. She felt like she was falling off her chair. She slumped to the floor and sat on it. She still could not control her body. She decided to go to bed and sleep for some time. She thought that maybe she had once again contracted the same illness that caused her to be bedridden for many days. She tried to stand on her feet, but she could not. She crept on her knees until she reached the bed. Her body responded to the strong liquor, and she felt only half conscious. She felt her body as stiff as stone. She managed to force her body until she became lying on the bed. She has fallen on her stomach. After that, she could not move a limb. While she was sleeping on her stomach, she felt someone come and sit near her. She felt his hands take hold of her body and turn it over. After that, she saw her kidnapper sitting near her with a faint smile on his lips. Mahmoud Khan tried to talk to Ifrit, but she did not respond to his words. She is drunk and oblivious to the world. He stretched his right hand and removed the niqab from her face. She is sweating as if she is sleeping near a furnace or lying on the hot ground or inside a sauna. Her breath is loud as if she is snoring. Mahmoud began his seduction by massaging her left hand. She did not stop him. His hand traveled on her arm and shoulder until it reached her left boob. He began to fondle her left breast. She did not push his hand away. He bent over her face and began to kiss her lips. Her lips are so hot to him, almost as if he has kissed a frying pan. Her entire body is extremely hot. She is not sexually hot, but she has an extremely high fever. Nonetheless, Mahmood Khan stopped kissing her lips and began to remove her clothes. The fully intoxicated teenage girl does not show any objection or response. Although she could see him as a silhouette of a human being still, she could not feel his hands touching her. The devil incarnate undressed the upper part of her dress. Then he started to touch her fully exposed breasts and fondle them. He expected that she would respond to his touches. Her hands and legs remained stationed in their positions as if they were paralyzed. He does not bother about her lack of response to him, going ahead and stripping off all of her clothes. She is lying on her back, and every part of her body is exposed. The only thing that moved was her half-open eyes. Mahmood began to touch her pussy, but she does not try to stop him. He thought that she was enjoying his touch, but due to the strong effect of alcohol, she could not show any response. He went ahead and removed his clothes. Before mounting over her half-conscious body and raping her, the lustful man began to hear her snoring loudly. When he looked at her face, he saw that she had fallen into a deep sleep. Her eyes are shut. Mahmood, disgusted with the turn of events, wondered if he had given her too much alcohol. Seething with indescribable frustration, he stormed out of her room, leaving her lying barely naked on the bed. Patience has a limit, and Mahmood Khan has just reached his limit. He concluded it was high time to have sex with her by hook or by crook. Giving up his soft methods of coercion, he steeled himself to rape his lovely female captive. He determined that as soon as she became sober again, he would go to her bedroom and rape her. So far, apart from the unlawful detention, Mahmood Khan believes there has been no rape or abuse of his captive girl. It is like the Prophet Muhammad who decided not to rape a 6-year-old girl, but to practice the thighing of a female child with her until she reached 9 years of age. In the Quran, the man is allowed to do whatever he wants with the woman except for penetration. This is called in the Quran the al-lamam, see Surah Al-Najm 53, verse 32. A Muslim man one day came to the Prophet Muhammad and told him that a woman came to his shop, and he asked her to come inside to choose the best fruit dates he had. The woman believed his words and walked in. He immediately seized the woman and began to rape her. Then he went to say to his prophet, he hugged her, kissed her, undressed her, caressed her breasts, and fondled her private parts with his fingers. In short, he touched her bare naked body everywhere and did everything to her except penetrate her vagina or pussy. The Prophet Muhammad ordered him to wash only his body through ablution and did not punish him in any way. Based on the decision of the Prophet, in Sharia law hugging, kissing, fondling, and touching a woman everywhere on her naked body by a man who is not her husband would not be considered adultery, and hence there is no punishment for them. Even anal sex is not adultery. The sexual act of adultery is defined by penile penetration of the female vagina. Even if an evil man has inserted a stick in the pussy of a woman or even his wife's vagina is not a sin, and there is no punishment for fornication such as flogging or stoning him. According to Sharia, which is the official Islamic law, whatever the beast man Mahmood Khan had done so far to his female captive victim Ifat Khan is not adultery or rape, and hence he has no punishment in Islam. His last attempt had also failed miserably, and there is nothing to do but wait for her to recover from the effects of alcohol poisoning and rape her. While Mahmood Khan is waiting for Ifat Khan to awaken, he notices her Saudi husband's photos on the front pages of all the Mumbai local newspapers. He read the articles under the photos and discovered that she was also wanted by the Mumbai police for her involvement in the greatest conspiracy that ever hit the High Court and the 2 police departments of Mumbai and Hyderabad. He understood that he saved her by kidnapping her at the right time. If she had still lived in the same hotel when the huge scandal had wrecked the judicial system and the 2 police departments, she might have been behind bars by then and beaten and gang-raped by many uncircumcised Hindu police officers. Although he is now her savior, Mahmoud Khan decides to twist the situation and use it to blackmail his captive girl. He knew and understood this was his last remaining chance, and therefore he decided to play his final card very carefully. Now he can get her to agree to have sex with him without the need for him to rape her. The captive girl, Ifat Khan, has never been in a real jail before. In her mind, the jail is a place where bad people are brutally beaten up and tortured and finally killed for their hideous crimes. She remembered that her mother had gone to jail and never returned. Her Saudi husband told her that her mother was stoned to death for her bad deed of polyandry. When she became sober from the effects of the strong Dara liquor and her evil captor showed her the newspapers, which published her husband's photo on their front pages, he frightened her to death. Even her photo when she was a 7-year-old female child is included in each newspaper. Ifat thought that he was going to hand her over to the police. She cried and begged him not to inform the Mumbai police about her hiding place. She even fell at his feet and kissed them with her lips and begged him to spare her life and hide her from the Indian police because she did not want to go to jail and get killed there. Mahmoud Khan agreed to spare her life, but he put forth some conditions. He told her that if she did not want to go to jail then she had to accept his conditions. Ifat acquiesced to his demands before she even heard them. Still, he insisted she must listen to his conditions and agree full-heartedly with all of them. Firstly, she must stop wearing her ugly black burqa and put on modern clothes which he has given her. Secondly, she must allow him to have sex with her anytime, and anyway, he would love to do it. Even she must allow him to practice with her besides the vaginal sex, anal sex. Thirdly, she must agree to become his second lawful Muslim wife and live with him in his beautiful house forever. He confessed to her he had a lawful first Muslim wife and one son. Ifat Khan, out of fear for her life, has agreed to fulfill the conditions of her evil captor. Shortly after his lovely captive girl accepted his 3 selfish demands, Mahmoud Khan brought an imam of a mosque from Mumbai with 2 male witnesses and conducted his marriage with his Muslim wife number 2. The greatest Bollywood film director refused to recognize Ifat's first marriage with the Saudi old man. He considered her former matrimonial relationship with her Saudi husband as kidnap, rape, and imprisonment of a minor girl. Whatever he has done to her, he concluded it is neither harmful nor haram deeds in Islam. Then and only then the captive teenage girl has allowed Mahmoud Khan to abuse and rape her body. While he is having sex with her for the first time, she feels like a person who is undergoing a painful major surgery without anesthesia. She concluded a beast would not torture her as he had done to her. She now hates him with passion and understands that he is not less cruel than her evil Saudi captor. Her 2 evil masters have many things in common, even their religion, ages, and names. She has just switched hands from the captivity, rape, and abuse in the golden cage of her former Arab kidnapper Ahmed to the new gilded cage of her Indian abductor Mahmoud, and from accursed Satan to his Antichrist who is the beast, and she is the beauty. Ifat Khan has merely exchanged hands from one evil master to another evil monster. However, at first glance, the latter being a bit more civilized than the former. Her destiny took her from one terrorist of Muhammad to another devil of Islam. She just exchanged hands with Satan to his Antichrist. In the beginning, she thought that her new Indian master was less evil than her Arab master. However, as soon as she agreed to marry him and sleep with Mahmoud Khan, she discovered that the old Saudi monster was much less cruel than the new devil incarnate. The greatest Bollywood film director turned out to be a sadist who enjoys sexual intercourse by beating and torturing his sexual partner. The more his sex victim feels the pain and agony and suffers, the more he enjoys the sex. He tortured her by slapping her cheeks, smacking her buttocks, biting her shoulders, squeezing her breasts, biting their nipples, and whipping her on her back. His cruel beatings turned Ifat's life into a living hell. She hates him with bitterness and loathes having sex with him. If she could have, she would have killed him over and over again for all the pains and unbearable tortures he is subjecting her to at day and night. night. Ifit had never thought of killing herself before until she began having sexual intercourse with the evil sadist. She tried several times to kill herself, but she always failed. She simply does not have the slightest idea of how to do it effectively. Her screams from unbearable pain do not go unnoticed by the people around her. Many servants, maids, guards, and others working in the huge household of Mahmud Khan hear her crying, screaming, and calling for help every day. But since they know that that is the way their master enjoys sex with the young girls, he had brought them to his farmhouse before, none of them objected or tried to intervene to save the new young film actress. They whisper to each other that since the girl agreed to it, why should they bother about her? They noticed the only difference between the previous victims and the present girl is the long duration she held their master's interest. The other girls at the most did not stay more than a few days or a few weeks, depending on the jobs they were offered in his films. But surprisingly, this beautiful new teenage girl has been a guest for many months, and no one knows when or if she is going to leave and return to wherever she has come from. The one thing about this new girl is that she stuck out like a sore thumb and that she can win the favor of the most famous film director in India, despite being an illiterate girl who does not know how to read or write any language, including Hindi and English, which are imperative languages for a Bollywood actress. The servants found it hard to believe that such a young and beautiful Indian girl had never been to school in all her life. She does not look like a poor girl that he might claim to have been found by chance somewhere or picked up from the slums or the streets of Mumbai. She looked extremely healthy, and that assured them she used to live in a luxurious home before she came to live in the palace farmhouse of their master. Mahmud has informed none of his servants that he actually has married the new girl, and now she is his Muslim wife number 2. Mahmud Khan is planning to keep his second Muslim wife Ifit Khan in his farmhouse forever. He does not want the outside world to see her or to know about her. He just wants to use her to satiate his deviant sexual needs. Comparison of the marriages of Ifit Khan to Sheikh Ahmed versus Mahmud Khan. Sheikh Ahmed and Mahmud Khan function as different kinds of marriage as control actors in Ifit Khan's life, one as the primary custodian/captor, the other as a secondary, bureaucratic/utility husband. Sheikh Ahmed, primary captor/structural power. Status and power base, wealthy, elderly Saudi, backed by sponsorship/guardianship structures and cross-border mobility. Role in Ifit's life, becomes Ifit's husband and captor, with the marriage framed as Sharia-sanctioned and tied to custody/guardianship. Narrative function, represents wealth-backed religious/legal impunity and the normalization of captivity through legality. Effect, erases childhood and establishes long-term confinement and identity stripping. Mahmud Khan, secondary husband/bureaucratic utility. Status and power base, presented less as a sovereign power figure and more as a mechanism within the system. Role in Ifit's life, appears during Ifit's adolescence as a marriage used to manage documentation, border movement, liability, and concealment, per the marriage to Mahmud Khan's section. Narrative function, shows marriage operating as an administrative tool, a way to shift accountability and maintain secrecy rather than a central relationship. Effect, reinforces Ifit's lack of agency, but more through paperwork/control logistics than through outright custodial domination. Bottom line. Sheikh Ahmed equals the owner/guardian archetype, direct captivity, primary antagonist energy. Mahmud Khan equals the paper husband archetype, instrumental marriage used to move/hide/manage her. Position in the power hierarchy. Sheikh Ahmed, top-level power holder, wealth plus sponsorship/guardian. Guardianship authority. Mahmud Khan, lower-level instrument within the system, used to execute/enable control. Primary function in the story. Sheikh Ahmed, captivity through marriage, the core captor/guardian figure. Mahmud Khan, marriage as paperwork, a tool for cover, transfer, and logistics. Type of control exerted. Sheikh Ahmed, direct personal domination, custody, confinement, relocation. Mahmud Khan, indirect administrative control, documentation, border movement, liability shifting. Narrative timing/role. Sheikh Ahmed, central in Iffat's childhood captivity, drives major plot conflict. Mahmud Khan, appears later as part of the system maintaining concealment and manageability. What the marriage does. Sheikh Ahmed legalizes erasure of childhood/agency under religious structures. Mahmud Khan regularizes status on paper to avoid scrutiny and keep control operable. Symbolic meaning. Sheikh Ahmed, wealth-backed religious/legal impunity. Mahmud Khan, bureaucratic normalization, how institutions make abuse administratively possible. Sheikh Ahmed and Mahmud Khan represent two different modes of control over Iffat Khan. Sheikh Ahmed is the dominant, wealth-backed guardian/captor whose Sharia-sanctioned marriage establishes long-term custody, confinement, and identity erasure, while Mahmud Khan functions more as a secondary, instrumental paper husband, where marriage is used bureaucratically to manage documentation, movement across borders, concealment, and the shifting of liability, reinforcing Iffat's powerlessness through administrative mechanisms rather than overt custodial domination. Sheikh Ahmed, custody/captivity, power-backed marriage. Sheikh Ahmed, a wealthy, elderly Saudi man who sponsors Rayhana's migration and later becomes Iffat's husband and captor, symbolizing wealth-backed religious and legal impunity. While Rayhana is imprisoned, her daughter Iffat, still a child, is placed under Sheikh Ahmed's control and forcibly married to him through Sharia-sanctioned mechanisms. Iffat is moved across Saudi Arabia, Eritrea, and Iran, kept in captivity, denied education, and stripped of identity. Sheikh Ahmed arranges a Sharia-compliant child marriage between himself and Iffat in another jurisdiction. Mahmud Khan, administrative utility marriage, paperwork/control logistics. Under marriage to Mahmud Khan. The document lists documentation, border movement, liability, and concealment. Here, marriage is neither stable nor emotionally framed. It exists to shift accountability, preserve secrecy, maintain control while avoiding scrutiny. This stage shows how marriage operates as a flexible administrative tool, especially for vulnerable people without citizenship, education, or advocates. Under Sheikh Ahmed, Iffat's life is depicted as custodial captivity, while her mother is imprisoned. Iffat, still a child, is placed under Sheikh Ahmed's authority, subjected to a Sharia-sanctioned child marriage, and treated as someone without independent personhood, no legal or social personhood of her own. Her daily reality is defined by confinement, forced mobility across borders, Saudi Arabia, Eritrea, Iran, denial of education, and identity stripping, with the narrative emphasizing that the legality of guardianship and marriage is what makes the abuse durable and hard to challenge. Under Mahmud Khan, Iffat's life shifts from overt custody to bureaucratic containment. The novel frames this marriage as an instrumental, non-emotional arrangement used for documentation, border movement, and liability and concealment. Rather than portraying Mahmud as the central captor, the text presents him as part of a system that keeps Iffat manageable on paper, a marriage that exists to shift accountability, preserve secrecy, and maintain control. control while avoiding scrutiny, showing how Ifit remains powerless even as the mechanisms around her become more administrative and complex. Below is a clear, chronological tracing of Ifit Khan's life journey, focusing on how her marriages intersect with her identity, legal status, and agency over time. Ifit Khan, life journey through marriage, identity, and survival. Ifit Khan's life, as depicted in the Indian Miss World saga, is structured around a sequence of marriages that function less as personal relationships and more as social, legal, and political mechanisms. Each marriage marks a new phase of displacement, a shift in authority, and a redefinition of who controls her body, name, and future. Rather than forming a linear path toward stability, Ifit's marriages reveal a pattern. Marriage is repeatedly used to contain, move, silence, legitimize, and later monetize her existence, until she slowly begins to reclaim choice. 1. Childhood, marriage as guardianship and erasure. Marriage to Sheikh Ahmed, child marriage in captivity. In the life journey account, Ifit's first marriage is imposed while she is still a child, after her mother Rayhana is imprisoned. With no adult advocate and no independent legal standing, Ifit is placed under the authority of Sheikh Ahmed, described elsewhere in the novel as a wealthy, elderly Saudi man who later becomes her husband and captor. The text frames the union as Sharia-compliant, emphasizing that the legality of the marriage is precisely what enables the abuse to be normalized and hidden. Within this marriage, the relationship is not written as companionship, it functions as a transfer of custody and control. The surrounding summary repeatedly underscores that Sheikh Ahmed's wealth and status give him practical impunity. He can determine where Ifit lives, whether she is seen, and whether she receives education. The marriage becomes the mechanism by which Ifit is kept in captivity, deprived of schooling, and stripped of identity. Her child deprived of schooling and stripped of identity, her childhood is erased, and her personhood is reduced to what guardianship and marital paperwork say she is. She has no recognized autonomy. Decisions are made through male guardianship rather than her consent. Marriage operates as legalized custody transfer, responsibility and ownership shift to the husband/guardian. She is moved across borders and kept out of reach of protective institutions. The novel elsewhere summarizes this captivity as spanning Saudi Arabia, Eritrea, and Iran. Narrative function. The marriage to Sheikh Ahmed anchors the saga's critique of how lawful marriage can be weaponized. It turns a child into a dependent whose confinement is bureaucratically normalized. The broader summary notes that international concern and pressure briefly surfaces yet fails to dismantle the protection around the abuser, highlighting how outrage can flicker without producing structural intervention. In this phase, Ifit is presented less as a self-directed character and more as a legally managed dependent, her name, movement, and daily life defined by others. 2. Early adolescence, Islamic marriage as legal utility. Marriage to Mahmud Khan, administrative marriage and managed movement. Where the marriage to Sheikh Ahmed represents overt custodial domination, the life journey section describes the marriage to Mahmud Khan as a more bureaucratic form of control. The text presents it as a marriage used to manage Ifit's status, especially her documentation and ability to cross borders, while also shifting liability away from the people and systems responsible for her captivity. Secure or explain documentation and legal status. Enable or justify border movement. Shift accountability, preserve secrecy, and avoid scrutiny by relocating responsibility from one man or jurisdiction to another. Unlike a conventional marital arc, the novel explicitly notes that this marriage is neither stable nor emotionally framed. Its purpose is instrumental. It helps keep control in place while reducing exposure. The effect, for Ifit, is that her lack of agency continues, only the method changes. The control shifts from visible confinement, guards, household rules, direct custody, to administrative containment, papers, permissions, and managed movement. Shift accountability. Preserve secrecy. Maintain control while avoiding scrutiny. Narrative function. The Mahmood Khan marriage extends the same critique introduced by Sheikh Ahmed, but on a different register. Marriage can operate as paperwork and process, not just overt captivity. In the life journey framing, if it remains vulnerable because her identity and mobility are treated as transferable, managed through documents, border crossings, and liability rather than through care or consent. Critique introduced by Sheikh Ahmed, but on a different register. Marriage can operate as paperwork and process, not just overt captivity. In the life journey framing, if it remains vulnerable because her identity and mobility are treated as transferable, managed through documents, border crossings, and liability rather than through care or consent. Marriage can operate as paperwork and process, not just overt captivity. In the life journey framing, if it remains vulnerable because her identity and mobility are treated as transferable, managed through documents, border crossings, and liability rather than through care or consent.